3.5赫兹。
这是您所有的设备清单，请您在这里核实一下。
这么便宜啊？哦。
激动。
有一个人前来买瓜。
生意行吗？你们哥俩？
你这大招保中吗？
我一个专业团控能给你空的。
那你要是打不中怎么办？
要是打不中，我给你送人头，满意了吧？
我操！你上次上盘跟我做队友的时候了吧？5个人打4个人，他们4个幻象加个蛋。另外你说的，空大了自己送啊！你他妈给我挂了！送头了！
多打 plus， 恩怨无需多言。
Welcome to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby.
有大招，
踩到了4个，但是敌还在对面之上，
基本上没有突破环境了。
对面之上好像还摆不活，被铁锤死了。诺万直接跳出来，GG，恭喜Liquid。恭喜Liquid，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CS:GO 亚洲邀请赛。
另外是负责人大高地，鬼王爷混爷打3个。
恭喜拿命，获得这次 CAC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
兄弟，第二场率有没有锤？还传一下，传一下，漂亮！兄弟，再走。这样，这一盘老坑爹其实已经没有什么机会了。
恭喜 Manesky，
恭喜 Manesky 拿到了DPC亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
最后的1秒钟，我估计 Worksy 都没有想到。啊，他以为在 B 吧？站起来，泽宝迪打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我代表个什么东西？这是 carry 吗？我又要提这个问题，3帅！恭喜 Monster！
Welcome to the International.
奇迹哥好像有点创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上，又是秒被带走，直接打出了奇迹。
话说，谁想玩上一把？
我的最爱，让我来。
让我
来挑战我试试。起！看好了！来吧！
我的天！
这能干嘛？
我们来搞搞明白。到底是多少下？再来一下！我们还行吧？
那当然。
再多就数不过来了。
专业。
有点奇怪。稳操胜券。
看我表演！我总是能得到自己想要的，胜券在握。
干得漂亮！
我的法术真厉害！
不错。
你也是。兄弟，你跑哪儿去了？
想抓到我，有本事就来呀！
Ladies, gentlemen, and the Dota world in large, welcome back to some DPC action. We are here to kick off Tour 2 of the China DPC. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be electric. A lot of Dota to play for. And more importantly, this is the real path towards TI. Only one major right now that stands in the way of getting a bunch of points, but we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. We still have to play these games out. My name is Snare. Today I'm joined by Nef Sensei and Dragon Drop. And gentlemen, we're back not just for Tour 2 Dota. This is Division 2 and one of the last chances that people have to get into Div 1. But before we talk about all that, the really important question is, gentlemen, how are you? How's it going? Nef, you're fresh off of doing the Tour 1. How did it go? How are you feeling about the Dota that's coming our way today?
I am feeling actually kind of disappointed. I'm sure that's not what the answer you wanted to hear was, but Invictus Gaming is going to be one of the matches to kick us off against Shenzhen, and this is a team that ended up winning a major last year. They only ended up replacing a single player, and yet they ended up in second last place in Division 1. It was
quite surprising, right? None of us really saw it coming, especially like you say, they won a major. Not only they won a major, but right before that happened, they came fourth at TI, one of the most competitive TIs that we've seen in quite a long time. And Dragon Drop, although that happened, they are here, and it's not like they're going to find an easy path forward, right? You and I got to see the Shenzhen team that they'll be going up against climb up from the open qualifiers, do relatively well in Division 2. You know, they were sort of in the middle of the group with the rest of the Chinese teams that remained in our competition. So what do you make of this, right? How are you feeling about them going up against an IG? Do they actually have what it takes, or is IG going to start their climb back over the corpse of Shenzhen over today?
I mean, it's certainly going to be their plan, but yeah, this entire situation, it really exemplifies what we've been saying about the Chinese Dota scene for more than a year now.
The Kaka curse is real, that's what we've been saying.
The Kaka curse is real, for one thing, but the other thing is that this entire region is incredibly competitive, even Division 2. Like, a lot of these Division 2 teams, they could really take on Division 1 teams out of other regions. This is the kind of level that we're at, so it is surprising if looking from the outside at it. It's IG, how are they in Division 2? How does that even happen? But then you look at the quality of all of these other teams here, not just in Division 2, but of course also in Division 1. And you know exactly how that can happen. And you're absolutely right, we cannot sleep on Shenzhen either. They are one of these teams that, if they have a good day, they can beat anyone.
Absolutely. And to sort of exemplify what you're talking about here with them having a good day and just how competitive the scene is, both of these two teams are some of the only teams, not just in this scene, but, well, the Chinese scene in general hasn't had that much roster shakeups, and both of these teams decided to stick with what they had, right? A lot of people would have been saying, Nef, why not replace Fade? You know, he came in, didn't make it work. Kaka, bring him back. But they were like, no, guys, we're sticking with him. I mean, hell, Emo even gave that one interview where he was saying that he was the problem, that if he had a better mentality, they would have been able to go through. So what do you think? Is this a situation where all that they need right now for the side of IG is a little bit sharper mentality, a bit more desire to win? Or do you think that the Kaka curse is really that real and the team is now washed?
Some people in the Chinese community actually made a couple points about this that I thought were very good. Shout out to our translator who was on with us for Division 1, Mashal. He is absolutely great, but a lot of people were saying that Kaka was, you know, the voice of reason, the shot caller, the captain of the team, and they thought they could do a lot better without him. They have a lot of talent on IG, but if you replace your super skilled captain, everything kind of falls apart and you have to start from zero again, and I think that's the issue that IG came across, and unfortunately for them, their season was condensed into 3 weeks instead of 6, so they didn't have a lot of time to get back up on that horse, so to speak, or come up with these new strategies. That's what I feel like the number one issue for IG was. Their strategy all fell apart because they replaced the backbone of it, and they didn't have enough time to get it together again.
I mean, speaking of time and replacing the backbone of the team, we definitely saw the results of that happening. But with Shenzhen, on the other side, Dragon Drop, we've seen them, they had a condensed schedule as well, playing in the Div 2 in those 3 weeks. We've got to see a lot of improvement from them in that time period. Given that they've stuck with the roster, and we've obviously seen them grow quite a lot in the short time that they've played, do you think they're going to benefit from the longer playing schedule and the big break that they've had up until now to practice, acclimate as a team, get better, and see how far they can go?
I think that's a very real possibility. I mean, it's always much more interesting to see something develop, not just the meta, but also the teams have that develop over more time. On the other hand, I mean, if you're already in a run, you know, if you're already in the flow, in the zone, as it were, for a couple of weeks, that might be a little bit harder to... Sure. Not sure if I'm always gonna be able to deal with nerfs and dejections like that. But yeah, if you're already in the zone, like, it might be harder to maintain this for a longer time period. So it really depends on what kind of team it is and whether they can find the right mental every single time across the multiple weeks, across multiple days. But I'm looking forward to seeing them try and do that. I mean, you're right. I mean, they started off this season last time with a match against CDEC, which was later invalidated, and then after that already they were winning. Oh no, wait, I think I'm looking at the wrong weeks. No, they started with a win actually against SAG and NG. And then things flowed off a little bit.
And they completely apart.
Yeah.
Completely fell apart.
Then they fell apart, you know. That's the way it can be. You know, sometimes you're not in a zone. Sometimes you slip out. It's harder to get back in. So it's. I'm floundering here.
I mean, nah, you're not floundering.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm always happy to look at how things play out. It's always going to be exciting. That's one thing I'm sure.
Well, just like they say in Jujutsu Kaisen, you can't use a black flash at will. That's what you're trying to
I have no idea what that means.
Yuji. Unless you're Itadori Yuji, then you can. But right now, though,
it's really unfair to me.
We're right now speaking a foreign language to Drag and Drop. Let's speak a familiar language to everybody. The language of a draft of some Dota, because we've got some heroes being picked right now, gentlemen. So let's see what we've got for ourselves between IG and Shenzhen.
Very nice save, my man. We're already well underway for this draft as well. Death Prophet and Tusk to start things out on IG. You know, we're on 7.31. I was expecting new things, but we see the exact same thing we saw almost every game opening in Division 1 of the DPC last year. I'm not going to hate it. It's very effective, and I feel like these heroes are pretty much as strong as they were in the previous patch. Death Prophet, in fact, the only change that she got was a buff. They ended up speeding up the activation time of her Aghanim Shard. The speed at which the fear comes out onto it. And of course, spirit heroes are as good as ever. Shadow Demon is great against Death Prophet, as being able to drop that demonic purge onto her kind of ruins her team fight. But not much different from what we saw in the previous season. Snare, Drag and Drop, what gives about this one? I'm angry.
This patch was sort of iterative rather than like transformative, right? Which I suppose is okay. One thing I have liked about the way that the patch has sort of turned out is heroes like the Shadow Demon, heroes like Tusk, a lot of these saving heroes are a lot more impactful as it stands right now. So I'm kind of enjoying that there's a bit more of an added dimension of play for the POS 5 and POS 4s. But regrettably, especially in the core roles, not that much has changed. And like you said, we've had a lot of buffs to heroes like the DP, which probably didn't need them. However, Drag and Drop, we've also seen a situation where there's a lot more impact, a lot more emphasis on being able to fight early on and get yourself onto the map. That's why we see heroes like Grimstroke suddenly making a huge emergence back into the fold as well, in conjunction with these spirit heroes.
Yeah, it always makes for a very aggressive lineup, like especially if you also add up another 3 position that can really take advantage of it, or conversely 1 position, like if you want to counter out that offlane and just pick up something like PA, you know, just get right in people's faces. It's certainly also going to be the idea for IG, just with the Tusk. It's not a hero that you can play passively, right? So you want to go in and then you want to punch him in the face, quite literally, and this is also where the Shadow Demon also is going to come in quite clutch with the choice disruptions.
Saves as they try to initiate. Grimstroke's a little bit more popular. Do you mean position 1 for Invictus or Shenzhen, like a PA?
For Shenzhen here, just as a thought.
I know some people have been running position 1 Ember Spirit a little bit more. It's gotten more popular. I'm not sure if you guys have been seeing that many games of that one. It wasn't run so much in the North American region, but SA and China, I think, have been running that one quite a bit. And they just pick another spirit up here on the side of Invictus Gaming. They need to change this game a little bit to make the spirits less good. I feel like they offer way too many things. Like the instant gap close, the ability to hold people down for a second and force these team fights is way too good at the moment. But that is a new hero, Oracle. Okay, I am excited to see this one at the very least.
So that means that IG has double save, right? They have several ways to be able to save heroes. If we really count the Spirit Siphon from the DP as well. It's going to be extremely difficult to get any kills. I mean, two very savvy heroes, one hero that has a ton of sustain, one hero with a ton of mobility on the Void Spirit. So Shenzhen are already running into issues here where they're going to need a ton of either burst or gap close. Fortunately, they do already have the Ember Spirit, so they have some of that gap close to find the Oracle on the backline of the fight. But if the positioning is good enough from Ollie, I don't know, Dragon Drop, it feels kind of difficult here for the side of Shenzhen to actually find effective kills over onto IG, just with how difficult it'll be. So you were already mentioning heroes like the PA. Another hero which we, funnily enough, if we saw it, it would normally come from the side of IG, would be a hero like the Morphling, but instead we get the TA. Who's going into the safe lane? Is it TA or is it Ember Spirit? Who's going to occupy that hard farming role?
First, I want to say absolute amateur prediction, or speech impediment Dragon Drop. Is the Templar Assassin, not the Phantom Assassin.
He got an assassin in there, close enough.
We'll give him
this is how you hedge your bets, Neff. We talked about this. You say two words, one of them is correct, and then you can say, oh yeah, I said assassin. I'm absolutely right. I get 100% of the points, and there's nothing you can do about it. So, Templar Assassin, though, yeah, it's actually a go-to carry here for some teams, certainly from what I've seen recently in Europe. And it gives you that kind of physical burst damage much earlier. And it gives you that ability to farm without any big items. So it's actually quite stable. It's also another one of these in-your-face heroes, and especially with these kind of saves, I can see that working out well. On the flip side, you were talking about it. Oracle, pretty good at keeping people alive, and I've also seen more than one Death Prophet game where you get it down to like 100 HP. And then the Spirit Siphon just screw you over, and there's nothing you can do to actually finish her off. So that's always gonna be a place where they're gonna have to do some serious math and hope that they don't miscalculate. The one issue that I'm seeing right now from IG is that they're going to lack that sustained damage output. I mean, Tusk, Oracle, all very much savings, the utility focus, Void Spirit as well. Like, his damage falls off hard the later the game goes. Death Prophet can do a lot with the Exorcism, but it's still gonna need that that sustained damage output coming through in the fights.
Shenzhen seems to also be fearful of burst as well as potentially some sustained damage. Something we've seen a lot from IG, obviously, is them playing the Morphling hero, either in the hands of, the joke that B-Cop always makes, do you want to win? Make it emo Morphling. Do you want to have an interesting game? Make it Fly. But we're not going to have any Morphling here. His Troll Warlord is banned out for Fly as well. Neff, I've been seeing most of the time in the recent era of IG, if he can't play Troll, he can't play Morphling, he often ends up playing the PL on the side of Fly. Is that an option here? Given that they do need some sustained damage, it can be quite nice in games later on against heroes like Shadow Demon, the TA, but unfortunately not that great against the Ember Spirit, so they might not do it, and they don't. They end up instead going for this Wraith King. What do you make of this?
I think that was a really easy question to answer just by staying silent. The Wraith King makes a lot more sense, though. They needed something with the disabled. They needed something that could play in front of the rest of the team and allow Void Spirit to get in and jump the backline. Shadow Demon and the Grimstroke are going to be issues. If the Void Spirit or the Death Prophet plays in front, they're going to get blown up by the start of the team fight by the Templar Assassin. Now you have a lot of information putting the Wraith King in the front. The only issue is if you end up losing these lanes and your lanes aren't super amazing, outside of your offline with the Death Prophet and the Tusk, I think you lose 2 out of 3 lanes. I think you just lose the game off of this based on draft alone. The Wraith King is one of the few carries they could have run here. On the other side, it's going to be Ashley, Ember Spirit, and Templar Assassin. So this is kind of like a cop-out answer, but I prefer the draft of Shenzhen, but I think Invictus Gaming is probably the stronger team, and they're going to come into this one trying to put an absolute beatdown.
Come on, Neff. That was a perfect hedge answer. Dragon Drop. Come on, man. Give us a bit more juice here, right? Pretend that this is the same team playing itself, right? And this is just off the power of the draft alone. Who do you prefer between IG and Shenzhen? Especially taking into account this last pick Pango, which I really like a lot. Gives them so much dynamism in the fighting potential. And IG, honestly, right? I think IG is going to have a difficult time on their hands here. Please give us a conclusive, definitive answer. No hedging, Dragon Drop. What do you think?
Well, it's a great question to ask someone who knows something about Dota, which is not me, but I'm still going to say that I like Shenzhen's draft a lot, and I like that team just as much as IG, so there you go. Teams are equal to me, because I'm an equal opportunity team describer or something like that.
You have a way with words. It's magical.
I have a way with words. Yes, I'm only using them professionally. It's fine. No, I like Shenzhen's drafts. I think they have a good mix of damage and utility and just as in your face, this aggression. I think that's a good way to start into the season, start into the game. Just make a statement, you know.
Well, we've seen already that having this kind of dynamic in your face, making a statement draft is not only good enough to win you games, but can win you tournaments, as we've seen in recent times in Dubai. We are not in Dubai, we are in China right now, and we are beginning the DPC. Tour 2 has begun, Division 2 has begun. We have Nev Sensei and Dragon Drop on the map. A fight's about to break out. Gentlemen, take it away before the action kicks off.
Yeah, Frisk is almost there. It might be very well beat first blood, and yes, he is. Kaiko will fall right after the banishment, though, and they're looking for body blocks, and they're getting enough of one to bring down Fly in turn as well. Decided advantage here for Shenzhen, and well, I was about to yell at Snare to wrap it up here because we've already got the first fight, the first bloods, multiple bloods of the season here, Nev.
Yeah, and unfortunately some technical difficulties to start me out. It looks like we did not have properly synced audio there, so hopefully we can get that one sorted out in just a second. You know, we are masters of production over here, Drag and Drop.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but also fortunate for me since I'm not actually doing it this time. So,
absolutely,
I do thank you for your effort.
We're fixed.
And
we did catch that team fight at the very least, though.
Yep. Drink, though, looking to sneak another bounty rune, and he'll tie up the kill score here with that attempt. It's just, I mean, level 1 tag team, if you have 2 extra people, it's just insane.
Way too much damage. Yeah, they did end up nerfing it to 20 a little while ago rather than 25, and you know the slow on it was also nerfed by a little bit, but it doesn't really change the fact when you have you know, a potential tri-laner, a bunch of heroes on top of somebody going for first blood with Tusk, it just ends up doing way too much damage.
Yeah, insane. Like I said, is Hara once again with the banishment, and it's a good setup actually for the meld. I haven't really considered that, but. Look at that, just one combo and JT's almost dead. Hara, they're fighting him in turn.
Yeah,
there's going to be a lot of region forced out here already.
Yeah, JT needed to turn around right away there. Meld actually has so much minus armor. You end up losing 5 just with the first point into it. So Death Prop was actually taking bonus physical there. So level 1 Meld Strike is actually pretty sick. I definitely think that ability needs a nerf. It wasn't something that people picked up right away. They would just go like side blades, refraction. A lot of the time,
yeah.
But now, you know, -5 armor at level 1, I think is a little bit too ridiculous alongside the bonus damage that it gives you.
Oh yeah, it's also insane to see when you see TA's set up in the lane, just sitting there melded, waiting for someone to come along, and then you have the double meld strike at level 1.
Yeah, the -10 armor. It lasts too long as well. It ended up lasting a super long time, 12 seconds. Why Death Prophet didn't really get back and started taking way too much damage.
Yeah.
There's way too many reasons that hero is good. You can flex it to the mid or the safe lane. It, you know, carries from the mid, so you can run like more utility heroes from pause 1 and then not run out of damage. It is absolutely insane. Yeah, please nerf this hero. I've had enough with Templar Assassin.
Well, it didn't take long, but yeah.
I gotta do things other than complain about this game. I feel like I complained about the opening draft. I'm complaining now that we're in the laning phase. This is DPC. We're getting hyped up here, Drag and Drop. Enough complaining.
Yep. Well, I'd rather you complain than start talking about anime again. So I'll throw my... I'll make that statement.
I thought the Black Flash reference was pretty clutch. I don't know.
Yeah, you're gonna have to explain that one to me.
Man, obviously
at one point.
Appreciate
not now, please. Do not do it now.
Right,
let's take a look at these online. Yeah. Mid lane, obviously, we're gonna have this the Spirit on Spirit matchup, which seems to be like a bit of skill-based one, maybe slight advantage towards the Ember, with the ability to farm a Flame Guard.
They also improved Ember Spirit a little bit this patch, you know. Lower cooldown on Sleight of Fist, grass that comes out from it. Obviously a little bit better during the laning phase. Yumo's going to try to stand his ground against him, it looks like, but it's also a little bit harder to break the Flame Guard now, I believe.
Oh yeah, been casting with Gibbs a lot, and she kept going on about it. It's like this. I don't think there's any hero that can really reliably break it anymore. So you can keep it up the entire time, harass with it, and also farm very effectively.
Yeah, now breaks after 121 damage. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like... Wait, how much does Static Remnant do from Storm Spirit level 1 again?
75? 80. Ah, that's close.
No, Static Remnant
Oh,
from
Static
Storm
Remnant from
damage.
Storm. Ah, yeah.
What is it?
I don't know, it's not in the game, I can't look it up, but it's... it's not... It's, 75, I think, or 80.
No, it does like 120 or 140, yeah. It's a ridiculous amount of damage. I can't remember if they changed to 120 at level 1, though. If that's the case...
It is 120. Oh, what?
Yeah, then it doesn't break Flame Guard. They changed the Flame Guard just enough so it doesn't get broken by one Storm Spirit Remnant. That is the only reason they would have made it 121.
Yeah.
That's something I didn't really think about. So the Ember Spirit matchup is a little bit better against the Storm Spirit matchup. Down in the bottom lane, Wraith King putting the hurt on the Pangolier, but he was holding Swashbuckle there, so he's able to just walk away.
He's also already got the Ring of Health, plus his trusty friend. Grimstroke giving him an extra salve. It's a lot of back and forth here, but so far Wraith King is doing well enough. He's got his own region item, the Helm of Iron Will, of course, an inbuilt lifesteal. Do you see any kill potential here, unless Oracle just somehow disappears?
I mean, it more so comes down to whether or not he wastes his Swashbuckle and goes forward with it. Like, they could get a kill with enough Vampiric spirits.
Hang on, top lane, Kaiko. He's in a lot of trouble here. Disruption rule comes out in time. Frisk super low inside the trees, trying to catch him with the Shadow Poison, but out of mana now. It's just gonna have to be right clicks, and that'll be it. Hara getting that kill.
Yeah, they do end up losing him. Unfortunate. They tried to dodge out the Shadow Poisons, but they ended up just walking him down, and that's more than good enough.
Yep. No, like the old saying, "Hey, I'm walking here."
Yeah, exactly, Dragon Traffic. This actually
Snare face bombing.
No, Snare's not here anymore. We're supposed to pretend that he's like off of camera.
Yeah,
he's disappeared. He's been
gone.
Thanos snapped.
Okay.
He's not allowed to exist inside the game.
Drink.
Yeah.
Counter rotating in here is Frisk. Guess he was refilling the bottle. He was also trying to make something happen against the Ember Spirit Battle for level 6, but yeah.
Let's look at some of these other lanes here. I want to talk about top lane, because that was the one lane where they actually had a fairly strong, or like a better matchup, the Tusk and the Death Prophet, but it ended up going down. And the Tusk just moment ago. Oh, back here in the mid lane. Stroke.
Yep. I feel like we've seen that one before.
Yeah, the level 6-minute rotations for the power runes. Should have seen that one coming.
Yeah.
You know, you just didn't want to interrupt me. You were being a good friend. That's all.
Oh, yes, of course, of course. Also good caster because, yeah. That's the way it goes. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Absolutely. So,
Drink is right back there and gets rid of that Observer Ward. Very nicely done. Easy money.
You think Drink is going to try to commit onto the Void Spirit here in the mid lane? You think Emo's going to be too out of
Thinking they're going
to up in top.
Try and commit on top. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one though. The TP in, going straight on top of Kaiko. But Ash is right there to turn this one around. Kaiko is still alive with another set of refractions charges. And he's being healed up by the Oracle. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Oracle is dead. Frisk trying to run away. This is a disaster death. It's going to be another kill here. 1 each, I think. Oh, Hara got 2. And Ember, he just came in all the way from mid.
Yeah, but almost be
Ash not getting it.
almost 1,000 net worth in XP for those kills there. But yeah, those refractions just came up. It's super fortunate timing for the Templar Assassin there.
It was skill, dude.
Yeah,
skill.
Skill. The man ran the numbers in his head, knew it was when it was going to come off a cooldown, and just played around it. Absolute genius.
Yep. Oh, going again on mid here. They're going to try, but a bit of a stun, bit of a silence. We'll put an end to that.
Yeah, not going to be able to finish off Emo here. And it's difficult to get the kills off in a Void Spirit. They tried to time together like the stun, the Phantom's Embrace, but Emo still managed to get that off him pretty quickly.
Go again. Banishment, Ash. Being gone on here. Does not a Flame Guard right now.
Yep, another 8 seconds.
Cannot really engage. Doesn't have to engage.
Yeah. They're 8 seconds, so that one's off of cooldown.
Dire are scanning.
You have to get back off. Now with advantage, a little bit in the favor of Shenzhen at this point. And again, we aren't really surprised about that. That's kind of what we said would happen if they end up losing a lot of lanes. Oh god, Emo!
That is a lot of damage. Double shot. What?
For you?
Oh! That was getting her up top. But damn, what was that, Ollie? He purged off the flame guard. That's the only reason that works. But damn.
Yeah, purges off the flame guard and then does the zigzag back and forth onto him. And I think he was surprised by just how quickly both those came out there by Emo. Super fast reactions from him. Oh,
it's quick cast right there.
Extremely well coordinated. Another argument for me to switch over to quick cast eventually. I still haven't done it.
Yeah, I've got some items in quick cast. Some item slots.
Lizard was lecturing me, lecturing everybody. He instantly just go up 500 MMR if you get used to quick cast.
Oh, yeah. Probably.
At least 500 MMR, he was saying.
But well, that's not us, because we're not tryhards. Oh, Ash is gonna find 1 bounty rune, 2 bounty runes! And he's gonna get out.
The smooth criminal. Gets in, gets that good stuff, and then gets out.
It's Grand Theft bounty rune. He's farming a neat little stack there with that old flame god.
You know who's been off the map, and it's kind of concerning that she's been off the map, is the Templar Assassin.
That is true. And
everyone's forgotten about her for a little while.
She's been busy. Kaiko sitting at 4.7k. Like Ember with all these rotations, all this action mid. Ash has not actually amassed a lot of net worth, certainly in comparison to Emo. But yeah, this Templar Assassin is exactly where we wanted to be.
And it's kind of how you play Dota right now in the current patch. It's like the same patch as before, but faster, right? Usually around like the 15 to 25 minute mark. That's when you want to be putting tons of pressure on the enemies, and that's the kind of timing Templar Assassin loves going for. So it makes her even better than she was in the previous patch.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't put a lot of pressure on her, I mean, it's not for lack of trying, right? They dove her right under the tower twice.
They did, yeah. And they tried to get like one of the best lanes against her. The Death Prophet and the Tusk is like, that's a kill lane. But they
really backfired, and now she has a ton of net worth. Like we talked about it. She's very good at farming camps, farming waves very quickly. And now 11 minutes in, gonna go right bottom, fly. I don't think you want to stick around here to see the trap on the tower naturally. Dolme.
The issue with
ultimate ready to go.
The issue with going on a fly here is he's got a chip fest, he's got an armlet, he has his ultimate available as well, and they have no way to burn his mana. So if they commit onto him under this tier 1, odds are they get punished for it, right? Especially Death Prophet comes in with an exorcism.
Oh yeah. Downside is not committing means that you don't actually get that tower trade. I mean, this tower bottom is still very healthy, and their own tower up top has been abandoned.
Yeah, very unhealthy.
Yeah, so it's the opposite of healthy.
Yeah, so
now
end up getting nothing.
Smoke rotation.
Yeah, if they don't end up connecting with this smoke onto the Death Prophet, they waste so much time. They've spent the last like 2 minutes not really accomplishing much.
Oh,
it
JT.
looks like they're gonna get it.
Oh no! The chance!
Look, JT's just gonna walk away. He just walks away. Oh no!
Just walk away, lol.
That is an absolute disaster. So, like I said, they ended up wasting a lot of time.
You were setting them up for it, and if it's kind of
this isn't a 5v5 anymore. This is a 6v5 where the caster ends up cursing one of the teams.
All right. So what you're saying is I need to use my caster curse powers
against
to curse
me.
IG. Yeah. Okay. This smoke from IG, though, in contrast, will go extremely well, and they'll get a full 5-man wipe as actually going in straight on top of the Templar Assassin. Kaiko with another direction shot. There's the disruption save. The turnaround from Dolme, but they have to fight into the exorcism. Kaiko, I'm not sure if he wants to stand, but now with the reinforcements coming in, trying to focus on this Oracle. Super low. Tasta is first. That Prophet dead as well. Hara can run away from the Skelly Bros, probably. His Fly is trying to run away. Ash with another chains here. They can burn him down twice if he's all alone. No problems whatsoever. And Emo, he's out of spells, out of mana to really change this. Like Fly. Another gentle jump across.
And respawns. They come out now, but just a moment too late. He was under the tier 1 tower. That would have been able to help. Maybe if he survived another 5 seconds, they could come in and save him. But all of that set up by using that Templar Assassin up in the air and then missing the Aether Remnant. End up connecting with the Ancient Creep rather than the TA.
Well, Nev, mission accomplished.
Yeah. Now,
curse on curse.
A lot of people are saying those new Ancients aren't good for anything. I disagree. Set that play up for the Templar Assassin. Very cool.
Again on mid, though. That's a lot of bursts.
It's a lot of T-tours here from your observer.
A lot of T-tours, yeah. Good thing I can yell at someone else this time for missing those. It was just a lot of bursts, though. Like, he used it to Remnant into Follow Fortune's End, so it's not a whole lot that poor Ember Spirit can do there.
Yeah, that's our intern, Michael, ended up missing those kills.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, I don't know why we
no one knows how many people are involved in this, so might as well blame Michael, you know.
We took
a smoke again.
The DPC, but you know, obviously did not pay off. But yeah, this smoke hopefully connects. If you get the Tusk, I feel like you want a bigger target than that, and you get emo.
Here we go. Nice. Blink forward, by the way, from Dolme. He has that.
Yeah. And
that's the follow-up.
I'm pretty sure he realizes, alright, even if I get that Yield Scepter off, I'm pretty sure I die anyway. They just stun me the moment I come down. So there was 2 times, like, they didn't end up chain stunning him. They only hit him once. Oh no, they hit him twice with the Pango roll. I think once to finish him off and another time to get the stun off on him. But once they connected that Searing Chains, he was already dead. It's like the popular anime phrase in Fist to the North Star. You know that one, right, Dragon Drop?
We talked about anime references. I do not know that one.
Come on.
No. If you want to make anime references, make references to Dragon's Blood. It's the only one I've seen.
That's a lot of dragons.
That makes sense. I can go with that.
Unfortunately, no dragons in this game, and Dragon Knight was nerfed before Season 2 came out.
Yeah.
So.
Jakiro's pretty good, though, and that's all that really matters. Best hero in the game.
True.
It's really fair that none of these teams picked it up. But yeah, how much of an issue is it that Ashe is still playing catch-up mode here? Sitting at 5.5k net worth, doesn't even have the Maelstrom completed. And runs into a lot of people here. Looks like they might want to try to burst him down, but this time he has friends, but it's not going to be enough to save him. They're just walking away from this one.
You say how much of a problem it is, I say yes. It is definitely
yes,
a problem.
indeed. Kaiko, they're not quite walking into him. Frisk is still dead for all he can do anything about it. Now instead using that ultimate on the Death Prophet. I'm not sure if they can burst it down through that and Spirit Siphon. Oh, what they can? Never mind.
Yep, that is a Desolator completed on the Templar Assassin. You have negative armor, and she's got 4 charges. She's got 5 charges, or 6 charges now. Sorry. And it goes up by intervals of 2.
I briefly forgot how far ahead they are on the 0.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Invictus
here we go, mid.
reminded as well.
Hara, counter kill, very nicely done. 1 for 1. And there's Naruto. There's the follow from Dolme. No stuns though. But Emo, he does have another simulate. Super low, and you can't get that far away. He is not gonna be dead just yet. Another slide fist, but he's out of range. Frisk on the Tusk.
Yeah, now it looks like
barely keeping his mid alive.
Yeah. Excellent job there by them. I wanted to talk a little more about the top lane, but alright, it looks like the engagements are finally over. This Templar Assassin is becoming a serious problem. Fortunately, the Ember Spirit, like you mentioned, is pretty far behind. The fact that you don't have your Maelstrom completed means that you're not able to push out lanes quickly. So a hero like any Spirit here, Void Spirit in particular, is able to get on top of you and set up kills on you very quickly while you're trying to clear out a wave. So yes, this Ember Spirit not having the Maelstrom completed is a massive problem. Your Templar Assassin is still at the top of the net worth. It's kind of what you wanted to happen this game. But you're only just completing your Maelstrom here as the Ember Spirit now at almost 18 minutes in the game. It's being flown out to him now. You are going to be not a very big factor in these team fights. You're not going to be able to kill this Oracle in the back line. That's kind of what you want the Ember Spirit's job to be this game.
Yeah. Alright, here we go again. Not a smoke, and as we all know, smoking kills. The question is, who does it kill this time? I'm running into Fly. He has a Desolator of his own, and... Okay, never mind.
Smoking kills nobody this game.
Yeah, not this time anyway. It will kill the tower, and if you believe the Towers of Souls, then 1, you're weirdo, but 2, at least
correct,
you would be right in this.
Gets souls for killing towers.
Does he?
Towers have souls, yeah.
Oh, wow. Alright, Dota 2 is a weird game.
It doesn't look like they want to commit onto it. I think they're worried about them turning the game back around on them. Wraith King has just completed his Desolator as well. He does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Again, it's difficult to set up on people where the Wraith King is already standing. That's part of the reason why they picked this hero. If you get a quick jump off into someone, it could blow them up. Okay, great. But taking any objectives, it looks like is a little bit difficult for Shenzhen.
Yeah. Can't do that blow-up play against the Wraith King, man. This is... He's always gonna... Like, even if you get to kill him very quickly, he's always gonna buy a couple of seconds time for the rest of his team to come in and then reset the fight. So, going on him, normally a bad idea unless you're entirely sure where everyone else is.
Yeah. And they're doing a pretty good job at playing off the map right now. They can see Emo down in the bottom lane, though. And they think, alright, well, that's our hero by himself. If nobody else is set up there, we're going to go for him. But, you know, this guy's a gamer. He's not going to fall for tricks like that. Come on. Is Emo we're talking about here.
He's pressing buttons. He knows what the minimap is. In case you guys don't, it's the thing in the bottom left that shows the entire map, but small.
I see.
Yeah.
I was told I wasn't allowed to look at that. It's like screen peeking in multiplayer games.
Yeah. You'd think it was cheating, but it's actually a part of the game.
I guess my brother lied to me. No wonder he wanted to play, you know, against me a lot of the time.
Yeah. Alright. Profit with the BKB completed now. So IG, they're getting some things going for them here. And at some point, what's going to be the strategy? How do you deal with this Tempt Assassin? How do you keep Kaiko from just taking your face off?
More armor. They're still a very long way off of that one. It looks like Fly's solution is a Heaven's Halberd, though. I suppose you get one on the Tusk as well, but he needs a Blink Dagger first to be able to get in and save someone with the Snowball. So you want her to jump somebody, you don't want to get blown up in one auto attack, and kind of put her in an awkward position. If it's only the TA doing damage, Heaven's Halberds and extra armor is going to be able to deal with that one. So I think they're looking to stall this one out, like post 25-minute timing that I was talking about. At that point, the Templar Assassin will start to fall off. And, you know, not much has really happened in the last couple of minutes. We're still only at 6 Desolator charges, drag and drop.
Well, it's the timer we're looking at now.
They're going to walk into all heroes, though. And the Shadow Demon is set up perfectly for this one.
BKB from TA as well. There's Snowball to the latest here, going straight on top of the Ember Spirit. Very vulnerable, but they're linked together, trying to burst down the Void Spirit. And, well, he's got some borrowed time there, the False Promise, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. JT looking for more, though. They're right on top of Kaiko. They'll find him. Buyback from Ember Spirit here, but now it's just cleanup time here. Ash is not powerful enough to really change this.
Once the Templar Assassin is taken care of, then the fight becomes pretty easy. Ash was forced to buy back, and it's going to slow his game down even more. Again, all he's got is this Maelstrom, so they end up taking out the Templar Assassin there, but he spent a lot of time walking around, not being able to jump these heroes in that team fight. Kind of walked back. It looks like she has absolutely no plan on taking these 5v5 engagements. And I don't know, at some point you're going to have to in order to force an objective. Otherwise, IG is going to stall the game as much as they want and eventually run you over with these Heaven's Halberds. So, even though Shenzhen was ahead, they definitely lost that team fight from losing the TA. And at the rate they're going at, I'm pretty sure they're going to lose this game. They take fights like that.
Yeah. So they gotta feel the pressure. It's not just the fact that you have this very singular damage focus right now from the TA, because as we said, Ember Spirit's not doing particularly well at the moment. And it's also that there's a lot of wasted damage, right? There's a lot of healing from the Oracle. I mean, that false promise of nothing else, it just meant that You want to pump it a bit of extra damage towards the Void Sword, just make sure that he pops afterwards. And then there's Wraith King.
They realize that they're on a
ultimate,
timer
coming
now.
right
They
back.
smoke up and they want to use his 8-second BKB on the Templar Assassin. They can catch the Death Prophet. That is an excellent start to the team fight. That BKB is not going to save you, my friend.
You think so?
The Spirit Siphon might,
though. Healing very hard, but another jump and another kill. So not enough time for the reinforcements to appear.
I am pleasantly surprised by how tanky that Death Prophet was. She ended up getting the plate mail, which she wouldn't have had before. She's going for the Shiva's Guard now, but again, that goes to show you how. Oh no!
Yeah, this is not his game. Not by a long shot.
Oh my god, the confidence here from Fly. I wish I could be like this. He just walks right into the pit and starts hitting Roche after chasing the enemies out. This is a Chad Wraith King, man.
This is my Roshan. He's just gonna be in their hands.
I'm pretty sure they're fastest to emo.
Yeah. Hey, you have your own ages on Wraith King, right? It's not. I mean, sometimes you still pick it up if you're the only tower hit or the only real big problem.
Absolutely.
But more often than not, you give it to mid. Make sure you have that extra juiciness, extra survivability spread out a bit.
Yeah. Otherwise, they just ignore the Wraith King in the team fights. They kill everybody else. Now it becomes a little bit harder. Why kill the person with 3 lives if we can just kite him around, right?
Yep. Speaking of kiting, there's the halberd completed for Fly, so he is a force to be reckoned with. He is that counter to the TA, so at this point, Shenzhen, they need to find the right angle. They need to be the ones initiating and taking out people before the fight even starts.
Yeah. Templar Assassin now realizing some of the issues that she has before she struggled to blow up that Death Prophet fast enough. I mean, I think it was just like the plate mail and the dragon scale that she had last time ended up giving her way too much armor to be brought down quickly. The Daedalus will kind of solve these problems for her once she's got this one completed, but again, it's coming out a little bit too slow. You're beginning to lose your advantage, and you're the only hero on your team that is putting out this damage. Like, yes, Ember Spear can start team fights, yes, Pango can control people, but for IG, the only person they care about is his TA, and that makes the TA's game so hard.
Yep. Also hard to engage into IG when they're in formation like this. They can just run down tower after tower.
What kind of formation would you call this one? If you had to make up a word.
I'm blanking. The blank formation.
Gargoyle Flux formation.
Gargoyle Flux. Alright. Is that another anime word?
Just because you don't understand it doesn't make it anime, drag and drop.
I know, with you it's 50-50. But yeah, you could tell by the way Shenzhen was moving across the map, they weren't even confident enough to counter push on this bottom lane. Like, weren't really going for this tier 2, while IG was going for theirs in mid. So it's not really getting a whole lot out of the map right now. They're moving out as 5 to secure their own jungle.
Yeah.
This is very dangerous though. IG, they want it. They are hunting.
Oh, looks like they're going to find Drank. Yeah, they end up scouting him out. As soon as this Wraith King goes on him, he is dead.
Yep.
And pow! Yeah, there it is. Drink is brought down. I mean, his death doesn't really matter that much. Right now, he's just working on Aghanim Scepter. He's trying to become Wraith King, but stronger.
That is not the worst strategy, yeah?
Yeah, but it does show the lack of confidence like you're talking about. They know they cannot fight into ING at the moment. Templar Assassin is their only damage. All they can do is play around the map. Ember Spirit's going to be decent at that. Templar Assassin, in fact, might want to switch her build to Aghanim Scepter in order to just split push lanes and whatnot, install this out. Yeah. The longer this goes, I think the better off IG are. But at the moment, I don't see a way for them to take a fight into IG, so maybe you play this out, wait for IG to make mistakes, go as late as possible. Not a good strategy, but maybe the only one that they have right now.
You certainly wait until the Aegis is gone, right? That's the minimum. And then you see what you can see, you know, trying to establish some vision, trying to establish something here, but once again, a support card out. That's the price you pay for trying to get something out of a bad situation here.
Yep, he died very quickly.
There's enough space for Ash to finish up the BKB, so he has a way out if he gets it off. But IG Ante-Portas, they're knocking down the front door, Neff.
Yep. They realize, all right, we've got a minute left on this Aegis. We're stronger than you. You've got 10 seconds till Shadow Demon's back up. They forced the Fortify. I think this should increase Fortify time?
No.
Or increase cooldown, sorry, not Fortify time. That was a ridiculous question. I hate Fortify with all of my heart and soul.
It's like, what? Increase the duration? No,
increase
dude.
the cooldown.
That's a bad idea. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I'd be surprised if they did, but it doesn't change the fact that I want it to happen. Oh, looks like we're about to see a clash down here in the bottom jungle. They're going to smoke up and potentially run into the worst hero at the worst place, walking up into the high ground during the nighttime.
At least they're not walking up the other high ground where 2 remnants are set up.
Yeah. It was aesthetically pleasing at the very least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Into the Wraith King would be absolutely awful, though. And they end up scouting out these observer wards. They know they can't go on a fly. His positioning is excellent, and he actually ends up getting the Shadow Demon on the back line.
He's just gone, and now you have to retreat. That's just the long and short of it here. Drink should be able to get that TP out. They don't have vision to interrupt it.
Yeah.
No further casualties, but oof, it's
no.
Does not bode well. What?
They ended up catching out the Templar Assassin.
Oh, what?
The blind Aether Remnant into the trees, interrupting the teleport.
What?
Emo! He is goated.
They were out. And then Emo says, nope.
This is what they were
stuck
talking
in here
about
with you.
when people
You're
say
stuck
goated
in
with
here
the sauce.
me. Yeah. Oh, Ash, no. Not you too.
Not Ash.
All
right.
Be running out, yeah. No follow-up this time, but look at the damage that he did just with the single stun.
His health points are gone.
Yeah, it's more than 1,000 damage. And he's done for 50 seconds still. There's no buyback.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, if you don't feel so safe, like in the back of the trees, the enemies are pretty far away from you, the odds of him landing that one are so low. And, you know, I agree with her. You don't pop the BKB to TP out there. That would be ridiculous. But they ended up connecting that Aether Remnant against all odds. Oh, backside of the fight.
Go in, defensive disruption here. They might be able to get the first life of the Wraith King. So far, so good. I mean, Nash at the very least is able to slow them down, and decent amount of damage on the turn. False promise. Now for the save, they're putting them together. Can they do enough damage here to kill him off the second time? I don't think so. Not quite. They got pretty damn close, though.
They did. They did that without the Templar Assassins, though. Making good use of Pango ultimate and just spamming out that Sleight of Fist. I want to see where the majority of that damage came from that team fight. Looks like it was just the Ember Spirit spamming out his W. So he's doing something, but imagine if he didn't have to buy back. Imagine if he had a better game. I mean,
if he had, if he just has one more item there.
Yeah.
That's a kill on Wraith King, I'm pretty sure.
So they're doing their best to defend here, but their backs are definitely against the wall. But IG, they made this push happen without an Aegis.
Yep, they're still hanging around. Ooh. Remnant comes across. They see Kaiko, but no follow-up ready.
Yeah. See the gem change the first time the DPC. How do you feel about it?
I don't know. I kind of like the you having to drop it to get high ground vision.
You like that? I thought it was like a kind of quirky Dota thing. It's a very Dota thing having to drop a gem to get high ground vision. It's like a feature.
Yeah. It is, but it makes it that little bit more risky, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, imagine if there's an Invis hero next to you, but then you would notice that there was an Invis hero because he had a gem, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't be the first time that someone lost the item after dropping it briefly.
It would not be the first time.
It would not be the first time, no.
Alright,
really Kaiko.
When that happened more often with like Trank boots, people would go in the jungle. Oh!
Dome, he's in though. I don't think that's the right play, and they don't think so either.
Yeah, but now they're going to back off.
Mirrors of my delight.
Yeah, it's better to channel that that role and not need it rather than the other way around, I guess.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Local flames now.
Yeah, man, they have so many tools inside of IG right now. Salkuras is completed. Aghanim Scepter, BKB on the Void Spirit. Trying to catch people out. Templar Assassin ended up changing what she was going for. No. She feels confident enough to not go the Aghanim Scepter still. Doesn't want to play the split pushing game. I respect the hell out of it, but I'm not sure how realistic it is.
It's also the fact that she feels like she needs to be the damage dealer, and she would not be wrong. Like that one way to deal with all of the sustain coming out from the Oracle, and also Tusk Blink, like Blink Snowball is a save, is they're just TPing all one by one into the outpost.
It's a pretty lengthy TP.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, the smoke thing going right in though. Drink in the middle. Defensive disruption comes through, but if we're lost Tara in a turn. Kaiko though still alive. That's all that really matters. BKB's out from everybody. Drink will fall. No water for you, sir.
Yeah, Roshan is back up, and that'll buy them a little bit of time. If I was on the side of IG, I might just try to run down mid at this point. You're down 2 heroes. The BKB was popping the Templar's ass, so you could be able to close this game out, but they go for the safer option here. They go for the Roshan, the Aghanim Shard, and the Aegis. They come from this one. But putting Shenzhen into a deeper and deeper hole here. I mean, there was a incredibly lengthy, couple of teleports to go to the shrine there on almost every single hero. But they end up catching out the exact hero they need to. They get on top of the Templar Assassin, they force the disruption onto her, and she's forced to pop the BKB to disengage. And again, without a Templar Assassin hitting anybody, you have no damage, and there's no way to win these team fights.
It's only one way for Shenzhen to engage into these, and having the TA called out initially is the exact opposite of that. Like, can give their best shot. The roll already used, but scattered out. Maintain the vision though. So at least you got that.
Yeah, map kind of dark in the areas, but they want to be able to see them right now for IG.
Alright, still the high ground. How scary is the high ground defense here from Shenzhen?
I mean, Templar Assassin or BKB is back up. She can't burst down a hero with this this dataless build that she's got going on right now. What she got? I guess she's just going for the MKB next. She's a little bit worried about the evasion coming out from these heroes.
Yeah.
You do have a Heaven's Halberd on the Wraith King.
So all loading up on armor. Fly does have that Assault Cuirass, JT, Shiva's God, of course, Human Frisk going for the Lotus Orb. Already has the Plate Mail and the Ghost Scepter on top, so it's making it harder and harder for Kaiko.
Yeah.
To really burst people down, so it's really gonna have to be super fast, you know?
Yeah. This is exactly what they've been waiting for as well. They know the later this goes, the more items we'll have, and the better we'll be able to deal with the Templar Assassin. And her net worth advantage isn't really overwhelming anymore. In fact, the Wraith King has ended up surpassing him.
Keeps trying to bait people out.
Yeah, they're not falling for it though. No, you've got one hero. We've got 3. Well, supports are heroes too. I probably offended a lot of people with that statement, but you know they're not really people. Like certain people are in certain net worth brackets, and others are just less valuable.
Yeah.
That's just the way it goes, I suppose.
Freaking capitalism, man! Come on. What do you have to perpetuate it here? Alright. I think this might be it, though. As both teams are just hoping for someone to overextend just a step or two.
Well, I mean, this does benefit Invictus. Up until the Aegis expires, it benefits them.
Yeah.
So they'll go for a couple more items. He's sitting on 3.8k net worth on the Death Prophet. Wraith King just finished an overwhelming blink. It's kind of crazy. Oracle's working on a blink dagger, so he's able to sit further back. And I think as long as he's alive in these team fights, he's able to blink in and save somebody. You know, his reaction has to be fairly fast to get on whoever the Templar Assassin is committing onto, but I believe he'll be able to do it. So maybe they'll wait for this blink dagger before they go in. Maybe they'll spend the gold on the Death Prophet. Again, sitting on 4k net worth is a lot. Or maybe they'll just try to get these tier 4 neutral items. Completely forgot about that one.
Oh right, there's neutral items in this game.
Yeah, but keeping them boxed into the base is just one more
minutes.
advantage they can have over Shenzhen when they are ready to go in.
Yeah. Stacking all that up. Templar Assassin. Again, no buyback. Spent the money on the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah.
I mean, get some distance here and get some hits in from safety.
Yeah, or maybe you get on top of the Oracle, you Hurricane Pike him so he's not able to disarm you without wasting your BKB. Oh, JT just gonna go in.
Blinking as well from Dolme though. They have some stuns to work with, and they have the Dark Portraits here. When we turn this around, defensive fuels, they just have to wait this out, and that's the Aegis gone. Fly. Gonna get his first life too. Yes, they do with the Dark Portrait. But now the turnaround. BKBs and right back in. Defensive disruption on the Ember. Ash still alive. BKB, defensive remnant. Gonna have to recharge a bit here. Frisk taking a bunch of damage in turn, but saved by the Oracle. Only temporary lives taken.
Boo!
No buybacks, though. Nothing used for Shenzhen apart from like a bunch of their ultimates though.
So everyone ends up getting out of that one alive. Aegis is expended. They end up using the Wraith King ultimate, but that is it for casualties. And now they're going to be able to leave their base finally on the side of Shenzhen, get themselves some tier 4 neutral items, and hopefully a couple other items. But I'm not sure this really helps. I think, 5 minutes will pass and they'll do the exact same thing on IG, except with more items on their side.
I believe, Neff.
All right.
You just have to choose to believe.
All right. You choose to be foolish.
Maybe. But maybe I'll look very smart when all of this is done.
I mean, execution in these team fights is going to be very hard for Shenzhen. Maybe Templar Assassin gets enough damage to blow people up, but they've been countering, the strategy of playing around this TA so well with the itemization on IG from the very beginning. I have been incredibly impressed.
Yeah. I mean, I think Kaiko has the damage. Like, we've seen him do quite a lot against his Void Spirit when he actually gets the hit, but that's the crucial clutch point that you were talking about. Like, if TA gets to hit, and that'll get very tough, certainly outside of these high ground defense situations.
We've seen the Blink Dagger picked up now on the Oracle. Also, the Death Prophet ended up picking up her item as well. She ended up going for a Sheep Stick as her next one. So one more issue for the Templar Assassin. Ooh.
Alright, that's one. The follow-up is a little bit far. They have the stuns, and Fly just safely with the snowball here, buying time. And now, False Promise, and this is where things start to go wrong. Maybe Frisk will burn. And Dolme, okay, he'll just get right-clicked down, and the follow-up stun onto Ash. This is all falling apart. They're gonna get Fly, barely. Yeah. Once again, this power of the of the Grimstroke Dark Portrait. But they paid a lot to make that happen.
Yeah. And this is also one of the win conditions, we talked about that one earlier. Grimstroke trying to become Wraith King, but better. And he did exactly that in the team fight. You get to hear with bonus damage, the Magic Community.
Just go in with the Shape Stick. Goodbye, Hara. Maybe not. Snowball comes in. Defensive Destruction keeps them alive for just a little bit longer. Forces them to go in, but there's no one to punish them here. Kaiko right there. Invis. It's not going to matter. Goodbye, sir. See you next game, I want to say.
It's not over yet, Dragon Drop. You were the one who had faith earlier. And after taking in the last team fight, I believe in Shenzhen as well.
Okay.
They had absolutely no business killing that Wraith King there, but they somehow managed to make that one happen.
Dude, stop cursing them. Alright.
Another 10 seconds until Pan goes back up. He's got his ultimate available. Templar Assassin's got buyback as well. If they can catch these heroes out on the cliff here, bouncing on the ramp, going up to the high ground, they can take this fight. Looks like they're going to wait for Ember Spirit to come back up, though. So they lose one Rax, they lose a tier 3 tower. That's all they lose.
Well, the only building that you really need is the Ancient.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, thank you.
Wise words, Dragon.
With these wise words, just like no rest for the best, and the only health point that you need is the last one.
Yeah. You're a fountain of wisdom.
Just putting all of those out there. Ollie, he's been degraded to award status.
Unfortunate.
No, if the game goes past 40 minutes, supports might as well just be wards. Very sad.
I mean, these supports, they have like one purpose inside these team fights. Basically, the Tusk is meant to stall things out if his teammates are out of position, or the Templar Assassin manages to get the jump on them. The Oracle just wants to get his ult off. But there's a lot of damage coming in from the Death Prophet, Void Spirit, the Wraith King. On the side of Shenzhen, it's basically all the TA.
Yep.
It's Hara is kind of demoted to war status. You can buy yourself a little bit of time with the disruption, but that's about it.
Sometimes that's enough for them to get that jump out. Dolme actually has a refresher orb, so you can have 2 sets of rolling thunders. Gonna be necessary considering that they need to use 1 for the Wraith King life, essentially.
He's had that for a little while. He used it in the previous team fight.
Yeah.
But now
fly,
trying to
fly
into the Wraith.
Okay, he just what?
Oh my! The damage.
That's not allowed. You're not supposed to do that. We're ganking you. And now Kaiko, the Snowball Cross, falls into the BKB. Might be able to get frisk before he can. Nope. Now he's gonna burn down to the fire, but another jump in. That's Drink going down. Has to buy back to cast a spell. Another proof of them rooted together. Pretty big.
JT.
Make something up with that. They have another Rolling Thunder here. Emo with his own BKB.
They're stalling this
one out. He'll be able to get out. Another jump forward. Dolme. He wants him, but this is just the first life for Wraith King. This is not a fight that you can reasonably take.
Yeah, they're stalling that one out. They're waiting for the Rolling Thunders to be finished. I think they'll go back in after this. The entire time, the Death Prophet held the Sheepstick waiting for Templar Assassin to make the initiation, then disable him afterwards. You saw that he ended up using his BKB fairly early in that team fight, but that's exactly why TA was not able to jump any of these heroes. They know the moment I do, JT's just going to hit me with that Hex and keeping him zoomed out in these fights. As they started that one off, Firefly just jumping forward to the enemy, smoking him, going like, yeah, it doesn't matter. If they kill me, you know, my team will be here in time.
No fears whatsoever, and now straight back into Roshan. Aegis Cheese and an Aghanim's Blessing.
Now, who's this one go to?
It's not going to go to Fly.
Yeah.
Wait, who got it?
Fly. You were right.
Oh, he's going to go to Fly. What? I mean, he's not dying much in these fights.
Eat it. He's not eating it. Is Tusk trying to make an argument for it? It's possible that Tusk is like, come on. I can give him a kick.
Kicked him back into the fountain. But that's where they heal. Come on, dude.
That ability is actually a lot of fun now that it's vector targeting. I'm not sure if you've seen it yet.
I have not, no.
You can kick somebody who's in front of you behind you. Your leg will do like weird stuff that no leg is meant to do.
360 no scope.
Yeah,
Chuck
something
Norris
like
roundhouse
that.
kick.
Yeah, it's like you got an extra joint in your leg.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright, 27k gold ahead. IG with every advantage that they could possibly have at this point. Still waiting to find the right jump. Still respecting this burst power from the TA. Like, again, if Kaiko gets a hit, things can get a bit dicey.
Templar Assassin. She's safe for buyback now as well.
Oh. Okay.
Quick work of that one.
There's the Yules. That's problematic, but defensive disruption turns this one around. The link together. There's the stuns. Goodbye, number 1. Goodbye, number 2. That's the Aegis. Gonna stay alive a little bit longer because of this Wraith King Axe. But they're not really doing a lot of damage to Shenzhen here. Dolme is just going ham, but now finally caught with the hacks. Enough of these, and now right on top of Kaiko. They're all gone, but they're all back. Buybacks galore. Another defensive disruption here to keep Drink alive. And they were extended here to stand onto Ash. He is dead. It's just not his game. But still, Fly on his first life. Dolme might be able to finish him. Oh, can't even do that. Because of the Oracle here, and this is probably the end of it here.
She's eaten by the Void Spirit. I mean, they just can't go forward onto this guy. They can't even get the first life here by Flyfly. They immediately clear the Dark Portrait this time as well.
Yeah, it was super low because Flyfly was super low.
Oh.
As JT is buying space to finish off this bottom racks. Top one's still standing, but for how long?
Not long, probably. I think he's playing at pretty low HP right now. But he's just going to go up to the top lane. I mean, the other two lanes, the creeps being pushed all the way in, they're going to open this one up. It's already exposed. Flyfly, do you think it's a little bit... I think it's a little bit impatient trying to go up here. I think your team is a little bit far away from you.
That's probably fine. Then again, that's his first life. For free, more or less. They still have the Dark Portrait.
Yeah, and he might have been impatient.
Stunt. Ooh, Flyfly BKB trying to run away, and that'll be it.
Yeah. They don't want to walk outside
the range racks.
He did get the range racks, but a little bit spooky. You gotta keep in mind, kills this patch with a lot more for the rubber band effect than it was in the previous one. So, yeah, their backs are against the wall here, but do keep in mind, you die without buyback in a game against Templar Assassin, she will rip through your buildings in no time at all.
Long way off from that, though.
Yeah, but given the mid-tier 1 is still up, I might be, exaggerating a little bit. But.
In a different game, that would have been a point worth considering. In this one, we're not there yet. I mean, it's not that it can't go that way if IG just completely fumble. Just 1 yard away from the finish line or something like that, or one yard away from touchdown. Is that what you say?
1 yard, aka 3 gallons or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't follow hand egg, so
I don't follow that measurement system, unfortunately.
All right. And there's one buyback on Shenzhen. That's the Shadow Demon. By the way, Shadow Demon, how much does it bother you that he doesn't have that diamond in the top bar indicating his ultimate status? Some reason he doesn't have that. What everyone else does.
That top diamond is a bait and is useless a lot of the time.
Not true.
Any hero who has an ultimate with charges, the diamond is always green.
I don't see a diamond at all.
Yeah, but, a lot of the diamonds are just useless anyways.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna go in here, trying to make a play on Voids, where he has still all of his defensive utility. Jump in the back here from Ash, trying to deal with his supports, unable to do so. Goodbye, Oracle. Meanwhile, in front, JT trying to create chaos. Goodbye, Shadow Demon. He can come back. Disrupt drink. Nope, not quite. No Dark Portrait anymore. No Soulbind. No nothing. No Ash either. Anyone who dies here is not going to be coming back. And that'll be Hara. That'll be Kaiko who actually gets the TP. A couple of meters back to the fountain, but the GG is called. There's no way back into this. IG, cool, calm, and collected. They played this out safely and successfully in the end.
And it was inevitable, unfortunately, Dragon Drop, that IG end up winning this one. It looks like they knew exactly what they had to do in that game, and they did it.
Yep. Shenzhen with a good early start, but they missed the transition. They didn't really get to a point where they could really put the squeeze on IG.
Well, with that, I will welcome back our wonderful host, Snare.
Gentlemen, 51 minutes in, right? Shenzhen, they held for a really, really, really long time. Spent a lot of time just trying to keep that game going, but what happened? It really did feel like to me watching that game that this was a confidence issue, right? 15 minutes in, things are looking positive for Shenzhen. They've got this Desolator. They're trying to do things on the map. Then they lose that one fight around Roche and they sort of give up. What happened?
Yes.
Dragon Drop, go ahead. You look like you have the answer.
I just said yes.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of missed the transition. It's this kind of tempo draft where, like, you have a super farm Templar Assassin, but if you don't push across the map with it, if you don't restrict map control from this Wraith King so he can't farm, then things get a little bit difficult, especially when your mid player is having such a rough game. I mean, Ash did not really contribute much of anything. I mean, caught a couple of people with chains at times, but that was about it. And you really needed more out of him with the TA1 position. They needed to both be strong semi-carries in that sense. You know.
It's actually interesting because we spoke about this on the panel beforehand about how for him to succeed in this game, the Ember Spirit would need to get to the back lines, isolate Oli on the Oracle, at the very least interrupt the saving mechanisms from the side of IG, but that never really happened. It only started to happen towards the latter portion of the game. And at that point, it's a little bit too late because like you said, Dragon Drop, he was so underfarmed. But also what didn't help, Neff, is the fact that you said it yourself, right? Draft can be as good as it can be, but if the other team is playing better than you, executing fights better than you, then you're unlikely to win out that game. And there were several times we saw here that although they got a really good start to the fight, the execution would just let them down in pretty much every single team fight, Nev.
Yeah. I think part of the issue is that they itemized so well on Invictus Gaming. They knew Shenzhen wins condition very well. They've run this draft themselves a lot of time. It was super popular in the previous patch as well. So it was super easy for them to play around that. Once they had them boxed in the base, I think at that point it was over. Shenzhen, they hesitated a couple times early game when they had enough advantage to kind of play into Invictus Gaming instead of just reacting to them. But they didn't press their advantage off of that one enough. So strategic advantage, I'd say, was Invictus Gaming. I still really did like Shenzhen draft, and there were moments of brilliance there where they took these team fights that they didn't really have any business winning, in my opinion, which was pretty cool. But in the end, Invictus Gaming, they were just like the better team here in game number 1.
IG certainly the better team. Shenzhen, they held on as long as they could, took fights that they had no business taking, but it didn't ultimately round up in them being successful in game 1. However, it is a best of 3 series, so there's a lot more Dota to come from them. And if they're able to at the very least demonstrate that they have the kind of mental fortitude to keep playing a losing game as long as they did, does hopefully give us some kind of optimism for them going forward into the next game. But those next games are getting ready. The teams are accessing the lobby as we speak. So we're going to be going to a quick break, give the teams time to breathe, and especially give Neff and Dragon Drop a little bit of time to get some water, catch their breath. They've been talking for more than an hour now, my goodness. So get up, gentlemen. Let's take a quick break, and when we return, Game 2 of IG versus Shenzhen here in the spring tour of the China DPC. Don't go anywhere. Myself, Sneh, Neff Sensei, and Dragon Drop will be right back with some more Dota 2 action. Welcome back, Dota World. We return now here to the spring tour of the China DPC. Game number 1 went the way of IG in somewhat emphatic fashion. We are now, of course, going to be going into game 2 to see whether or not the side of Shenzhen can make a bit of a comeback. We saw some interesting things in the draft. We had all the tools available for them to make a success, but unfortunately, Nef Sensei said it best. It can be a better draft, a more exciting draft, but if you lack the ability to play it out as well, things are going to falter. But Nef, game 2, right? Please tell me, give us some hope for Shenzhen. Will they be able to do it, right? They took fights, like you said, they had no business taking. Can they take a game that they have no business taking as well?
You know what? There's always a chance. I don't want to be a hater, man. I think Shenzhen is capable of winning these games, don't get me wrong. Invictus Gaming is a very good team, though. I think they had a very bad season. That's why they're in the lower division here. But they're definitely in the upper echelon of upper division teams. It is crazy that they're here playing against Shenzhen, but you said it pretty well yourself in the previous draft. Like, these teams in Division 2 are good enough to play against Division 1 teams in any DPC region, even China. So Shenzhen, they're capable of winning, yeah, but I think you need to pull a 7.31 draft out here, not something that you were playing in 7.30. I think... go ahead.
No, I was going to say that's actually a good point, right? Because it's something that what you guys were talking about in the game itself, where you were mentioning how this particular patch, you have to play, it's similar to the last patch, just a lot faster, right? Accelerated in the timings. But as you were saying, we saw them playing a lot more similar to 7.30, right? And it didn't really feel like they'd upgraded themselves to this new tempo that you need to be able to roll with. And Drag and Drop, when we saw that happening in the game, and they just sort of slowed down, you said it as well about how this is a team that can hopefully end up building momentum. Still a very new team, right? Is game 1 going to be a teachable moment for them, or do you think it's going to sort of shake them and break their confidence going into game 2?
Yeah, I think like if they're looking at it in the right way, seeing like, all right, we clearly know that we have some skills. Like, they were doing quite well in the early stages, and winning early game is pretty good. Like, it's a pretty good basis to then move on from. It's just
I disagree.
Finding the right way.
I absolutely disagree. I'm going to be a hater here. I think the early game and the laning phase is something that everyone at a very high MMR plays at a somewhat similar level in modern Dota. I think it's just after the laning phase ends, where teams start to mesh a little bit more and play around each other, that's where everything is going to fall apart. That's what makes or breaks a tier 1 team, in my opinion, is how will they do post-laning phase.
My point is that it's a little bit easier to transition out of a good early game than if you lose all your lanes.
Okay, fair.
So Shenzhen, they have something to build on, right? It's not like they've got completely smashed in that last game. They also held on. They had some high ground defenses. You know, it's not like they should have any reason to have their moral completely demolished right here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they have to find another draft. They have to find another way to handle it. Yeah.
You know, something that you guys were talking about that I find really interesting, right? In the last game, itemization, we spoke about how good it was for IG, right? We saw some really good itemization come out from Shenzhen as well, especially the Grimstroke with the Dark Portrait, kind of changing the game around. But, of course, itemization needs to be paired with good heroes, and heroes are now emerging because we have a draft on our hands, gentlemen. Woo! Thank you. You're my hero for tilting Dragon Cup so hard with the anime references. I love it.
Every single time.
Nice transition there, my man. But yeah, this is a 7.31 hero. This is exactly what I was talking about. Unfortunately, it is on the side of Invictus Gaming and not Shenzhen. It's going to be very funny to talk about this one in the future when we say, oh yeah, it was the Tiny patch. When we talk about 7.30, because 7.30 was TI, Tiny was absolutely broken. And everyone's 7.31. Yep. Tiny is again absolutely broken. How does he be nerfed on the same patch that he's not really playable anymore after being broken, and then the very next patch he's broken again? But
come
yes!
hell or high water, we will play Tiny, Icefrog says. So that is the first pick for IG. Great response from Shenzhen though. They do not allow themselves to play, you know, with any lack of confidence. This is one of the heroes that he's done really well on, Dolem. Interestingly enough, that Pango game was his first one, and officially, but the Brewmaster he's played successfully, and it's the new Brewmaster Dragon Drop, the new stances. What do you make of this hero, which we saw having some decent success at the Dubai LAN?
Yeah, it's a lot more viable right now. I feel like it's a lot more things that you can play around, right? It's actually gets very tough to deal with him if he's doused himself and then he just starts having this insane buffs for quite a while, and especially in conjunction with the Agnum Scepter buff, the ability to always have a Primal Split essentially, it allows you to really carry the momentum forward.
This brewmaster is like me when I douse myself in, non-sponsored energy beverage. It is super powerful. Okay, you drop this on yourself, you build an urn on this hero. I'm not sure if you guys watched the Chinese Open qualifiers, but this hero was picked up and banned almost every single game. It is insanely broken in this patch. You still end up maxing out Drunken Haze first. Sorry, not Drunken Haze. Cinder Bro, that's what it's called now.
Cinder Bro, yeah.
Drunken Haze, old ability, it's gone, it's for boomers. We're never talking about that one again. But you max out Cinder Brew now, you get yourself an Urn/Spirit Vessel, and then you just drop Spirit Vessel, Drunken Haze, and then ult on people. And it guarantees you a kill the moment that you hit level 6. It's so versatile in the way that against any the Wind Panda is absolutely insane. You throw people up into the air. The Dispel ends up working on enemy debuffs as well as enemy illusions and buffs and things like that. So you actually take off things like Dream Protector ultimate from yourself, which is insane in all of your team. And you are so tanky now with Drunken Brawler. You end up getting 75% evasion when you have your the air thing maxed out when you have the brew on yourself, or you get 21 armor, or you get 60% status resistance, or you get massive critical strike. He's way too good at way too many things, but I've been talking too long. I need to give the mic back to one of you.
Oh, no. Nah. I think it's good for us to... Firstly, we know which hero you're going to be focusing on in this game, but we also know the power of this Brewmaster. One thing that also has been emerging in practically every other game as well, as much as the Brewmaster is there for the fighting potential, the nature of this patch and the way it was built when Valve came out with it was all about the jungle, all about unleashing the beast, and a hero which is pretty great at unleashing this. We were even speaking about this off-air. This Chen hero is emerging now, Dragon Drop, going to be allowing IG to control not just a lot of the lanes, but now they also have some additional sustain. I suppose it helps a lot to have your own sustain mechanism when you know for a fact that you're going to be playing long fights against this Brewmaster.
Yeah, like Chen, there's a lot more room for shenanigans now with all the grips that you can get, all these fancy new abilities. Like, there's some theory crafting where you can just get a bunch of troll summoners and have just a ton of units with all these skeletons pushing down towers with the stacking damage buffs and whatnot. It really is. It's very easily countered though, unfortunately, just with a single slide of Fisty in this game, or also maybe not the best against Grimstroke. Might not be the best idea if you are anywhere near these
bonus damage against them with his Q.
Exactly. But that's not the only thing Chen offers, right? As they mentioned it, the sustain is really good with the Hand of God, also healing over time, not just having the burst heal. And then he's gonna go the healy items, the mechanism, the upgraded stick, Holy Locket, that's what it's called. And it's always nice to have something like that on a team. It gives you the ability to turn around team fights, gives you the ability to continue on after winning a skirmish.
Do you like the Hand of God changes, by the way? You too?
Yeah.
I do not, personally.
Get him, Snare.
Wow. I'm not really... Oh, it's just one of these things I'm like,
Come on, get him.
Like, whatever. Was it... That I don't like about it, right, is... Beforehand, I sort of like the ability, that big burst heal, right? The heal per second, the addition of that, that doesn't feel to me like this is what Chen was supposed to do. The differentiation between the heal of Chen and Enchantress, there's one big burst heal on one side, more sustained heal on the other. Now, there's very little reason to ever pick Ench because Chen is in the game. It's I don't know. I like the way it was before, just to give some bit of identity towards the hero. But one thing I do like in this new patch, and I like a lot, right? I really like Sand King this patch, and I am very scared to see how they picked him up, because Sand King being paired with the Skywrath Mage as well, a ton of burst heal. Well, they don't have the big burst heal they used to, but now they have a ton of burst damage here, Nef. Between this Shiny, the Skywrath Mage, the Sand King, what do Shenzhen do? Do you think they need to pick a healer of their own just to be able to keep up the tempo, or do they just keep going all in, because it looks like they still want to fight pretty heavily with the first 3 opening heroes?
They need a save, man. They need something with a save. This Brewmaster is not going to be able to get off his ultimate against the Skywrath Mage and the Sand King. You will just get stunned and then melted with Mystic Flare and Arcane Seal. That is a problem. You don't want to have to play around your Aeon Disc. That item is stupid and bad. I mean, it's not actually stupid and bad. It's very useful in some niche situations, but there it is. There's your save. Thank you for listening to me, Shenzhen.
There we go. Shenzhen have got the direct line to Nef Sensei. They're like, yo, put us on, my G.
Yeah, Abaddon is way too good here. It's one of the best heroes they could pick.
Yeah. It's also
Actually, is there a better hero?
I don't think so, because like even something like Oracle, it becomes very easy for them to jump the backline to kill him. The Abaddon's a lot harder because if they jump on him, he's got his ulti fall back on. So.
I would just throw Omni Knight into the mix as an Abaddon alternative.
I mean, it's the same thing though. If they
if
they silence the Omni Knight at the same time, but they jump the Omni Knight at the same time as the Brewmaster, then it kind of negates the purpose of the Omni Knight. Abaddon doesn't really have those issues.
Yeah. We also saw in the last game how often Ashe got caught out on this Ember Spirit, so having that additional layer of protection in the Aphotic Shield will certainly help as well.
Yep.
I would like to see them with this last pick here for Kaikyo. One of the issues we saw in the last game was, although Kaikyo got off to a very rousing start, great amount of farm to begin with, the hero, you kind of need to be able to keep going for it to remain effective throughout the game. Didn't really see that happen, so I would like to see them pick a hero which can scale a bit better, and especially scaling in the survivability department, because it started to become a real issue, Dragon Drop. They jump him, a few seconds later, he has to just run away, BKB, and just disappear, otherwise you're gonna die every single time. What options do we have to run out the draft here? IG are expecting Vipers, Monkey Kings. These are heroes that are all in Kaikyo's inventory here. And let's see, there's something else that he played a lot. He's played a lot of Medusa and Lifestealer as well. Don't think those are options though in this patch, right?
Medusa's very good.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, you want something that's... I mean, there's a weakness in IG's draft right now with all of this Magic Burst. Is that the moment anyone gets a BKB or gets strong enough to withstand that, that's when they start losing the game. So having someone like Medusa, if you can protect her, that would require Brewmaster and Ember to have a better game, or certainly Ashe needs to have a better game on Ember than last time around to buy the space for that, so there's a certain risk to it. But even with the Razor now, there's no way they can outcarry a Medusa very reliably in late game now.
The Medusa's banned now.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's very early ban.
No, Medusa.
I thought you guys were talking about Medusa in theory earlier. It's definitely banned.
I think there's other heroes that can fulfill a similar role, right? You think about Spectre, Phantom Assassin to some extent, a little bit more issues against Razor. That is PA. All right, gonna take that risk.
All right.
I mentioned PA. I'm claiming that for myself.
I mean, you mentioned the last game. Nah, that doesn't count.
I mentioned it just now as well.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. All allowed.
Literally just now.
Thank you, host.
What do y'all make of this PA here? So we have a way to get away from the static link, an early BKB buyer, which you certainly need in this game. Some magical, magical resistance with BKB is great because of how much overwhelming magical burst they have on IG. A way to be able to quickly kill heroes like Scarith Mage Chen. But yet again, we are in a situation where Shenzhen kind of cannot afford to have a bad game on the mid lane, because I don't think this PA is going to be suited to completely 1v5 here, right? She needs the control that Ember is going to provide with the Brewmaster as well. Is this enough here, Nef? Are you confident in this PA? Is this going to give them the damage they need to take us to a game 3?
I am going to believe in Shenzhen. I think the Abaddon pickup is sick. I love Brewmaster, so I'm biased for that reason. I was thinking they needed burst damage before they picked up the Templar Assassin. That's what they went for. This is the 7.31 draft. This is exactly what I wanted, and if I don't believe in them when they do exactly what I want, when am I going to believe in them?
Oh, they have done exactly what you want, and they've also made sure they've done a good enough job with the draft that you're not even hedging the bet.
Yep.
Great job. Good. Dragon Drop, are you as confident? You also feeling the Shenzhen magic here? Is this going to finally give us the game that they need?
I do. I'm afraid of cursing them now.
Look, the only curse that's real is the Kaka curse.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of curses in Dota in general, it's only a question of which curse is the most powerful at that particular time. But no, I also believe in Shenzhen. I think that they have the ability to get that Phantom Assassin to a point where Kaiko can start owning the game. Like, you need a BKB, you need some damage, and you can start snapping people down left, right, and center. IG, now they're the ones who need to just play fast and loose and make sure that they win the game before 25 minutes or so.
Well, to avoid
Maybe
giving
not.
Shenzhen the 3 panel casters curse, I'm going to go with IG for this one. So take it away, gentlemen. We are already seeing the teams gearing up for another conflict. Game number 2, IG versus Shenzhen. We have Dragon Drop and Nef Sensei on the mic. Good luck, boys, and see you after the game.
Yeah, we're not going to make the same mistake that we made last time. We just switch over the feed half a dozen times before the game even started. We're right into the action here. Thank you very much to our intern, Michael.
30 seconds.
Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Michael. You're doing a great job.
I'm glad he's here so that we don't have to rely on the Nef production. You know?
That would be an absolute disaster.
All right. I'm just taunting it out here.
Yeah.
And not going to run into each other just yet.
What we saw in the open qualifiers a lot is the team would wrap around behind the tier 1 tower, but whenever one team starts to make like a common movement to get out wards, you just put 5 heroes on top of that and try to get first blood off of it. The minute 0 strategy actually like changes so frequently. It is crazy.
Yeah, it's very hard to predict. Like, it's unfortunately a lot of teams just from Dire make this very wide sweeping play where you just go from the Dire triangle all the way down below the sword spot south of the outpost, wrap around all the way there, and then catch someone on the Spartan Radiant jungle rune spot.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you're
Can't
able to
stay out
see
of
my
vision,
drawing on the map, but
I cannot. Like, you can't draw on the minimap anymore. It's crazy. And
yeah.
when it's paused, you can't even draw on the normal map.
You can draw on the normal. Oh, right, not when it's paused.
Oh, it's paused. Yeah.
Yeah, there would be a lot of really cool drawings with lots of artistic skill if drawing was allowed. But unfortunately, I can't provide you guys with that right now. It's not that.
Can't John Madden it up.
Yeah, I swear that I'm not awful at drawing. You'll just have to take my word for it.
Yeah, just limiting your own artistic display so as to not make people feel bad.
Yeah, exactly. So
It's
let's
very
talk
selfless.
mid lane matchup. I decided to run the Razor into the mid rather than position 3 or even 1, which is, I guess that's where Razor was run for a little while, but he's been more popular in the position 1 or the 3, just because there's not a lot of room to run someone down over in the mid lane. But against the Ember Spirit, I feel like he's decent, just being able to take the majority of his damage, zone him out of lane, and out CS him.
Yeah.
Like, yes, the Flame Guard is going to be an issue, but you're going to do a lot more damage with Static Link than he's going to do to you with the Flame Guard, fortunately.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to break the Flame Guard, so it's kind of double-edged sword. Like, for the one thing, the damage that Razor does have mostly goes through. But on the flip side, it means that Ashe can always use that can just keep it up to get rid of the wave.
Yep.
Very quickly, certainly as the levels come up. And then he can just leave. He doesn't have an easy way to break the tether, though, until he gets level 6, obviously. So it's going to be a bit of a rough matchup there for him, I would imagine. Also leaves us with the Tiny in the safe lane, together with the Chen. Against Grimstroke and Brewmaster. So that seems like a bit of a kill lane, doesn't it?
Any lane with Brewmaster is a kill lane in this patch. This hero owns. I know I keep going off about him. I'm surprised he didn't go Inkspo at level 1, actually. You have a lot of run down potential with that one. But as soon as you have a point in Cinderbrew, that's when they're going to start to play a little bit more aggressive. The slow that you get out from that for such a long period of time is pretty insane. So the build on this hero has been like 1-3-1, because you get an extra 15% movement speed with Drunken Brawler once you drop Cinderbrew on yourself and the enemy at the same time. It just becomes impossible for them to run away. Lots of auto attacks off. And they can't trade with you either. Just with level 1, you also get, if you have Cinderbrew on yourself, you have 45% evasion.
It's like these numbers are still insane.
Yeah, these numbers need to be fixed. I've been playing a lot of Brewmaster, and I've been winning a lot of Dota.
All right. There you go. Looking forward to that once level 2 hits on level 2 and level 3 hits in these heroes.
It's just so dumb because Primal Split is still just as good as it was before as well.
Yeah. I mean, Ollie, especially against this lane. I mean, Ollie on the Chen, if he's too far forward and doesn't have good creep to keep them away, like he's fodder.
Yep.
Even Tiny, like early on, of course, he's no armor to work with. He gets slowed and run down. They're very vulnerable.
Yep. I will say that the Holy Persuasion is decent in the way that like Brewmaster can't just instantly clear it out. The Grimstroke and the Brewmaster are going to kind of struggle to deal with these creeps.
Yep. I mean, there's a couple wards on Grimstrokes. You might see the hard camp being blocked.
Yeah. I mean, that's the same sort of deals with the Enchantress back when she was more popular than the Chen prior to this patch. You want to be able to block probably the 3 nearest camps to your lane. It's a little bit more important against Enchantress than it is against Chen, because Enchantress's creeps are timed. So if you block the 3 closest camps, she spends the majority of the, level 1 enchant trying to get towards the lane, and then it's got like 10 seconds left before it times out. But with Chen, he doesn't have those problems. But you can still make him spend a lot of time far out from the lane, make Tiny play alone, and against the Brewmaster and the Grimstroke, that's going to be an issue.
Yeah. All of these things can start to compound. We haven't talked about bottom yet, so it's going to be Sand King and Skyrock Mage versus Abba.
Yeah,
and the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, but this is the whole reason why they picked the Abaddon. Just the Skyrock Mage and the Sand King is such a strong kill combination, but with the Dispel there, it becomes a lot easier. So, unfortunately, PA, I think she is still going to struggle to be super close to the lane, but you've got decent kill potential. All right, this is the Chad Abaddon play. Look at him. Aphotic shields himself and just starts walking up to them and whacking them.
Yeah.
This is a real support right here. Take notes, everybody.
Come on, fight me.
Ooh, we ended up connecting the shield. And now he's taking...
also have a sentry. Look at that. And it comes. Unfortunate.
What can you
Never
do?
mind, no one saw that.
As they say, what can you do?
Yeah.
So this is going to make the PA's lane a little bit harder. So be hesitant to get super close to the lane. Level 1 Sandstorm isn't that scary. Once you have 2 points in it, you're trying to, fight into the CS here, then things are a lot harder. Abaddon's going through just a lot of his mana at level 1. He's got himself a magic stick, which he absolutely needs in this lane. But it's not
extra
gonna...
mango and region. I should take the pressure off the dual levels to make sure the PA can
get
stick
CS.
around.
Yeah. She's doing decent so far, 6 and 3. You got most of the CS.
Yeah.
That's not for the likes
Alright, I jinxed it.
That's a deny.
Yeah.
Come on, Nev. I'll do on Shenzhen's team.
I'm supposed to be. I'm gonna look very foolish if Shenzhen lose.
I mean, we both will, so that's all fine. And then Snare can sit there and laugh and be like, ha! Fools!
Yeah, smug Snare. Sounds about right.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, so far so good down there. 9 and 3, 9 and 1 as well for Ash in mid. 2 points up in Flame Guard. Do you think we're gonna see him max out of Sleight of Fist from now on?
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot. You don't have to max it out as much anymore, just because they improved the cooldown. Because then, I guess damage did scale pretty well, but the fact that the cooldown went so much, I think, was the biggest deal about the Sleight of Fist before. But the Razor's not going to be able to break your Flame Guard, and I think that's why he wants multiple points in it. Not to mention, you want to be able to move over into the jungle and clear out creeps, because against the Razor, you don't want to be spending as much time in the lane. So it's definitely a Flame Guard game rather than the Sleight of Fist searing chains.
It's a flame game. You heard it here first.
You're not... Oh, wait, that's not public information.
What?
Nothing, never mind.
Alright, up top though, Chen actually got himself a Harpy Stormcrafter, and that thing is still absolutely broken.
Better Zeus.
Remember back in the day when it had like 300 or 600 mana, and you could just spam that out forever?
Yeah.
You can still do it now, because 3 mana region is quite a lot.
Yeah, that was the, what's the word I'm looking for here? Compromise for that creep. They ended up giving it a lot more mana regen, but a lot less mana cap. I remember in this quote from Awida's day when I was playing with him, I think somebody picked Zeus, and he's like, how does it feel to be a worse version of the Harpy Stormcrafter?
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like a joke, but it's actually true, you know? Alright, Ash started to struggle a little bit here. 21 and 6 denies from Emo there. A couple of those were range creeps down bottom though. Yeah, they're still trying. They're always right on top of each other because Abba is just not giving a damn.
Yeah, he gets to play super far forward as long as he doesn't run out of mana and he's not too low. But 4 minutes. Here's going to rotate for each of these water runes. Ash got a couple of guys on him and the Harpy Stormcrafter.
That is problematic. He does have Flame Guard to fall back on. Drink also walking in. with the extra ink as well, and they'll give him the move speed to walk away from this.
Yeah, but he's losing a lot of creeps here in the mid lane. I think he's going to miss 2 waves from rotating all the way over here.
Yeah, it's not even going to be enough.
And
very healthy here.
Yeah, it's not like when you rotate back to the triangle, you can pick up a bounty rune and then heal yourself up, as there is no bounty rune there anymore.
The way it goes sometimes.
A lot of people were complaining about the lack of mid lane changes. The fact that the water runes are still there 2 and 4 minutes. They wanted to see things a little bit more than that, but I think the bounty rune changes are decent for changing the mid lane. It's not like the biggest change in the world, but at the very least, you have to walk a little bit further from the lane. It kind of promotes a rotation at the 4-minute mark, but not that many heroes are good at rotating at the 4-minute mark. They're going to try to go on an emo here.
Oh, there's chains follow. Okay, well done.
Nice catch, and you know, he's in absolutely no position to get out of there. It wasn't level 6 yet either, so I think even if he was, he wouldn't have been able to stand his ground. There's just too much burst damage, but he wasn't expecting Ember to just play forward on him like that one.
Yeah. It's nice to have that, I mean, I believe started with the chains and then the follow-up stun from the Inkswell came through.
Yeah.
Plenty of damage here, and on this side of the river, it's just that little bit of extra time that any sort of support rotation could have come in. Not that they're particularly well suited for that sort of thing, as they have a sentry down bottom, trying to make the same kind of play here on the Sand King, but he had a sentry of his own.
Yep, and so he clears them out. They're forced to just walk away, otherwise they would take way too much damage from that sandstorm. That is it.
Yeah, this is where you get dust
6
as
minutes?
well. Oh,
unlucky.
Alright.
And our very talented observer, Michael, ended up catching the tail end of that kill. The man is just on point today. Excellent form, Michael.
Well, these kills and almost kills, as Drink has to be careful here. Frisk actually sitting there in this. Behind the tower.
Oh my man, you got the wrong build. Oh, mid lane?
What?
Oh, I was just looking at the Brewmaster.
Yeah. I feel like you're always looking at the Brewmaster in this game. You did tell us beforehand though, so.
I have eyes only for him.
Yeah. It's very disappointing, but
I'm sorry, Dragon.
I'll have to live with it. It's okay. Bottom lane though, Kaiko's 20 denies. It's crazy. He just lost murder, you know. He lost murdering creeps, whether they're his or anyone else's.
You know, better him.
Oh, the baiting up top, the bounty rune, fly, flying away, but to get the creeps at least, and the bounty runes. Shen comes in to try and turn.
Yeah, Holly's got to be a little bit careful. Skywrath Mage now coming in. I think Ash realized as soon as the Skywrath Mage completes his TP, or just before, yeah he's got to get back.
Oh, right into emo though. Another run that across. It's too late. Did not have enough mana even.
Yeah, I mean, they saw that one coming.
Oh, that Drink dies too.
Yeah, they lose Drink, and now Brewmaster in a little bit of trouble. Arcane Seal dropped onto him. He's got Primal Split, but unfortunately, Emo, 1000 HP, and the Tiny, even tankier, I feel like be able to bring him down. Either of these heroes.
Another early rotation here of the Phantom Assassins. Not normally tier 1 time just yet, but they can get a kill here on a Flyflies would be big. It does have some spells to work with, but not anymore. Ash right back from the dead.
And he dies to a neutral creep.
What? What?
Yep. That is the tornado.
Oh, the tornado! It's the patch of the neutral creeps. We talked about it.
Yeah. They will rise.
They will rise.
Unfortunate.
Next they'll upgrade, so like, every time they get a kill, they get 10 more levels.
Yeah, that kill would have been worth a lot of gold. That Tiny was the top of the net worth before he went down. I'm pretty sure they would have gotten like 1,000 gold. It's a slight exaggeration, but almost 1,000. Mid lane, Emo getting gone with the DD.
Well, it's dreading bunch of extra damage as well. But they have plenty between the three of them.
I was concerned about Ash there. I think he should have stood his ground and just played close to him as possible with that Flame Guard to keep the dot going. He stopped applying auto attack damage towards the end there, like very little. Oh, now they're about to lose Ollie.
That's another one down. Bottom tower, at the very least, took quite some punishment. Once again, the one up top. Shenzhen unable to put on that same kind of pressure. But they're getting kills, they're getting things done across the map. And they do have a Phantom Assassin who's on a very good path towards the Battle Fury.
Unfortunately, there's going to be like some pretty significant downtime for the PA. Like they're going to be able to play as 5 heroes on the side of Invictus and Phantom Assassin. She's going to spend like now until the Battle Fury plus one other item, not really participating in these team fights.
Yep.
God, these tornadoes are destroying the PA. This is insane.
Yep.
These things are busted, by the way. They're supposed to expire 5 seconds after the tornado ends, and they just like last like 10-15.
Okay.
I was testing this in a lobby. It's like not incredibly important, but you know, we've already seen a tornado secure 1 kill this game.
Never sleep in a tornado, but yeah, it's absolutely right. I mean, the one issue with PA is that her curve is very flat for a very long time.
Yeah.
There's only so much she can contribute.
Yeah, so the rest of the team is going to have to play aggressive in order to make this space to the Templar Assassin so they can move on to her, but Emo with the slow off on one, but unfortunately Razor has an ability called Storm Surge, so there is no way they're going to catch him.
You were saying? I mean, the stun came in, they're just running. They're just going in as Ash silenced up and immediately dispelled. Emo kind of low, but it's fighting on the Theater Tower. Surely this is not a great idea. Call me, we'll pay the price for it. That seemed very forced to me, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was very forced. They really want to get on top of this Razor, but again, he used it way too quick. Man had way too much movement speed. He ended up seeing you coming. I think he got vision from the plasma field at the same time the smoke broke. It was super unfortunate timing. He's only using it to clear out creeps inside the jungle. Under normal circumstances, that Razor would definitely be dead. But I think also part of the issue is he doesn't have any points in the Drunken Brawler, so he has trouble gapping a distance onto people. He doesn't have the bonus movement speed that he would normally have. You're never going to end up landing that Thunderclap for the slow. That's why I'm not crazy about the build this guy has gone. And
how do you not have a value point in that?
I mean, people just end up going builds that they're familiar with, especially when new patches hit. So it could be... Yeah, in fact, I'm pretty sure it's the case. He's bronze on Brewmaster. He probably hasn't played a ton of the hero.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. That spell is completely new and very powerful.
Yeah, but, you know, when new spells come out, and, you know, something important is DPC, do you stick with what you know, or do you experiment?
Well, I would read the new spells and think about...
yeah, well, not everybody is good at drag and drop. I would simply read. Yeah, okay, buddy. Oh, man. All right, let's smoke it up now, one shit then. That's an excellent thing to talk about. 20 seconds till Brewmaster Ultimate is available. Looking to make a play with this one. Almost has a Spirit Vessel done, but not quite yet. They see Emo again, a hard hero to get on top of. Again, he's pretty tanky, and he's got a lot of movement speed.
He's out of there. I don't think he actually saw them this time. It's just a general feeling, but they can still wrap around on mid, bring down this tier 1 tower, high value target in and of itself.
They see Sand King up in the top lane, and they ping him out on the Brewmaster, so they say, okay, if Sand King's up there, we can either go on him or we can keep it onto the mid tower. And several people show mid, but Sand King is already far back enough that it doesn't look like they'd be able to get either of these objectives.
Yep.
Shen is just on the other side of the map doing his own thing. What is he up to?
Got the mechanism completed already. Only level 5, but he has a mech, so...
Right, Brewmaster's going for the
same
build.
difference.
I saw this one in open qualifiers. It's pretty late though. You end up going like Vanguard into Spirit Vessel. You disassemble it afterwards, and eventually you build a Refresher Orb with the Ring of Regeneration.
Okay.
But this Vanguard ended up coming out super late, and he's not going to have it for that long. The idea is that you have the Vanguard for the laning phase.
Oh well, even without that lane phase went reasonably well.
You should run.
Yeah, I think this just comes down to him not being super familiar with the Brewmaster, and maybe not having a chance to experiment with it that much on this patch. Yeah, in fact, he still hasn't put a point into Drunken Brawler.
Does IG have to pick up the pace, though? Like, this Battle Fury is getting closer and closer for PA, and it's not the worst timing that I've heard.
But the Battle Fury is also becoming closer for Tiny. And by Battle Fury, I mean Aghanim Shard.
I was like, what? Battle Fury Tiny?
The 1500 gold Battle Fury?
Okay. Well, Ollie is just like, yeah, let me just micro my creeps, because they're more important than me. Still gonna fall,
gets the
though.
Wild Wing out.
But not the other one. No. Centaur hath fallen as a Raptor on mid tower does have the ultimate to work with. And it's just TPing out, alright.
Yeah, no way to rope that one. Looking for the Phantom Assassin right now. But
they have a Blink on Sand King.
I think she saw that one coming. She might have saw them smoke up inside the jungle, and yeah, circled that one out. Aggressive circling on that one. There are heroes/wards here. Please help. And Mage buys another smoke. Tiny.
This is not the entire map. You know, sometimes when people say that, oh, there's heroes here, then they circle the entire minimap. It's like, yeah, thanks.
You can run.
Tiny
Thanks for the insight.
Yeah, Tiny did end up buying the Aghanim Shard, by the way. I said 1500 gold, 1400. And this is the issue that everyone has with the Tiny at the moment. The 1400 gold Battle Fury you can now buy.
Is a great conductor.
It does seem quite strong.
I mean, some of the teams were experimenting with it like a year ago, back when the Aghanim Shard was 20 minutes from the game, but the 15 is pretty reasonable because it's not a bad Battle Fury timing.
Yeah.
15 minutes. It's like a little bit slow, but not that slow. And, you know, significantly less money. Mid lane?
Oh, double stun here. It's a lot of burst rings. He gets a couple of spells out before he falls, and that's a bruise split here. Burst down the Sand King. Now on to the next one, perhaps. Oli is there, does have some extra bursts. And decided not to take the risk onto Emo. Instead, Frisk, though, he's a much easier target. Even Kaiko running in to claim that for himself.
You should run.
I take everything bad I said about Brewmaster back. Dolma owns. He sent the Storm Panda back around the side to potentially throw up and go on Emo there. That was sick.
Yeah.
But a nice start to the team fight. They end up getting the Burrow Strike off on it too, but if the Brew gets his split off, then, you know, the team fight is basically lost at this point in the game.
Yep.
Well, ends up being a bigger XP swing, about 1000 XP, and Shenzhen, they do need to take fights like this one. Unfortunately, with the Brew ult on cooldown, IG, they get to play more aggressive. That's exactly what they're doing.
Smoke breaks immediately here. This time I'll get the Grimstroke before I can do anything.
And they'll probably move over. Try to take this tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
I've got the creeps to do it. Little Mud Golem on Wild Wing. Hara trying to get rid of the normal creeps at the very least. Try and make this a bit more awkward, but there's no way you go anywhere close there. Burst Strike off the mark.
So look at the tier 1 man, that'll give them extra control over the map. IG, they're looking good to start this one off, man. I smoke up immediately afterwards. There's no way they go for Roche off of this, right? They would take Roche way too slow.
Yeah. That smoke was right on top of a ward too, so Kaiko should know exactly what's happening. That's why he's hightailing it on out of there.
Yeah, and he's gonna get out.
See him now on their own wards behind the tier 1.
Yeah.
And ooh, he sticks around in the triangle. Oh man.
They see him now.
They'll get him, they do. Big burst strike ups and everything.
That's that. Again, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to take Roche off of this one. They would love to, as they just got control over the enemy team's triangle. But they're going to move through the jungle instead. They got a pincer on them, in fact. And I'm pretty sure Tiny is not the hero you want to initiate on. He is too tanky.
They're going to try anyway. They see him under the wards. And he is all alone. Takes him quite a while to burn him down, but burn down he does. JT1, Blink, Burst Strike on who? The Honara. That's a support down. Dolme split has ended. And now he's actually quite vulnerable. Another chains over the Sands onto Yema's Bird. Follow-up is there. A couple of heals though. That'll keep Frisk alive. The Burst Strike return. And that's Ash. Oh, the heals.
The essence ring
with the stick,
him
with the
alive.
essence ring, just enough. They're still hunting now. Frisk wants him, but
oh, the silence so
spell.
fast.
Doesn't get the W out. I think he needed W and chains too to actually get the kill there, but
he couldn't get them all
not
off
have
fast
enough
enough.
left in the tank. Yeah.
He didn't have like enough hands
Didn't
or
have
fingers
mana.
there to be able to get all those spells off. That was such a quick silence coming out from the Skywrath Mage. That was impressive.
Yep.
Yeah. Frisk did that one super quick. But yeah, initiating onto Tiny, I'm surprised they had enough damage to kill him, but they used everything they had. Brewmaster tried to control up other heroes on the backside of the fight afterwards, but ended up being a little bit too late.
Yep.
And of course they turned things around. So Tiny, he is pretty tanky. In fact, he's probably just gonna go like, oh, is it too crazy to go BKB as like your next item here on Tiny? Do you need more damage? I know I'm supposed to be you're supposed to be asking me these questions.
I know, right?
But I'm not sure either.
Yeah, I think he's doing pretty hard already, right? I mean,
yeah, I mean he's got a Mithril Hammer.
Yep.
So this is what he's going to do.
And
BKB realizes is important.
Like, until Shenzhen get their BKBs, they have so much supplemental damage from the supports, from all this magic burst coming in, especially from the Sand King, that he doesn't need to just go 100-0 by himself.
Yeah.
That timing window is also closing though. Like Phantom Assassin only 1,000 gold or so away, less than that.
I'm not sure this Phantom Assassin is going to be enough with just these items. So I think she needs level 18. I think she needs a Desolator. She's got a Scotty queued up, which is great against the Razor. You're never walking away. You're going to struggle to heal up in these team fights. And when you've got like Chen on your team, or you're playing against a Chen, I feel like it's pretty important. First strike off the mark. And they're going to turn it around.
Oh, he's going in. There's a BKB from Ash, actually. I haven't talked about that, but he has it too. That's the Sand King, and with the Primal Split up front, able to run down Chen. That's a punish if I've ever seen one. IAG just going in deep, and then like, nope, you don't get to be here. This is not your side of the map.
Yeah, so a little bit of punishment finally. And
it's a BKB from Kaiko as well.
Yeah. About what, 2,300 XP swing, 1,400 gold there. You can be almost done now on the Tiny. Again, this one is pretty important for IG to be able to ramp things up. You don't want to go ultra late against the Phantom Assassin and the Brewmaster. Once you've got like 4 splits from Magnum Scepter and Refresher Orb, it's, I don't know. Those are hard fights, man.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Unless you have a way to clean through these Brewlings, right? And that's gonna have to be Fly's job.
Yeah, but then, you know, the Brewlings just throw you into the air. Like, you just don't
care.
Yeah.
Or run away from you. Or just kill your entire team.
Yep.
As Frisk, they really want him. And where's the burst? It's kind of there. BKB comes out.
Yeah, and he TPs.
And then the straight TP. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. They were all alone between the two of them here.
Yeah, that is the best play he could make. And unfortunately, it looks like they're going to lose the Abaddon here, but that's whatever.
Yeah.
You trade 1 for 1 and you're behind like this, it's fine.
Kaiko getting away with murder. The rest of the team still farming. There's a big rotation from IG towards the top lane. They can take the tier 1, but they're looking at a bigger target here. Roshan in the works.
Finally going for this one. It's taken them a while. They don't have a great team for taking it. Tiny does do a lot of damage, but until he gets
minus
a
armor here, but Shenzhen. Oh, they have split in 5 seconds. This is very tight to win now.
They're gonna try. Go right in.
It's gonna be too late, is it? Oh, the snatch from Fly Radiant actually got blasted. Another remnant out, but now Ash is kind of out of mana. He's trying to TP and then cover BKB, but it's not lasting long enough.
A fraction of a second too late on that teleport.
It's a bold move, but it did not work out for them, Cotton.
We always spam click on units who are TPing out just in case that BKB ends. If you don't click on them to check, you know, how long the BKB has left to last anyways, but they definitely check there on IG and the Ember Spirit. Very heavily punished. So you get the kill under Roshan. Deny a lot of gold to the enemy team at the very least, but use a BKB charge. You're down to 6 seconds now.
JT, he wants it, and he's getting it here just as the TP comes in. Terrible positioning there for Shenzhen, and out of fight, well committed. Might as well get something out of it here with the dust forward. They can bring down Fly's Aegis. But we've all lost Kaiko in what was a very good patient play there from JT. Getting the double burst strike and another jump forward onto Dolme. He's getting some help though, and Ash, he's coming back in, trying to bring down Frisk and cover off a BKB. The Remnant back at the high ground instead of back home. That is questionable at the best. He's gonna have to juke it out inside the trays. But JT does not give a damn.
No, absolutely destroyed them in that team fight. They ended up grabbing the support, but getting that the start to that one, the Abaddon and the Phantom Assassin at the same time on the back line, and then catching the heroes on the way out again. JT popping off in these team fights, man.
Yeah.
And they're just going to walk up high ground. Why not? Well, there's absolutely no reason not to. Look at the damage this Tiny does to the tier 3 tower. This is insane, man.
That was after nerf, right?
Yep, this is after nerf.
God damn it.
What's he got flying out right now? He said a Hyperstar. I'm not sure if it's a Moonshard or an Assault Cross he's working on next. Assault is probably what you want against a Phantom Assassin, but attack speed is what he wants right now to be able to rip through these buildings quicker. We don't want to let this Brewmaster finish up. He's actually got an Aeon Disc to pressure orb queued up, so he's still concerned about the lockdown of the burst from these heroes, even with an Abaddon behind him.
Yep. I mean, Abba is gonna have to take care of Kaiko, right? As Fly has no bash, so you'll just PKB TP out. Sad trombone indeed.
Thank you, Emo.
Yep. Alright. PA still stuck on that Skadi idea. Ah, never mind. Just as I say that, switching to Desolator, realizing, yeah, need something with some kick. Need to be able to one-shot Scarab Mage from range and things like that.
Yeah, it's no longer, hey, we're just going to play in the safest way possible. We're going to run you down these team fights. It's, I need to crit. I need these clutch plays to happen. Relying more on RNG. You've lost the mental game when you start thinking like that, unfortunately. But it's a desperate situation, so. Also comes out a little bit faster, this Desolator. So now she's got this one completed. They're going to try to look for a kill with this one.
Yep. And
there it is.
Can really tell what IG's plans are, what the calls are, by the way JT acts. You know, he starts the epicenter, you always get a bit nervous. Then he cancels and starts walking away. It's like, yeah, okay, they're just going to let him go.
Yeah. I mean, he's been starting this one a couple of times in locations they're trying to hold. That way, if the enemies do come onto you, it comes out that much quicker. So you like let it almost go off interrupted, which was not possible back when it had a channel time. But you know, Sand King is actually Gaben's favorite hero, so he gets all kinds of buffs. I'm sure that he plays Sand King on the Steam Deck.
Exclusively.
Exclusively. That's what he's doing in his spare time right now. Alright, we got the boys here.
I mean, they're on Valve. They can probably play Steam Deck and say it's testing the product for work, you know. It doesn't even have to be free time. But the scan comes out from the die here. They see exactly what Shenzhen is planning. Can they still find the right angle? Emo with the DD. This is not the best start. Maybe here. Double chains up forward. But what the hell? Kaiko! He's just almost there, but not quite. Almost gets you nothing, but they'll finally finish him off. So does the rest of the team. They just fall apart. Brewmaster's next on the list.
No second ultimate for you, unfortunately.
Oh, that was brutal.
Everything went wrong. I mean,
he just disappeared.
Yeah. I missed my fight.
6.5k damage done by Tiny alone. That Silver Edge just wrecked Kaiko. They might have wrecked the game here. Like, they're not going to take long to bring down the space.
No buyback on the heroes that matter either. You just have them in your supports. And Sand King already setting up on the... Does he have an Observer Ward to place?
Sorry, Tiny has 650 damage because they also have an Alpha Wolf.
He's going to grab...
And a ton of Skellies.
Observer from the shop? Oh my god, look at what JT's doing. This is so mean.
Is that allowed? Can we get a ref in here? Is he allowed to do that?
He's gonna go on hard the moment this ultimate ends, man. Alright, maybe he's not.
Okay.
Action's happening elsewhere. Brewmaster drops the ultimate. He's trying to go on to Tiny. 3 seconds till BKB. He might just get him. By the time he can pop this thing.
No, he's no. He popped it, but he's still good out.
Yeah, 1 second
On
for
to the
Razors.
next one, they say Razor has his own BKB, and he's just gonna straight TP. No way to cancel.
Yeah. Don't just pop that one. That Tiny kill is worth a lot of gold, though.
Yeah. It really is.
Yeah. I think while that was going down, they'd go, all right, what tanking? What were you doing? I was sure that tanking was going to set up some awesome play there with those observer wards, but he didn't end up doing that much. He doesn't end up getting out as they try to run at him, though. JT is out of there.
Connect with a chance.
Yep.
Oh man, that's happening again. Shenzhen, decent enough start, but unable to really turn it into anything. Just that last team fight really broke their backs. There was the one time where they were like, all right, PA, you're ready, you're strong. Start bursting people down, but then Geico was the one bursted instead.
Yeah, the Silver Edge is just so good, man. I mean, fortunately, Tiny's down for another 20 seconds, but I'm not sure what they're going to be able to find the next little bit here. As soon as he's back on the map, they're going to barrel down the mid lane, take out that and the top. I think the only reason why they ended up losing the Tiny there is the fact they didn't have the tier 2, and their team got so separated between like the bottom barracks and the top one they want to go for afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're grouping up. And we're going to see when Roshan responds in another 25 seconds as well. It's possible they just try to scout that one out.
Well, IG already on the move with the smoke. Trying to claim control of this area in case it's a quick spawn. This smoke will break. The stun over on the Abba. That's a target that you cannot burst down easily. Chains to hold him up.
I mean, it's a target they need to commit on. That's why one of the reasons that Abaddon was such a good pick is, okay, we need to get the Abaddon and the other hero, and the Abaddon needs to be silenced, not able to pop his Aphotic Shield while we finish somebody else. They have to commit onto him, pop the borrowed time, then get back afterwards. Yeah, 30-second Roshan respawn. Not that IG is going to know this, but I'm pretty sure they just... I would say play outside the pit, but they are so far ahead, they have absolutely no need to.
Yeah. Gives Shenzhen the ability to perhaps push out this mid lane a little bit.
If they do, they
find an angle. They
carefully.
do not. Do they have a smoke? Don't have a smoke. We have the blur from the PA. Emo revealing himself, but he has the rest of the team behind him. This observer ward here in the Radiant jungle, it's been live for so long, it's scouting everything.
Roshan respawned the same time a DD did at the top river.
Oh, of course.
That is illegal.
He's doing 900 damage each hit.
Auto attack. Yeah, very cool
920
game.
or so.
Yeah, good stuff. Firefly gets the Aegis. And he just
direct results to Gaben at valvesoftware.com. Complaints. So, did you say complaints? Yeah.
Questions, concerns. Firefly is like
rants, and it's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, take 6 hits instead of 5 now. That was the nerf.
Yeah, the good thing that was nerfed. This is rough. Where do they go from here? I mean, again, base is now exposed 33 minutes into the game. Satanic being worked on by the Tiny. Tanking's... I mean, he's got basically all the items he needs to be able to close this one out. Razor's still like 1,600 gold away from being able to finish up his Refresher Orb, which is another pretty big one.
Yep.
It doesn't really look like they need to wait for anything. I think they're hoping that Shenzhen will make a mistake while they continue to farm up right now.
I mean, if last game is anything to go by, IG will not rush into things here. No real need to. Like, you have a 5-minute window with the Aegis. So you can take the first couple of minutes to just establish some control, get the next round of items, and then look for an opportunity, look for a way in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It looks like that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, they know the enemies are playing up in the triangle right now as the wave is pushing into the enemy tier 4s in the base, so it kind of gives away what Shenzhen are up to here.
Yeah. That is problematic. Also trying to
oh, Dome.
defend the vision here. Fly going ahead though. Invis has the BKB, starts clinging through these Brewlings. Meanwhile in the back though, Ash trying to burst down the Scar of Mage, but he's being healed. He's absolutely fine with the Glimmer Cape. They have to abandon this. No BKB for Tiny anymore here. Zara actually goes in, still has an ultimate. They're leashed together here. Where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? It's not coming. Until just now here, Kaiko cleaning for the supports. They're buying back though now with the BKB ending. Also has to leave. Fly finding a place to be, but of course he can come back. Hara cannot. His ultimate is on cooldown. He gets some help here with a lot of support from himself as well as the Inkswell.
But if they're going to make a play, they need to do that right now. That entire team fight, the Brewmaster, he was preoccupied trying to deal with the Brewmaster, and he did end up using 2 of his primal splits there. So they forced that onto cooldown, but they didn't get anything on the side of Invictus Gaming. The Phantom Assassin managed to find several kills. So team fight ends up going the way of Shenzhen, but you need to take advantage of these cooldowns now.
60 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Aegis, 2 minutes. You're right about the charges being screwy with the diamond up top. It says that Brewmaster has an ultimate, even though he doesn't. Yet another thing that you can bring up in your email to gaben@valvesoftware.com. Please fix.
Valve actually responded to the last email I sent them within an hour.
Okay.
I was very impressed. It's like, oh, I was not expecting that.
That's a good initial defense for Shenzhen. They're gonna have one more brew split before the next wave comes in, or as the next wave comes in, kinda. But this is a time where IG want to make a play here. The smoke to obfuscate the positioning. JT just waiting for the opportunity. There is blinks down, but on the Brewmaster he is very hard to bring down. But it was just cover. They still get the tower. They get the range racks. They get the melee racks. It's not taking long at all.
Yeah.
And
Fly's gonna walk.
Split is available. They're going into the back here. That's the Chen dead. Not going to be able to return and heal. They're leashed together as they try to burst out Dom. He does get the ultimate out though. This is where things get dangerous. Where the hell is Kaiko? I gotta click on him. He's BKB'd up in the back. Finishing up Risk. Well, it's...
He did manage to get that kill at the same time the Brewmaster went down. He was forced to end his ultimate early, so he didn't end up losing it, but he ended up going down anyway. They lose Fly.
Strike returned here. Could not wait out the Aegis. Just had to trigger it in the end.
You can run. You
This is 2 steps forward, 2 steps, or 3 steps back, something like that. For Shenzhen right now. I mean, they sort of held, they got things going, but still lost. The Brewmaster had to buy back, they lost the racks.
Yeah, you lose Brewmaster again, you lose the game. They get Mega Creeps, defending becomes incredibly difficult.
Yeah. Didn't get any of the cores, like that's the main issue. If they gotten Tiny and Razor, maybe they had a way to really confidently go out on the map as it stands, kind of shifting forward in the bottom lane, trying to get something here, establish some semblance of control.
It's hard though. I mean, at the very least, they're outside their base at the 37-minute mark, so they'll be able to collect tier 4 neutral items and potentially defend with those. And if this game goes super late, I do think the Phantom Assassin has the advantage. But IG, they play clean. And yeah, they're setting up down this last lane. It doesn't look like they want to wait for this next Roshan. They're concerned about the super late game.
IG not really showing many cracks in their armor that Shenzhen could exploit.
Yep. I mean, the backlines are getting jumped, but you're losing your core heroes elsewhere. These Brewmaster splits aren't... they're a distraction for the Tiny and nothing else. It feels like he's swatting flies.
Yeah. It's like the difficult time refocusing because they just that little bit too long to kill off these supports in the back. And then, yeah, as you said, the cores run havoc in the meantime. They're getting objectives down the map. Or off the map, I should say. Do you think IG will wait for the next Roshan though now?
I don't think so. I think there's no reason to wait. If you wait, you give Brewmaster a chance to have 2 ultimates off a cooldown. You get the enemies a little bit closer to their buybacks. But they're doing a decent job stalling right now on Shenzhen. But yeah, this is it. They smoke up. They want to go into their base.
Even got the Vlads now on Shen.
Yeah. Good.
It's okay, going in straight on top of Ash, but drops the BKB and he gets out. Just looking for the racks here, the glyph, just keep the melees alive. JT off to the side. They see him. They have the gem. Takes him so long to kill him though, holy hell.
Yeah, they do pick up the gem after that one, but they end up losing the range racks. The melee racks took a little bit of damage. At this point, wait, Sand King doesn't have buyback. They don't know that he doesn't have buyback. He doesn't have the gold for it. But at this point, you need to exit the base and try to contest the enemies taking Roshan, but you end up walking right into them.
Okay, that's always sad when you get crit down, but he has another DD by the way, and a refresher. He's just going in. Kaiko disappears, burned down by the lightning storm. And Frisky even gets to walk away. Dolme right back into the silence, just falling apart.
The light show on Emo.
Oh my god, it's always, you know, things are bad when your ultimate doesn't even trigger because you get crit too hard, you know.
And that is it. His ultimate doesn't trigger. He ends up going down. They lose the Brewmaster as well. They lose everything despite the superior draft. That is it. It ends up being game over.
Well, we just did not believe hard enough. I think that's the problem there. Sorry, guys. No game 3. But yeah, let's bring back Snare here. See what he thought about this match.
Absolutely. Snare,
what
go
Snare
ahead,
thinks is that Snare is very smug right now, looking at this game. You know, smug about the victory, smug about the JT Sand King. Sad to not have game 3 though. I'm a bit bleak about that, if I'm honest. But wow, did Emo go completely off in this game? I mean, I'm not gonna even talk about Fly, whatever. We've seen what this Tiny can do this patch.
Fly's whatever. It's the Emo.
Yeah, you know, this. What really got to me about how Emo played this game, gentlemen, the itemization that we saw. We were already talking in game 1 about how important IG's itemization was. And Neff, you said it yourself, that one of the reasons they were able to play so well, despite a bit of a rough game early on, was how well they itemized later. And Emo's itemization, perfect. Rushed the BKB to get it early, and then he pivots immediately into an Orchid afterwards, making life extremely difficult for everybody on the side of Shenzhen. And at the end of the day, they just couldn't do it. They just ran out of steam every single fight. And unfortunately, Neff, I don't want to bring it up, but Ash, yet again, didn't necessarily have the best game.
Oh, you were ripping on Ash, not me. Fair enough. Yeah,
you're good, don't worry.
I mean, it's a little bit of a struggle playing the Ember Spirit into the Razor, but it just feels like he falls off post-landing phase. He needs to make the space for his position 1. The Phantom Assassin in this case, but I feel like it's a little bit too slow for the current patch. Brewmaster as well, he ended up doing pretty good, but he played a little bit slower than I think he could have if he went for a slightly different build. The Vanguard ended up coming out a little bit late, and I think they didn't win the early game hard enough against Invictus in order to secure the late game for them. They just kind of got ran over in the same fashion they did before. IG, they just look like they're a team that knows how to play the map better once the laning phase ends.
Yeah. Yeah, there were some very narrow timings that Shenzhen needed to hit, and they didn't hit them because IG played very well. Like I don't think Shenzhen necessarily was slowed down themselves, but they failed to slow down like Fly and Emo at all. Like by the time that Kaiko was ready to fight, Fly had still Verge ready to go and just completely countered it out. So once again, a lot riding on this one position, on the one position for Shenzhen, and that position being counted out means that you're winning, that you're losing clutch team fights if you're Shenzhen, like the one that we saw on the bottom where they just kind of go in, the smoke breaks early. That wasn't the greatest angle after that, but they still were committed at that point. And then Fly makes a beeline for Kaiko. So, oh yeah, you're broken. I'm just gonna kill you to pieces, kill you to death.
Yeah.
the good old-fashioned way, and then the entire rest of the team also dies. So it's
That fight was tragic because Emo's the one that breaks the smoke. He TPs in. He has BKB, so he's a bad target. Fly, like you say, is in the middle of everything. And Fly also itemized really well. But another thing that he did, which I liked a lot, oftentimes you see these tinies playing against PAs, you try to kill PA herself. Fly knows better. He's like, I've got this early Aghanim shot. I'm just going to kill everyone around you, and eventually you'll just run out of HP, and then it's pretty easy to kill you. Afterwards, we saw Emo with the refresher on the Eye of the Storm. Practically no way for Kaikyo to deal with that. And when we get back to this, I don't want to say the issue was the draft, right? Because I really think that this draft could have succeeded for them here. But unfortunately, just the way they played. And Neff, do they need just some team fight practice? Because it does kind of feel like they sort of lose their nerve and they lose their mettle when it comes to actually engaging the foe and finding a good fight. Unless they're picking off 1 or 2 targets, whenever these mass organization or these mass skirmishes break out, they just seem to lose the plot. Why? What's happening?
I feel like they lose the vision game. Invictus game man seem to be a lot more aware of who was on the map and where. And their wards seem to be a lot better. I think the 2 biggest defining team fights, in my opinion, were the one where Brewmaster was trying to gank Razor, who was inside the jungle, and Razor kind of knew that it wasn't safe around, so he was playing not very close to the tree line, where you could see a lot of heroes coming towards him, and the smoke net popping, and he just walked away. They dove the tower there under the tier 2. I think you remember that one, right?
Yeah.
That fight ended up being a disaster. And then the other team fight that it didn't go poorly for Shenzhen, but super good for Invictus Gaming, when JT ended up getting the stun off on both the Abaddon and the Sand King. They just forget where the key heroes are in these team fights. In Invictus Gaming, they sort of thread the needle, so to speak. So more experience with the initiation of these fights and where heroes are on the map, I think, is the biggest thing that separates Invictus Gaming and Shenzhen, based on this game alone. This is only the first series of the DPC season, so drawing a conclusion is hard.
I mean, it is a good thing that you mentioned that because, like you say, it's the first game of this new season. IG have been able to secure this 2-0, but Shenzhen still have a long way to go. And from what we saw here, although they definitely were outclassed by IG, there's still some things that are positives that they can take away that they can work on. And for IG, though, this is going to begin the climb. They want to try and get themselves back into Division 1 as quickly as possible because there's only 1 more tour left. Not that many DPC points up for grabs if you're not in Division 1, if you can't participate at majors. But from what we saw here, Dragon Drop, we've seen a lot of the teams that they still have to compete against last season, but what do you make of their odds, their chances going forward from this performance? Are we going to get the IG of old that's able to dominate opponents? Or is this going to be one of these things where we might still have some bumpiness going on the way as the road progresses?
Well, certainly had a very convincing first showing here, and also I think I've also shown that they're humbled enough to not go into this like, Division 2, we're too good for this. Because they did play safe. They did not give any openings, and I think that's the right approach. Because if you don't approach this seriously, you're gonna end up losing games that you shouldn't have lost. But IG in this series, I've not seen any big opening that anyone could have exploited really. Even
they're
when
the
they were
perfect
ahead.
team.
Perfect. Absolutely no mistakes. Something
I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, it's they look pretty good, and I think if they continue that, then they will have no issues going further. But obviously, we talked about it before. Like, this is over a couple of weeks. Things can change, but I like what I see from them so far here.
Absolutely. One thing that I really liked from them is the fact that it's starting to feel like it's working, having Fade in the team. Obviously, we're not at the Kaka levels just yet, but, we can get there. Before we close it out here, Neff, I want to ask you, give me an MVP of the series, right? Not just the person with the highest kill score. Who would IG credit with the victory the most? Who's the one person that they can say, across both games? Obviously, we've talked about the Vision game, so we could be including Oli, but personally, I'd want to say JT. What do you think as the person who really brought it together?
You stole my answer. It's definitely JT. He played super far forward on the Death Prophet in that game. He set up a lot of big plays with the Sand King. I think playing that far forward as an offlaner is super difficult, like kind of pushing the limits of what you're able to do. Emo, pretty good as well. He popped off in both games. He made some super sick plays in game number 1, in my opinion. But, if you to take both games into account, definitely JT.
JT, Dragon Drop, what do you think?
Can you even say anything else?
You
Not
could,
sure.
but you'd be wrong. But
yeah.
Oh, absolutely, JT.
Yeah.
What a performance. I think it's just like, yeah, he just played really well today. Starting to show some of the top class that we've seen from him, as we're also looking at some of these highlights, seeing some of these high class plays. Unfortunately, we didn't really get that much out of this Brewmaster in this game, but it's kind of difficult to do when you still need the rest of your team to show up. And Ash, yet again, had a very, very, very unlucky day. Almost got out of this situation, but very sadly, they got him. This is actually so tragic. Second off the cooldown of the Arcane Seal, and he probably ends up living, but it's off, so he dies. Very sad. Very, very sad. But one thing I want to ask you, gentlemen, as well, with this game and with this series is, do Shenzhen, right, at this point, do they need to start reconsidering how they're going to employ this Ember Spirit, or rather, what other heroes Ash can play, right? This was one of the heroes that he played the most as well in Tour 1. It's a bit disconcerting to me that, like you mentioned, you can have this hero, he needs to do a lot, needs to do the most, and even in circumstances where he was able to get something done, you know, a key hero kill, it would still end up in a situation where he dies not long afterwards, and that can't keep happening. So what do? Do they change up the entire style of how they play Dota? Do they start angling towards more of these shell heroes in the mid lane? How do you make this work if the things are going so rough at the beginning?
I don't know, man, because like the Grimstroke played around him and he helped him secure a kill onto Emo at the very beginning, but it seems like it's period of the post laning phase that's when he really starts falling off. So I think they need to secure his farm so he's able to get this like his Maelstrom a little bit earlier, and he's continuing to farm up and not spending too much time fighting the enemies. I feel like he kind of gets lost in the sauce. I know that probably makes very little sense to anyone watching right now, but it made sense to me.
Lord, did it make sense to you, Dragon Drop?
Yeah, I think there's a point embedded in what Neff just said that is true at the core. It's there somewhere, I think. And it's just it might just be that Ash has had a rough game. Certainly had a rough matchup against Emo.
Yeah, something like the post lane phase where the carry isn't participating in team fights. Ember Spirit has to, but it needs like this item before you can really fight the enemies. And then the situation goes from bad to kind of worse. It kind of snowballs from there.
It's kind of hard to judge for me, or just off of a single series, whether those Ash is having a bad game or those IAG just having his number, because they did spend a lot of time, especially in game number 1, just bursting him down immediately at the start. They really exploited the fact that he was not ready to fight, so every little bit of lockdown was more than enough to actually burst him down before you could get the defensive remnant out. So it's yeah, like. I mean, picking up the same hero for the second game after having that game number 1 means that that they're confident in his Ember. And I think in a different matchup or on a different day, this might look very different. This might look much better than he did today.
Let's hope that they do have that better day going forward. But of course, the day right now belongs to IG. They take it 2-0. The Chinese broadcast seems to think FlyFly has the MVP vote, so at least we know for a fact that we are watching the correct broadcast because we had the correct answer on this one. But with that, gentlemen, we're going to be closing it out. I hope none of the Chinese team people are here right now, you know? Nobody clip that.
Don't show that to my boss.
Chinese victory for IG over the course of 90 minutes. They take this 2-0. And now we're going to be proceeding with the rest of the day because this is not the only Dota on the cards for the day. We still have some more to come. So don't go anywhere. Keep it locked. Unfortunately, because they were able to win in such emphatic fashion, we are going to be having a fairly significant break, about 40 minutes before we return and continue with the day's action. But for now, we just congratulate IG for taking the 2-0 clean. Neff Sensei, Dragon Drop, thank you for doing an amazing job on the broadcast, for entertaining us and for teaching us about anime. Shout out Neff for that one. We're going to be closing it out for now, 2-0. I'm Snare. This has been Neff Sensei and Dragon Drop for the spring tour of the China DPC. When we return in 40 minutes, we'll continue with the day's action, so don't go anywhere. Until then, goodbye. See you then.
100kF， 3.5赫兹。
这是您所有的设备清单，请您在这里核实。
这么便宜啊！哦，
激动。
Welcome to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby.
有大招，
踩到了4个，但是敌还在对面之上，
基本上没有突破环境了。
对面之上好像还买不活，被铁锤死了。诺万直接跳出来，GG，恭喜Liquid。恭喜Liquid，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CS:GO 亚洲邀请赛。
打到底，鬼王也会也打3个。
恭喜拿命，获得这次 CAC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
兄弟，第2条率有没有锤？还传一下，传一下，漂亮！兄弟，走！
这样，这一盘老坑爹是不是已经没有什么机会了？恭喜 Manesky， 恭喜 Manesky 拿到了DPC亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
最后的1秒钟，我估计 Works 都没有想到。他以为在闭门，站起来，泽宝迪打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我代表个什么东西？这是开人吗？我又要提这个问题。3闪！恭喜 Mossberg！
Welcome to the International.
奇迹哥好像有点创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上，又是秒被带走，直接打出了奇迹。
赫兹。
这是您所有的设备清单，请您在这里核实一下。
这么便宜啊？哦。
京东。
有一个人前来买瓜。
生意行吗？你们哥俩？
你这大招保中吧？
我一个专业团控能给你空大。
那你要是打不中怎么办？
要是打不中，我给你送人头，满意了吧？
我操！你是忘记上盘跟我做队友的时候了吧？5个人打4个人，他妈4个幻象加个蛋。另外你说的，空大了自己送啊！你他妈逼我让是吧？送头了！
Dota Plus， 恩怨无需多言。
话说，谁想玩上一把？
我的最爱，让我来。
让我
来挑战我试试。起！看好了！来吧！
我的天！
这能干嘛？
我们来搞搞明白。到底是多少下？再来一下！我们还行吧？
那当然。
再多就数不过来了。
专业。
有点奇怪。稳操胜券。
看我表演！哟呼，我总是能得到自己想要的，胜券在握。
干得漂亮！
我的法术真厉害！
不错。
你也是。兄弟，你跑哪儿去了？
想抓到我，有本事就来呀！ 天辉方禁用英雄。请天辉方挑选英雄。
All right, and welcome back to some more China Division 2. We're here at the Spring Tour, technically 2021, 2022, but we're in 2022, so we're in the second year of it all.
2021, 2022, Season 2.
Yeah. Season 2, Season 3, Tour 1, Tour 2. Who knows? We're here, though. Division 2, YBB, who have changed their logo to fit the theme because they are now a part of that whole brand that is Extreme Gaming. And then Phoenix Gaming, that is here. It's not the Phoenix Gaming of old. That was that Phoenix Gaming that is now eHome. It is now back to Phoenix. It's a different roster without M77, aka Gintoki, and they've switched to CDR. So yeah, you're keeping them on.
It's not the legendary Phoenix anymore. It's more like I know if you ever play Elden Ring, there's like these super dragons and just normal dragons. There's a normal Phoenix now. Okay. We got a lot to prove. A lot to prove.
No Dragon's Heart dropping from this. Right.
No. Just like a bunch of runes.
But yeah, I mean, it's always good. You can level that way with enough runes.
Yeah, you can. What about that opening, though? Keeper Viper? It's like...
Very different. Very different than what we've been seeing. A lot of my information is certainly going to come from OGA Dota Pit and what we saw there. And it was definitely not... Well, we saw, what, one Kato game? And a couple Viper games.
We didn't see a lot of Mars Snapfire. Yeah.
Mars Snapfire.
Viper is very abusable, right? Very exploitable.
It stops the TA pick, and I feel like that's just been super popular all the time. And it stops you from having to ban it as well, especially when you've like used your first ban to be like Chen Weaver. So now they're probably not going to pick TA in a Viper, right?
Yeah, it's still weird though, because you have now you have like a lot of slow, but you have no stuns. Like Viper Keeper, they're good at spamming people away, slowing them up. But you definitely gotta complement them with a bunch of stuns. And what are like easy stuns they could look at here? Like I think Tusk could be pretty good. So you have a save as well. Cuddle always likes to have a frontline guy.
Well, that's if they want to put the Kato 5, right? It's like
all 4.
Yeah, but then do you put the Tusk 5? I feel like Tusk kind of needs a little bit of gold. He kind of needs a little bit of priority. Maybe not even just gold, like just having more experience in gold overall. Yeah, he needs to be that 4 position. I don't know. I don't really like Tusk 5. It feels like that is very... I don't know.
Yeah, but Cuddle itself also feels a little weird right now. So. Jakiro, so it's a Cuddle 4.
Don't pick TA or else.
What is actually happening with this draft?
He literally is just like anti-TA, and then I almost feel like they're just going to be like, all right, we'll pick TA now. We got it. It's fine.
Phoenix should pick it. A power statement.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
Hey, we have seen a hard counter TA. He won the game. I think he went like 10-0. Wasn't it Lure?
True. Yeah. They did win that. And that was against Jakiro and Viper, right?
Yeah. And he did super well. I mean, he didn't do anything in lane. He did nothing in lane and went to jungle level 2, but he didn't die a single time.
Got it done. That's all that matters. Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? Fair point. I'll take it. But I don't know. I'm interested. I'm interested to see where Phoenix's head's at, right? Because they kind of flopped out of Division 1. We just saw IG win. And then YBB's kind of like, oh, cool. Our good carries done. But they have MS. So maybe something working out there. I don't know. MS is okay.
They're just following a theme at this point. Just flying boys.
Just anybody who can fly except for Kato. Keep it grounded.
Kato, when he uses ult, he sort of floats a little bit, right? With a magic horse.
Right.
Like, I don't know if we can count it as flying, but floating, I guess, ish.
He floats for a second. Just like you could say Snapfire floats in Erton.
Exactly, yeah.
Makes
perfect sense.
No. Disagree. I don't know if that counts at all.
It should count.
No. I'm kind of wondering what Phoenix need here, because both their supports feel pretty weak. Obviously Mars is going to be more of your like frontliner.
Yeah.
He's going to try and make things happen. He'll get maybe a blink dagger. I'm interested to see who their mid's going to be before I commit to saying that he'll grab a blink dagger, only because I'm a little worried about that. Like, we've seen Mars go Deso first.
Yeah, usually not from the offlane though. Like, if they have a really good game, they go like armed blink. But if they have like an average game only, they usually rush that blink dagger. Sometimes even brown boots, and it's really all they need. They have so much damage and stun already. Like, they really just need a guy to initiate. Yeah, but I mean, they picked Dragon Knight into a Hoodwink, which has like an inbuilt break mechanic. Like, if you ever get speared in an arena and Hoodwink ults you, you're not tanky at all. Like, you're just gonna die, no problem.
Everybody's just gonna die.
Anti-mage.
Early anti-mage, usually reserved for
they had the last pick. Yeah, they had the last pick, but they choose to pick it really early, so they want to give them middle priority. Because they don't know what's middle yet, right? Like, they have no idea.
I mean, there's so many things that could be middle here. DK, if you want it. Viper, if you really wanted it, it could be Jakiro. Oh, Jakiro could be the offlaner, and we're just like in for a ride. Although I think it's going to be a support, and then we'll see like mid Viper offlane DK. I'm more comfortable with that. I like that more. But if you're gonna give against anti-mage, do you want the Viper against that or the DK?
Viper.
Okay.
The thing is, they need a carry now that has a really good matchup against the anti-mage and also farms against the Mars. I think PA is really good. Also has like a really good timing against. I love the heroes. You have the inbuilt break mechanic, and we've seen a lot of very successful PA games, especially in China.
We've seen some decent PA games. It would be to YBB's classic theme, and classic I mean whatever, how long, you know, the few year.
They lost the PA player though.
Yeah, they do. That's what I'm saying. Like, the theme sticks. MS, you're now our new Lu. You just play PA. That's it. That's all you do. Can you do that? Yeah, sure. I can do that.
Necro.
So who's
if this anti-mage gets big, like, you lose instantly. He gets 2-3 items.
Who's your safe laner?
It could be all of them, honestly.
Is it
like
DK?
Viper safe lane works? DK Dragon, they all work. They all work. They're just playing purely for winning lanes and snowballing.
Don't lie
like
to
the
me.
entire game, literally just snowball. They have DK Jakir to tower push. It's honestly a pretty good draft overall. It's just they are on a timer for sure.
Yeah.
And now, what's a good in the mid that spams out like mad and is not too greedy?
Who's a good mid that spams out like crazy?
Yeah, and doesn't. It's not too greedy. Like Crosswax and Walker could work.
And I mean, Puck's greedy, but I wouldn't mind Puck either.
Puck's a little greedy, yeah.
Yeah,
Could work.
It's a little too greedy, but I think it works because it's mobility early with Mars, right? You can open up space.
Yeah, maybe Death Prophet. Oh, it's banned actually. First space, my bad.
I don't hate that pick though.
Yeah, same. I would actually like it, but
Razor. That feels not greedy because I guess you get BKB early and you're kind of just like off to the races. But at the same
it's
time,
a bit off
just
though.
Like, yeah, I don't know if I really enjoy that all too much. Yeah, I don't know. It feels maybe a little lacking.
I like the anti-mage pick, but then I feel like they needed something like more.
So it's
something
a
like that. And Putna was banned, you know? Like Putna was really good.
Hero.
Yeah.
And it's a 5 Viper.
They're going all in.
What's happening?
All in on those lanes.
Is that what? Okay. I feel like Necro kind of just stands there for Razor though.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, I don't like Phoenix's
not gonna
draft
be great.
super much. There's gonna be a lot of
like
snowballing to be done by Mars and Razor too.
Am I allowed to do this? I don't like either of their drafts. Am I allowed to be that way?
Yeah, I mean, I also think both drafts aren't super appealing. But
do I have to keep my mouth shut? Like, I understand I'm a caster, and that's it. That's as far as my experience goes. I don't like either of these drafts. I don't know. I feel like I've never heard that in the history of like panels and stuff like that.
No, I've definitely heard that. Definitely said that.
What, you don't like either draft?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like either draft, but I like one draft a little bit more than the other. Like this AM honestly looks really good. Like if he gets 3-4 items right, which he can definitely if you snowball the lane.
Right.
It's just can you get to that point, because the Razor pick really doesn't offset any weaknesses, and it doesn't have the greatest core matchups until you have the refresher BKB. I don't know. I'm still probably gonna say that they're gonna win, just because I think both teams are like, you know, middle of the road kind of teams, and usually the team that is allowed more mistakes is gonna end up winning. So I think that's gonna be Phoenix in this case.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Also, I'm interested to see how MS kind of fits into this lineup. And right away, we'll take a look and see this 5-man smoke coming out from Phoenix. Let's take a look. Get into it. Game 1. Game 1 of the second series. It's not the grand start, but it is the start of the season. We here in the Chinese region, we get to cross the starting line first. I was really excited that that 5-man smoke was going to lead into like something great. I could build off that.
D-warding is great. What are you talking about?
I'm a big fan of D-warding. Don't
gives you gold.
Okay, no, don't get me started.
Experience.
I'm a fan. It gets you to the top of the lineup. To wait, are my buttons all switched? Oh boy.
CDR didn't practice his fingers enough. Gotta go back to that weight room. Finger curls. He looked pretty indecisive too. Is he? He's new in Phoenix, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. They can't hear me, by the way.
CDR? Yeah.
Yeah.
CDR joined them in the last 2 weeks of the previous season. He went in for M77, so I guess they stuck with him.
Right.
There was a lot of question on whether or not he was going to stay because it wasn't like
it says he's LFTing though.
Technically LFTing. Little illuminate action. This is always fun when you're Kato and you just get to throw in your illuminates.
Yeah, this lane is really strong.
Feeling like a baller. Of course, you're there with the Jakiro in the offlane position, which I've been spamming playing offlane Jakiro from the 4 position, which I feel like has really led to my team's downfall.
How can you be an offlane in the 4?
Yeah, well, that's what my team is asking. At the same time, I do the most damage on my team. I did 50k damage on my team last time as my 4 Jakiro, and I still lost. It felt really bad.
I wonder why, Bicop.
Wasn't my
Speaking
fault.
about winning and losing, I won a local LAN tournament yesterday.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. It's pretty pog. Oh, bot lane, Viper! And...
He's dead. YP getting the first blood. And MS taking a lot of damage, too.
Yeah. Not the biggest fan of Dragon Knight safe lane. We have seen it for a while, like many months ago. There was this meta, DK first pick every game, where he was played safe lane. It's just, you really want to get to level 6 super fast. And the higher levels you get, the more levels you get into the Dragon Blood. Not a big fan of dual laning him usually. Unless it's in the off lane and you have like a strong 4. But this Viper here looks weird. Haven't we seen a Viper 5 before and he just didn't do anything anymore after like 20 minutes?
Was he? Well.
Hey, LWW, careful. Alright, dodges it. Nice.
Uses the fairy fire as well.
Yeah, just to be extra sure.
Gotta make sure.
AIM is taking a lot of hair. It's only 6 CS so far. I like this lane a lot. Always gonna be the last.
Though, right? Illuminates with the liquid fire and the dual breath. Was it the right call? All right, as the Jakiro in the 4 position, I did go super greedy. I went 404.
Yeah, that's all right.
But it was a long laning phase. I didn't need macro pyre. Ice path wasn't beneficial for me.
Oh man, it's eating Illuminate after Illuminate. This is like the 4th or 5th one.
Yeah, he's down to his last bit of regen on that Chair Tango.
You have to be so careful when you play against Coddle.
Oh, he bought another stack of tangos himself on the anti-mage, and then a salve on the Snapfire.
Yeah. When you play against Coddle, you always gotta make sure that you... Like, when it feels like an Illuminator coming, it's really coming, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, don't be like, oh, it might be coming. No, it is coming. And now you basically also double stack the camp for the Jakiro and Coddle. Like, when you play against Coddle, you cannot double stack your small camp. You cannot do that. They're just gonna farm it. Top lane is going really rough for Dire so far. But maybe the mid lane is a saving grace. Nope.
Not really. The mid lane even feels like it's not going that well. Like Zone, he's 16-4 in a matchup I thought he would be a little bit more dominant in. But
yeah,
I
it's
guess
pretty tough
not.
against Necro. Like, Necro is really annoying.
He denies the water rune. I guess full health, full mana, you don't exactly need to pick it up, but the deny feels better.
It does. It's the same thing you do with Invoker, really.
Ooh, Shining going down to MS. This safe lane DK is something I kind of want to talk about too, because we've seen DK a couple times, maybe like a handful of times. Came out like once or twice during OGA, and it wasn't safe lane.
Illuminate,
Illuminate! Oh, please, you need to watch out.
Heal me!
There goes that salve.
Yeah.
Are they gonna fly out more regen? You gotta be keeping an eye on 928.
I mean, look at Snapper as Snapper if he's only buying regen for the AM. He's like, yo, bro, you're gonna let me buy some items at some point or what?
Items are overrated.
Wait, Hoodwig is actually doing top nowadays. It's pretty hard to kill them though.
Yeah, but CDR already blinked away. Like, yeah, they'll get this with the Fire Snap Cookie and the Bushwhack. I don't know if that really should have happened with the fact that CDR had blinked away already.
Yeah. Also the fact that he actually saw him, but he fought him in melee range. A little bit.
Whoa. All right, I'm down with this ward. Take a look at that.
Which one?
The one in the top lane, right by the bridge.
Oh.
Or, well, not bridge, but like overpass, I guess.
I'm the kind of guy that likes to get like 100% efficiency. That one's only like 60%, maybe 50.
But that is a cool ward. Like, usually you see it on the other side of the lane, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So to put it there, I feel like it is a little bit unexpected. Or unexpeced. Oh, CDR, that can't happen.
Oh, it's his Ring of Health. They just flew over the Coddle. Oh, he didn't do the long way, huh?
And that's gonna hurt as well.
Yeah, that was the Ring of Health. That's 6 additional HP regen that's gone now. For how long? 1.5 minutes.
A while. It never feels good.
No, because you build it for the laning phase, now you don't have it for the laning phase.
Yeah.
Oh, it's CDR, man.
He is not having a good game, but in comparison, MS having a great game. We're gonna still up top though, because they're gonna try and take this fight, as they'll get the kill there on the Viper. He wasn't able to accomplish much, but they did rotate 4 up there. Necro never came over. Storm's enjoying his time farm. He's going boots of travel first on the Necro. Okay, Storm. I see
you.
You
missed the spear bot lane. It shouldn't be in too much trouble. And I say it, but you gotta rebuke him.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage. Yeah, you gotta rebuke him, gotta slow, make sure that he can't think about getting that kill. MS, he's been, I feel like a player for a long time. He had never really found a home with the team. He was in like the eHome org for a bit when he was playing with like King Gaming Luminous and all that. Bushwhack, Jakiro.
That's a big Illuminate, though.
That's gonna be big. It's not gonna be enough to get any of these kills, as they still lose the Jakiro. But that was a big Illuminate. He's doing damage, they're just not getting the kills. And for Phoenix, that's like their saving grace. Not losing anybody, getting this urn, getting charges on the urn as well.
Yeah, the Necro's playing really greedy. Like, he didn't have a TP for like 2 minutes at this point. Like, he just wants to greed out on the Boots of Travels, where he of course got the free TP.
Gosh.
But if he has a TP in his top lane, I think he just goes there, kills 2-3 heroes easily. Didn't get his Reaper off yet either.
Reaper Scythe on CDR, especially with the fact that he had lost that Ring of Health, it's destroyed.
Yeah. And hopefully with the Travels, he'll start to get a little bit more active.
Like, CDR cannot play this lane. They should be able to take this tier 1 tower pretty quickly, especially if they protect the push.
Which they are sort of doing now. Oh, Viper going in from behind. Necro traveling top. He cancels his TP actually on the Necro. Doesn't want to get the Reaper kill, I guess.
Yeah, I guess he just doesn't like the the new Reaper Scythe passive.
Yeah, I don't want to get HP regen.
Or mana regen.
Yeah.
Dude, that's overrated. And
What
MS
was
still
that?
having a really good time.
Yeah, I mean all the lanes are going really well. Like Anti-Mage is almost into his threats. Like his game is really slowed down. They gotta bring him back into the game somehow. But this is what happens when you pick like all in lanes, right? Like you gotta get this advantage, maybe even a bigger advantage than this, and you gotta make sure that you don't drop the ball at all. Oh, Illuminate on AM again. Should give away the wall position though.
Yeah, probably gonna do so.
Is a great conductor.
Old dude,
now
a
the
great
Color's just taking his farm.
Razor. And that just feels great, like you said. You can't really be giving up the stacks or anything like that.
Yeah, MS is a pretty tough kill unless Razor is there, but he doesn't have ult, so yeah, not the easiest kill.
I remember watching MS so long ago during like those later H Cup seasons.
Wasn't he playing already when I was in China? I feel like I remember the name.
He was playing like 2017, I want to say, for King Gaming Luminous, because it was H Cups were a little bit later than DPL, and I started casting in like 2015, and I didn't start doing like DPL or H Cup until late 2016, 2017.
I think I remember him from when I played in like 2014, 2015.
I don't know if he was pro at that point, but he definitely could have been like involved. I have no idea what the scene was at that point. 928 getting run down. LWW getting credit for the kill. Again, these kills are piling up for Phoenix, but at the same time, like YBB, they're farming really well in lane. They're fine with this.
Yeah, I want to see Necro get a little bit more active though.
Yeah,
I don't know why he's so, adamant on just farming. Like there are kills to be had. Just but then again, this is what we spoke about previously a little bit, right? Like it's pretty hard for them to catch anyone. They only have slows really. Dragon Knight has a stun, but that's it.
Yeah, they didn't go like Radabatos or anything like that. Ice Path, but you're not going to be skilling that for a while. He actually went 3021 instead of what we saw was the more aggressive 404. And we saw that a couple times with the Jakiros. And what really worries me is you talked about how Jakiro kind of falls off. We get to that point where Jakiro really doesn't feel that good in the off-lane role. Yeah. I'm a little worried that you're going to see a little bit of that from the Necro, especially with how inactive he's being.
The problem is, AM, at some point, he's going to be nigh unkillable. Because he has like the counter spell. The only way you can really kill him is if you stun him and you get like a Nether Toxin on top of him and then Reaper him right after. Yeah, but it's going to be so hard to execute. Because he here obviously has his counter spell. You can counter the Dragon Knight stun. And there's so many things that can go wrong. Like, you really don't want to give this guy a good game now.
Yeah, and he's not having the best of starts, but at the same time, like, now MS just bought a Blink Dagger, and that's one of the things, like, if you're going to have DK in the safe lane, I don't really, at least in my opinion, it feels kind of bad to get Blink first, right? Because you're kind of the guy you're relying on for damage and getting those items that are going to help you hit harder early on in the game, especially with a lead like this. But instead, now you've chosen a expensive mobility item. And now you've got
pretty much all in already, though. Like you see, Necro's going for Pipe, he's going for Mecha and Jakiro. The entire item build and playstyle, super all in.
They could show off the Blink, but he's just going to walk forward, so they know, they know he has it.
Interesting. But yeah, now it's pressure time. And will AM have enough farm by the time it reaches, the high ground? That is the big question.
Kisses are ready to start this. A little surprising because there was no setup for that.
Yeah. I think it's okay to throw the Kisses out if like a plasma field hits the DK so you can't blink out of it. But this was... Yeah, now you have one of your best spells on cooldown. So this tower's probably... Yeah, nothing you can do.
The real combination comes once the Mars gets the Blink Dagger and he's able to just blink in and get that arena down.
Yeah, which he is not super far away, 700. But yeah. Razor's getting pretty close to his BKB. It's also going to be a little scary for the Radiant. They have like nothing that goes through BKB.
They have no lockdown even without it. For the most part.
One blink stun is all they have. It's scary. It's scary. Like, this is the main reason why I said Dia is gonna win, just because Dia has allowed many more mistakes than Radiant is. Like, if Radiant loses one team fight, I feel the game is just over.
Radiant's very fickle with what they can do in this game. They need to... They were slowing down the anti-mage, and I think if he gets to this Battle Fury and kind of gets left untouched, that's where you're going to find a lot of your problems if you're YBB. But if you can maybe kill him once or twice, I think you're in a decent spot. This should be a Reaper Scythe. Yeah. It's a Reaper Scythe on LWW. I feel like you could have had one or two more of those throughout the game. It is that level 1, you're now only getting 3 HP regen and 1 mana regen, where if you waited for maybe get that kill, don't use the Reaper Scythe, wait for level 2, could have made something happen. That being said, Zone, he gets caught. Ice Path's there with the Macro Pyre as well as the Viper Strike, and they get a quick kill on the Razor. That'll slow down his BKB, which is a pretty big timing for Phoenix, considering, again, the lack of lockdown and the lack of BKB piercing abilities here.
Yeah, he was really close to it. Actually, just like 500 away. The kill is very, very important. And yeah, obviously, if Viper gets on top of you with a Jakiro, there's nothing you can really do without that BKB. And you just saw how he melted. I had 0 chance. Because, of course, the Viper attacks reduce the magic resistance as well. Ton of damage coming in.
Viper going Shard. I'm a big fan of that. Yeah, Guardian Greaves. So the sustainability theoretically could, should be there. You're gonna have Death Pulse. They'll have the Guardian Greaves. They'll have the Pipe. And right now it's just
on the DK,
might have been bought out to the Pipe. They're gonna go with the Arena. Good 2-man Ice Path. Kisses are gonna be enough with the help of that ulti coming out from YP. They're trying to turn it on to Shining. Shining on the run. The Illuminate does not end up landing, I think. But at the same time, they just have the follow-up damage with a Mana Void doing so much here for CDR. All of a sudden, that's a big turnaround. And they're going to blink to stay with this Coddle. Plasma Field on the edge gets the kill, and 4 heroes die on the side of YBB. That's all Anti-Mage needs to do, and that is pre-Battle Fury that he's able to get in and make something happen.
And now this is the scary time. Like, you didn't push a single tier 2 tower at 16 minutes with an all-in push draft. You also itemized completely all-in. Like, if you're not going to kill a 2 on his anti-mage soon, I don't know how you come back in this game. But even the Razor is also a big problem already.
Yeah, that fight from YBB, it felt like it was going really well. They were trying to get out the Mortimer's Kisses, end up losing one with the help of the Sharpshooter, but at the same time, there were certainly options there to make it possible for YBB to take that fight in more ways than one.
I gotta say, if you play DK safe lane like this and you're just running at towers, you're not really trying to smoke gang or anything, I want to see a BKB first. If he has a BKB there, they don't lose that fight. 0% chance.
Right.
But now he has a Blink Dagger Hood. It looks really scuffed, it feels more like an offlane DK at this point.
So wait. He got the Hood as well as the Necro, and he's got Blink Hood.
Yeah, I know. Necro has the Pipe, though. So.
I guess.
That makes sense.
Is that really the gold you want to be spending on the DK in the safe lane?
No, that's what I'm saying. You want to have a BKB instead of these 2 items if you're going to play like you are right now. The blink doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If you think about it, sure, they have no catch, but
now they've taken the tier 2. That's at least the positive, because this is something that we've been saying
they're gonna go high
need to do. Yeah, they need to. They need to pressure because they need to make sure Anti-Mage can't find his way back into the game.
No glyph is gonna hurt.
What level is the Liquid Fire? Only level 2.
Yeah, but the poison damage is stacking up. They need every hero there. If they lose one more teamfight here, and they know it.
Racked. There's the blink though coming in from Shining with the Arena, and they're gonna look to get this kill with Kisses coming from the other side of the fight. Somehow LWW has found his way on the other side of this one. The Sharpshooter hits on the Viper, and all of a sudden, well, YBB, they need to run. The Breathe Fire is not going to do enough to stop them from getting that kill, and the Illuminate, and it's extra damage, but again, not doing much.
Checking tower health, not even half yet. And AM, of course, has been using all the time to farm away.
They need to use another Reaper Scythe as soon as they can to help this Necro kind of continue to stabilize his game.
Yeah, it's really not what they're playing for anymore. At this point, all they worry about is getting a Rex as soon as possible. But honestly, in this sort of game, getting 1 or even 2 Rexes might not be enough.
Because it's about secure, like, especially with these teams in the Division 2 and some of the teams we've seen in Division 1 where finishing's your biggest problem. Like, getting 2 sets of racks isn't going to matter if you can't finish out the game and then Anti-Mage brings it back. It was like such a concern for some of these teams, just getting the finish.
Yeah, I mean, it's the hardest thing to fix for not so well-established teams. It's super hard to go high ground, actually. And they're trying it again now.
I think that's not a bad idea because they know that Arena's on cooldown for a little bit as well as the kisses. They can maybe risk this, but they need to be very careful. And by careful, I mean not allow this to happen. They do get the reprecise kill though on a Shining. That's big for the Necro.
Oh, this is really bad for Phoenix. They have no more BKB.
Yeah, Necro not only gets the HP and the mana regen, but they're able to come in here and potentially get this this tier 3 tower up top. And if this can turn into racks, it's going to feel good. But they've lost the bottom tier 2, by the way. And then it's pushing into the bottom tier 3.
I really would have loved to see the Anti-Mage just cut the top wave so they can't continue this push.
He's actually looking to push into the tier 3.
Yeah,
Arena down, but Spear hit, Jakiro in trouble, Spear us on, 3-man
push. Oh, kisses.
Ice Path, and the kisses coming through. They get the kill into the Viper. They're going to look over at Shiny, who ends up dead. LWW with the double kill, though. MS trying to finish off LWW to find anything he can to really salvage this, but I guess it's salvaged in taking the racks.
Aim to be
only
back
the range racks, though.
I don't know
so
if they
take
can
him off
get
the
the
tier
Rex.
3. No Jakiro,
Last spot back for this.
So to the Viper.
Oh, Viper's instant when shot. You spoke about it, I think. Add even more tower damage. Look at the poison damage coming now. Yeah, like, I am 100% certain if AM just cuts 1 or 2 waves top, this cannot happen.
He spent his time trying to push him bottom.
Yeah, which is a pretty big mistake in this kind of game. Because all you're playing for is stalling out the enemy.
And he's picked up the ace, never mind.
He's fine, probably. Almost has his Manta. Once that's up, he'll finally be able to fight. You know, MS is looking for him.
He's looking for somebody. Blink Dragon Tail comes in onto YP. He's still going to try and run with the Scurry. And
nice.
Okay, Sharpshooter to get on the high ground. That was pretty hype.
Yep, using the skill set very well. But we spoke about it. Like, this 1 Rex is not enough.
2 pipes. Okay.
Oh, they're going Ultra Giga all in. Damn, haven't seen that in like forever. But I feel like, honestly, the game is just going to end as soon as Razor has his refresher. I don't know what to do against him.
He still needs a while, though.
He gets there.
Yeah.
They have a double pipe. What's the first one?
Anti-Mage might make him pay. He's going to push him bottom, and he's going to go for this tier 3 again. He wants them to come back, but I think YBB needs to stick. Yeah, he needs to cut the wave, because I think YBB have the tower damage to just stick this, right?
Yeah.
Arena Spear, it's on the Viper. Viper, you got to remember, is just the 5. So it's not the biggest loss, but he did buy back, and that's the BKB down again here for that Razor.
And he's not cutting the mid wave still.
Tier 3 bottom, though.
It keeps coming in.
Reaper Scythe comes through, and the immediate buyback. Now it's wondering if you want to stick for this, and they get the Spear out on a Storm. They're pinging out the bottom rack,
no glyph.
and he's going to get the melee racks. And they have no catch, so he's just allowed to leave.
And they didn't get the mid-rex.
Yeah.
How's Razor looking? He's getting really close to his refresher, like 1,000 gold. If he just runs in with double Eye of the Storm, double Link, he can easily kill this Dragon Knight, or anyone really.
You just go for Roche here if you're YBB? You've pressured Phoenix back enough?
You can definitely go to Roshan, it's just, is that good enough? You know, and does that do anything for you at this point? Because none of your heroes really carries Aegis is too great, or they're looking for the aim again. But even if we catch him with those 2 heroes, do you have the damage? I would say no.
You need to like Reaper Scythe Anti-Mage and go all in on the push.
AM is going into his BKB as well. Oh, how's the refresher looking? It's really close, 500 gold. But they're going again. This might be like the golden timing, you know? I always speak about.
It's like the golden hour on Instagram. You gotta take a picture when the sun
What is the golden hour?
It's like that 5 p.m., 6 p.m. when the sun's going down and it looks all pink outside.
Oh, yeah, something like that. And they hit just that. And Phoenix knows they don't want to fight this. BKB AM, 1500 away. Like the timings are so close, man. They just can't
really
quite get it.
Teetering on the edge.
Yeah.
I love that
like,
though.
We want to fight, but we can't.
Can we? Like that's always the thought, right? We can't fight, but are we sure?
Are you sure we can? Yeah, pretty sure. Okay. So refresher is up if the courier doesn't die randomly, which it shouldn't.
Okay, Storm, he went into the Ag Shard, so he's got Death Seeker.
Yeah, and for people that didn't know, you can cast it on teammates too.
Ooh.
So it's like a mini E-Blade.
Enemy or ally. It's all about that reading comprehension.
Yeah.
MS. What's he got coming out here on the courier? It's got Shard and Atone. So a lot of Shard coming through.
All right,
the fireball.
This team fight, I think if Dire wins this team fight, the game is pretty much done and dusted. Because AM is about to pick up his BKB. If they hit that BKB timing plus the refresher timing, win the fight, I don't know how they win the next fight on YBB, like ever. They're smoking up though. Can they find a sneaky pickoff?
Might get easier though if they can get this Will-O-Wisp out. That control could be massive to turn around this fight.
Yeah, but that's where the 2 BKBs come in handy, right?
But like Mars doesn't have one, so if he's blinking in with the arena, you throw the Will-O-Wisp down, he can't get, shouldn't theoretically be able to get that extra little spear control. Theoretically.
Yeah, potentially. It's just like who gets the initiation first, because let's say your Dragon Knight is frontlining, and you go all in on him with all the BKBs, and he dies, might be a little bit of a problem. Same with the Necro, really. Oh, it's the double pipe enough tankability? I don't even know at this point. I haven't seen a double pipe in like forever. If they can burst aim.
Greaves. He's got
They're looking to burst aim, I think. Oh, he knows.
Now that was the I know you're there. Just when you pop the counter spell.
You looking at me? Well, I knew that.
That's the wink.
Would have been funny if DK
wink.
Stunned himself.
Odd.
The counter spell cooldown is so funny. Just like 3 seconds.
Which is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. Form activated. They're looking for...
They're looking for something. They found the Razor, and they've got the Fireball down, but now with the BKB and the Refresher, he just turns around on the DK. MS is in well ahead of his team. And the Will-O-Wisp post-BKB, at least for the Anti-Mage, I don't think it's going to be enough. They lose the Viper. They're looking to get Storm. They miss the Scatter Blast. They land the Spear. They'll kill the Jakiro. They'll end up getting 3. MS buys back. They'll buy back on the Jakiro, too. So they are really just trying to find something. They didn't even get a Reaper Scythe off in that entire fight. OWW has the Shard, so the Scatter Blast stuns. The Spear lands. And all this chase, all this attempt to get something, they get nothing.
And they're still tier 2 bottom. I don't even know. You can't force the tier 4s here. And you just got destroyed in this fight. They're going to try to go for Roshan ASAP. But...
you lost your range Rex to bottom.
This is what I'm kind of alluding to, though. Like, what do you do now from this position onwards, you know? Like, you boxed yourself in completely. That was the team fight you had to win, but you got demolished. They weren't fast enough. They didn't pressure fast enough early on. Now Razor is almost into his Shiva's guard already. Like, every item that comes out now from either AM or AM is gonna kill the Viper too, maybe. Mana Void in 2? No.
No. But he is in their base at the moment, so they know they're safe on Roche.
He didn't have the patience from Zoe, unfortunately.
Even with this Aegis,
Dragon
this
has such a
fight's so
bad
hard.
Aegis carrier. Like, you use the Dragon Form, you blink in, and you die, you respawn.
He was so far
I'm
away
not
from his
that smart.
team.
Yeah.
He was on the other side of the arena. They couldn't get to him.
I was really curious, because the Mars actually just blinked like a centimeter. Did you see that? It was like a mini blink. I don't know if you
New-
misclicked
new
or what,
item.
but...
That should be the new item, mini blink.
Well, it's flicker basically, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
like.
Okay,
call it
B-Cup, you
mini
gotta do the work now, because I'm looking
Alright, I can do
at
the work. Yeah.
YBB. I don't
Uh-huh.
know what they can do, so you tell me.
Okay, so you restart the game.
I mean, in this game.
And you restart the game, this game,
Oh, okay.
and you do a different build on DK. And you're more active on Storm. AKA Necro.
Yeah. I can't believe we're just farming all game.
Yeah, really, he hasn't died. Like, his
Well, that's great.
scoreline's gonna be good. That's cool.
Well,
at the
for
same
now,
time,
for now.
like, I guess it's not great.
You're 7k behind at this point with an all-in lineup. Oh, they're just looking to fight here straight away.
If they could catch CDR,
Oh, he knows, man. He's...
he always knows. They saw him TP in too. They had that ward down. Oh, look at that Obs.
Oh,
Right
it's on
behind the
himself.
fight. On himself. Ice path down. They got the break. Okay. But a good arena. Reaper Scythe comes in, and I think that got reflected as well.
Yeah,
Storm's
it did.
gonna get hit by the Mana Void. They've got the static link on him. Storm trying to run. I said he didn't die yet, but he's gonna die here, and they'll get the kill onto the Necro.
Everyone's
Ends up fighting
buybacking.
back. Him and the Viper. MS going in. He already bought back, but it's just the Aegis. They get the kill on LWW, who has buyback himself. Spear. Well, that connects on to Storm.
Time
He's
to
gonna
run,
be pushed
boys.
back and locked up. Shining in maybe a little bit too long. We'll get the kill on the
Okay.
Mars. He doesn't have buyback. This kind of went okay.
They all bought back, and this is like the last all-in push they have.
Yeah,
If they
it's
can
either
get the
this or
bot back from
nothing.
this, yeah, like I don't think they can go back now. They have to go high ground.
Would you ever call GG here if you were YBB and you lose this fight?
Yeah, I
without
think so.
losing your mid or top tier 1?
Yeah, but they have a chance to get mega creeps here, because they are just gonna go high ground. AM, they're not cutting waves again.
Yeah, it could have been there for the 2-man.
There's a lot of building
bushwhack.
there, but you gotta do something.
They glyph. The TP, the stun, it's onto the Razor, the Fire Staff Cookie, but it's into the Will-Wisp, and now Razor's in trouble. Macropyre down, he's got buyback. Viper broken, but not dead just yet. Spirit Vessel on him,
Take
and
damage.
he's in trouble. CDR with the BKB, and he just survives. But he hits the bash on the MS, they go to the Mana Void. I think he hits Storm with it, but that wasn't the greatest of targets. He had full mana. They only killed the Viper so far. They've got the arena down. The Spear lands on the MS,
Have no
but
damage.
he illuminates in, and LWW's behind enemy lines. Fireball down. CDR trying to make something happen, but so far,
Oh, you
so
can just
good
hear- oh,
for
no.
YBB. But I say that, and the Bushwhack lands. The Spear connects. Storm locked down to the tree, and they're still trying to go after LWW.
They're getting outplayed like mad right now. Oh, CDR, they have Reaper and 5. You gotta be a bit careful.
They do have the Reaper with the Will-O-Wisp, and
Hey,
can't find
AM,
anybody.
careful.
Oh, anti-mage so low. No Reaper Scythe, but they might even just throw it on. Now he's got the mana onto Shining, and he's dead for 77. They've got the Reaper Scythe now. 4 stacks, 24 HP regen, 8 mana. They're
Okay,
holding.
refresher up in 20 seconds. 20 seconds until Razor refresher, or 30. When it's up, the fight is won. So they gotta stall somehow. Does Shakira have traveled? No, he doesn't. Alright, so they can't continue this push for now.
He's got
Question is, can they all get it before Mars responds?
Yeah. You can TP to the outpost top.
Oh man, this is so tense for Phoenix now. They misplayed the fights a little bit, and now it gets really scary for them. Are they brave enough to jump the AM again after getting every spell reflected?
Do they have the guts? Do you have it guts?
I miss guts.
I always wanted to be on Global Guts. I TP when you've got recall. Oh, into the
Hey,
ice cap.
in with that
And
one.
the will. They don't have it yet, but they finally take out CDR. Well, that was that first BKB static link into the refresher, and now here we go again, but the static link's already broken with the BKB being popped here by CDR. He goes in, gets the bash, scatter blast, hits on 2, fire snap cookie, and the bushwhack.
Oh, it's a big arena.
Plenty, but it's still not going to be enough. They get the kill now. WW. They end up losing this Viper as well as the Shakiro, and down goes Kotl. But Zone's gone for 102 seconds. They've got the stun on the Storm. Storm being controlled.
He's hitting the
Scatter
Rex.
blast misses, but at the same time, they've got the Spear to follow it up. Kisses come in. Storm still surviving. He is trying to juke around these kisses as MS dies in the base, and they'll take out Storm. Full team wipe, no buybacks on anybody.
Yeah, this might have potentially been the last chance they had on YBB. It looked pretty good. Like CDR just blinked in without BKBing or counter spelling, and then I mean, if he does it again, you know, they could lose, but he shouldn't.
That seems to be the theme of this game, but he shouldn't.
Now, Hoodwink is also scaling pretty well now. Getting pretty rich.
Yeah, Maelstrom. Spirit Vessel, Maelstrom. And the 8th. Duck. You know who isn't feeling like they're doing as much anymore? Give you a hint.
Jakiro?
Necrophos. Jakiro was also the right answer. DK was also the right answer.
Viper?
Viper was also the right answer.
I guess the Connor's actually doing the most, which is kind of sad.
Yeah, I mean, his Will-Wisps have been on point.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, like now you're pushed all the way back, all the cooldowns are back. Maybe you wait for another round of buybacks?
Shining.
He's
Roche
currently being solar blinded. Putting shot on air.
Solarbind is ridiculous, by the way.
It's such a strong
the
spell.
slow is so strong.
Yeah, the sound too. Kind of sounds like Skyroth ult. Like it sounds super important too, you know. You're getting bombarded.
So we said the previous time was their last chance, and the time before that was their last chance. This,
no, the time before that was
YBB is now their last chance, I think. For real this time.
No.
Too
They're
Fast,
gonna
Too
wait for all the
Furious
buybacks
3, we swear this is the last movie.
No, because there's always a fourth one because of Dwayne Johnson.
Well, there's
Who's
also
gonna
a
be the
ninth
Dwayne
one.
Johnson for YBB? Who's the Dwayne Johnson of YBB become?
You gotta close your eyes and think which hero would be saying, "Do you smell what the Rock is cooking?"
Probably Necro.
Yeah, and then he comes in with the Necro ult with the Reaper Scythe, and that's like the rock bottom.
And the little death pulse is the people's elbow.
Kinda. I would say more so the Death Seeker is that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The mini one.
They were looking with that smoke, but they're not gonna find it. They have
Alright,
creeps pushing
now-
in bot. They really
AM
want
has
to force
Scotty
that.
and the Man of White Talent. This is it, B-Cop.
He is 5 levels ahead of MS.
Yeah, that's what happens with 5-man all game. But Timeless Relic is absolutely terrible.
Five levels.
6 soon.
That's crazy.
I'm crazy! Roshan's back
Roche
up.
is up. Yeah.
Oh, Stormcrafter too. They're getting really bad items. AM would love to get a...
Oh,
Viper! He is super fine because he got a hood and they got double pipe.
And he's still just trying to sit there. Oh, great ward. Head's gone.
I can't believe the item build is crazy.
I'm surprised he dropped that ward. Another hood. By the way, on Viper.
Yeah.
Are they going triple pipe?
Wouldn't be surprised at this point.
When there's too many pipes going around, things get like really difficult to make sure you're handling.
Yeah, because you don't want to stack him either.
All of a sudden, you've got 3 pipes in your hand, and everybody's like, "Come on, put them all in your mouth." This is ridiculous.
Well, technically, they all have their own then. I guess. Maybe.
YBB's kind of scared of pushing in, but I feel like that has to be their objective. But at the same time, I understand that they want to go for Roche, but I don't think that Roche fight is going to go well for them.
No, they're all just waiting. Never mind, he doesn't have buyback on Necro. How about the others? DK, no. Viper, yes. Jakiro,
Only
yes.
Jakiro, Hoodwink, and Viper.
Yeah, no Kurdle. Oh, Penta-Edge Sword for AM. That's what he wanted.
And into Roche. No.
And out of Roche.
And into Roche. I don't know.
Nope. Oh, where's the diffusers on the AM?
It should be there. That's a real build. Stop hating. God King made it work. And I am going to look to my second monitor and look you in the eyes and tell you, Diffusal Anti-Mage is a thing. It's real. They are,
Yeah.
both teams are so scared to fight.
Well, the thing is, Dia doesn't have to fight.
No, they
Radiant is just afraid, yeah.
Yeah, well, right now they're afraid. Maybe they'll be petrified. The question is, will they survive? And there's the blink as well as the spear comes down to the Viper. Will-Wisp is down with the BKB pop by Shining, by the way. Shining, no refresher yet. They pop the refresher around. They get the kill to the Jakiro. He's one of those guys who has buybacks. So does the Viper. The Mana Void comes out. They still don't get the kill here on a Storm. And CDR kind of forced to blink away. They've got the lockdown on his own. They look for the Reaper, the gobble up, and the speed out, throwing him back in the fight. And getting the kill on a Storm. They take out Coddle. They lose that Snapfire. But can they get anything more from this? They look over at Shining. They've got the damage, but he's got buyback.
Which he should use right away, he does. No Necrophos. AM should be a god in this fight.
That was close. That was a good job there by LWW to use that gobble up.
Yeah, if that didn't happen, would be really bad.
Picked it up recently.
There's no way they can do Roshan like this, right? Yeah. Smoke up again.
They need to have Serpent Wards from Shadow Shaman. Apparently that can just take out Roche.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw
Definitely
that.
the interaction they were
intending for.
Yeah. That also means that Venno can do the same.
I don't think I've ever seen a game be teetering on the edge so much as one with a 14,000 lead as this one.
The thing is, the Dia really shouldn't be close to losing any team fights anymore.
I think it's just a little bit of hesitation that comes down. Their BKBs aren't exactly high numbers anymore.
Yeah, but they're not focusing like the right targets. You know, like whoever has speared, they actually jump on another guy. Like whoever you go on, just focus them down first, then go to the next target together.
Now
they're
they've
all
allowed
splitting
the
their attention
Necro to be up.
Yeah. At least M has Abyssal now, so he can just kill whoever pretty easily by himself.
Will he?
I hope so.
Pipes, Greaves, all that jazz.
He has a lot of damage.
How many levels ahead of this DK is he now? He's 27. The DK is 23. So 4. All right.
No, it's because one level up takes like 3 level ups at that point.
Yeah, but like, just numbers. I'm not talking about experience, Ed.
No, of course.
Definitely feels like a lot more.
AM, they want to jump to M.
Oh,
nice.
stuns himself. Wolf is down, so if he can survive this, maybe he can make something happen.
Vision? Dust reveal? No?
No.
Glimmer Cape, OP.
Very.
And they smoke up without aim, it's BKB. I think he's pretty scared to fight at this point, to be honest. Let's see what happens.
5-man smoke, the long wraparound.
Ooh.
BKB and Coddle.
Vision.
Low quickly and kill. No buyback. And then they've got the arena as well as the spear onto the Viper.
No
so
buyback
those are
too.
2 quick kills with no buyback.
And now there's a Roche for the AM probably. Wibisa!
Only it still had that little jump.
I'm surprised he didn't man avoid him. He was in range for sure.
Now they're gonna try and push out bottom.
Well, AM with Aegis now. Good luck killing him twice.
Good luck killing him once. And who's picking up the shard? Shining? Okay.
Yeah. Double spear with the refresher, very good. And now that was YBB's last fight, right?
Maybe.
Yeah. The game looks pretty over at this point. It's just on Phoenix to really close it out.
This is when you last dash Clash and go Boots of Travel in. You already lost 1 tier 4, and you just go for it. If you're YBB. Why not?
I think so. Bait him to go to your high ground? Then what though? DK is level 25. Here's the strategy. DK gets the AoE Dragon Tail. The 4 of them smoke to base. Dire panics. They TP in close proximity. You go in. Bam! You stun 4 heroes. No TP.
No TP? Is that the way it works?
Yeah, because you cancel them. But you need 75 for that.
Is he gonna get 25?
No.
True. IMAX are available for everybody but the Mars on the Dire, by the way. And Necro has his. So not feeling great in terms of buybacks if you're Radiant. That's for sure.
Yeah. Especially into an Aegis AM. It's looking rough. Does Razor have his Shivas yet? If he wants to buy out on it, he has it, yeah. Which would be really good against the Necro and DK as well. Where's the comeback avenue, B-Cop?
So hear me out.
You restart the game.
You restart? No, I was gonna do it until you ruined the bit. But you turn off your PC. You restart the game. Gosh, I think with the Aegis, Phoenix, it gotta be coming at you, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they're really gonna have this opportunity to like sit back if you're YBB.
Radiant's top tower.
What are you sitting back for, though? Look at your items.
Buyback, Aegis timing out.
I mean, they won't let it happen anyway on Phoenix. I'm sure they can feel their superiority right now, so they should be shoving it down very, very soon. Honestly, like, if you're super dominant, right, like, you gotta show the enemy that you feel that way, right? You gotta assert that dominance. Yeah. Spear.
They know.
Gets him.
They got him. No buyback.
No buyback. And he was probably the most important piece in all of the team fights so far.
Yep. Very much agree.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I will say they threw down the arena for that, but they do have refresher. Oh, this time the Dragon Tail did not get reflected. Reaper Scythe coming through. And that will get the kill on LWW. They also got the Aegis out of the hands of the Anti-Mage, who's now forced to pop a BKB all without the Coddle. BKB TP. And bye-bye.
Phoenix is playing this really, really sloppy. I mean, there will be a point where YBB will have, like, even amounts of farm as the AM does. Then it's not going to be nearly as scary, but...
You go this way, and I'll go
yeah, like, it's all Phoenix right now. Like, you got to be able to close out those fights.
Yeah, very important. Close it down and well, I guess it's Aegis gone, and maybe, just maybe, that thought to yourself, if you are YBB, hey, we just killed the anti-mage. We can do it again. But he does have oh, he's gonna have buyback in 85 gold. So that feels even tougher.
He's pretty good.
If you're Phoenix, that's for sure. Level 25. All right. What's he gonna go for?
Who?
Picks up the plus 400 AoE Dragon Tail during Elder Dragon form. For
Told you to go for that play. Yep.
Now, for those of us just tuning in, what's the play?
Want me to explain it again?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, you push in a lane, preferably top.
Right.
4 heroes, all except DK. Smoke towards the T4 tower. They all pop out super suddenly, and Daya is gonna panic TP back. You blink in DK, you stun 4 heroes that are all TPing. They all don't have TPs. And then you win.
Just win the game.
Yeah. And if you're like a super giga chat, you do that and instantly boots of travel onto the creep wave that's in the base.
Yeah.
Like right in front of them.
Is this the call you're making if you're captain?
It's probably a little bit too risky. But I think you can do it, right? Like, you're probably going to catch at least 2 heroes or so. And then at least you fight with an advantage. And DK can always boost the travel there.
Yes. No. Yes.
But that's also the thing. They're probably looking at Phoenix play. And Phoenix has been pretty sloppy like the last couple of team fights. Maybe they think they just have a chance in a normal straight up team fight.
I am here for the $1 million Dragon Tail.
Well, more like $20K.
20K Dragon Tail.
Yeah. Would definitely be a great play though.
Yeah.
And by great, I mean it would probably be the play of the year, to be honest.
Already, it's March.
Yeah, but like, what's better than that? Like, tell me, please.
I don't know.
Exactly. I can't even think of anything. But it's also because I'm not a thinker.
You don't sit with your
stinker.
You know, the hand or the fist under your chin doing the thinker.
No, that's not me. I'm more the guy that has one fist in the palm, you know, like the badass pose.
Elder Dragon form used. And
Zone? Hey! He's dead.
Out in front of everybody. Willisp is there. They've got the sweep. They have the BKB, but it's not going to be enough to save them. And they were looking for the Gobble Up. Now the Reaper Scythe is not going to be enough damage to kill off the Snapfire immediately, but LWW still dies.
Well, you remember what I said about being sloppy?
The, extra Reaper Scythe stack. It was something about they were being and very.
Yeah, now I see what I mean. Double damage aim though. Maybe he can do some damage. But yeah, I don't know what happened to Phoenix. They played such a clean game before. Maybe they're too comfortable.
They have a 25,000 lead.
And just all the moves they're making right now, they're so like indecisive. You know, like AM canceled his blink like 3-4 times before he jumped on the DK there. DK was all alone. It's a free kill right there. But they're just hesitating so much now. They're probably really scared. Dota's a scary game.
Especially if you lived in it.
No, then you respawn. It's not that scary.
Wow. For now.
I can't believe AM went Shard over Moon Shard. He went for a different shot.
Right. I would have even grabbed Ag's Blessing.
Ag's, but you need attack speed for that. I still think Moonshot is probably the best item you can go for at this point. Like these kind of games always feel really bad if you're like Phoenix, you know? You know how far ahead you are, but at the same time, you can't close out the game. Like it feels really
Right.
bad. And I said at some point, you know, DK's he's starting to get pretty rich. Same as
Does
the
he
Necro,
have
really.
the items though?
He can get them is the thing.
I feel like you need to be very reliant on CDR Chidori to get it done. He's got almost 9,000 gold.
Yeah, buy a moonshot, my friend.
Buy anything. Sales only last until the end of the game, and then that gold is worthless. 50 seconds till Roche. Are you thinking Ags or Refresher Shard?
I would love to see a refresher shot for the Razor. But also free axe for AM sounds pretty appealing.
Already assuming that Phoenix is going to take the Roche.
Or Radiant. What could be nice for Radiant? Probably the Axe Scepter, right?
Ags DK.
Yeah. Pretty much the only thing. Or Axe to cure with the pure damage, maybe? He's building one himself by now, but...
Gave away where they were.
Oh,
That's
man.
Scatter Blast.
Come on, Phoenix. You gotta take this one. You gotta prove to the people that you can do it.
They're all right there. Everybody waiting for their opportunity. Jump to find that start.
Dragon Form activated.
And he's going north. Away
He's all by
from the
himself.
rest of his team. And he's under a sentry ward.
And go!
He's by himself.
What's
happening? Sharpshooter with the BKB from MS. And they've got the Lewis down. That hits the anti-mage for a second. But they're going to take care of it pretty quickly. MS was all by himself in the beginning of this fight for some reason, standing under a sentry
And he baited his
ward.
team in too.
And he baits his team in, and they end up dead. So Storm's got to step forward looking for the Reaper sight, and it does take out the Razor, but he loses his life in a trade.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of what we would be expecting, right? From the two teams.
Radiant's middle tower is
Like entertaining Dota with lots of tiny mistakes here and there. But yeah, it's
Let's have some fun.
so they're just going to the Roche pit. But they know that, of course, on Dire. The Mars popped his refresher to throw the second spear also. Like, no, a lot of things happening, B-Cup.
She's creeps coming in bottom. At
Go to
tier
tower.
4. Uh-oh.
Which now is reinforced armor, by the way.
Not gonna be enough.
All
right, never mind.
Below 500? Ah, just above. That means Radiant wins.
By the way, Anti-Mage did go Ag's Blessing. Had so much
over the
gold.
Moonshot.
Didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, but it's just Moonshot is so much more value if you don't have attack speed. Because you have
Also
0
versus
attack speed
Refresher
items.
Shard.
Yeah. Which would be really nice for a Razor. Triple BKB?
All move into the pit. It's 322 gold from that ward on the cliff. Using
for
the
the Coddle.
Ags to get it. Coddle. Oh. Arena. Coddle.
He's dancing.
He's trying to dance. He's got 2 left feet. Or, well, 4 left hooks.
Kind of unfair though, right? Like he's kind of like in an earthquake trying to dance.
Well, you're naturally dancing if you're in an earthquake.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not, you're dancing.
Alright, so Refresher Shot probably goes to the Razor, I assume. Maybe to the Mars?
Roshan has fallen to the dark. The aegis of immortality.
This time, Phoenix, you surely you gotta do it.
This time, the nth time. This is the time. Not the last 5 times. This one. 44,000 net worth here for the anti-mage as well, by the way.
Yeah. They're so scared on Dire.
I almost want to say for the right reasons. By the way, Jakiro, does he save buyback or does he buy out on this Ags? Get that pure damage.
I would buy out, but he's gonna save buyback. Look at AM's attack speed. It's non-existent. It's like early game attack speed at this point.
Smoke. Smoke.
Necro went for a Radiance.
Yeah. Not the real AM, but a real arena.
Where's the commitment, AM?
Necro, no commitment coming in. And now the commitment coming in. 4 staff away, mana void on a full mana target, and well, Chidori, you're not gonna pass your shinobi tests like that.
I mean,
they're waiting for 60 minutes now.
It's a little frustrating.
I heard the brain kind of that tight headache you get sometimes, where your head hurts and it just feels like your entire skull is hurt. It's that meme picture.
Yeah, but sometimes this game happened like 5-6 times already, I think.
It's literally the meme picture where your head hurts in the front, your head hurts in the back, and it's the whole head is red.
You know the guy in the school where the veins are all popping?
Yeah. That's you because holding back.
Yeah.
Storm level 26. Jakiro gets to level 25, so Ice Path cooldown, minus 2.5 seconds. Throws it in on a 6.5 second cooldown. I actually like the 2 times dual breath damage and range. I think that's really strong.
It is. But he's just playing for control at this point. Because the biggest problem, well, in theory, should be the anti-mage. So, yeah, Ice Path is pretty good for that.
And they get out there and find their minute 60 neutrals if you're on the Radiant. Kato's gonna try. He's actually gonna run into YP. Ooh. He needs to leave. All right, let's see what the tier 5s are gonna be. It is time for tier 5s. Fallen Sky. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Fallen Sky is good with the Mars. That was eventually, yeah, I figured 928 would die. Apex.
For the Mars?
If you're YBB, you got to get out there.
Yeah.
You got to find something.
So, AIM is actually keeping the Apex for now. This item is super broken on Strength Heroes because you get, like, how much health was it? 1500?
You get a lot.
Oh, Mirror Shield on the AIM. That is broken. But he doesn't take it. All right.
Does the Mars have the Fallen Sky? Yes, that is. Feels like the obvious answer.
I feel like Fallen Sky and Razor would be way better, to be honest. Like with the Mirror Shield to AM, and then the Apex to Mars. Like imagine you're static linked and he meteors on you. Oh, it's a good arena.
Fallen Sky if you're just gonna land there, but there's the arena. And Mars standing around these heroes asking whether or not they're entertained with that arena coming through. MS is going to be dead for 2 minutes.
Hey, it's no buyback.
TKB on the run. The Ice Path coming in. Fire Snap Cookie. They've got the stun as well as the Gleipnir doing a lot of damage on the Storm. They've got the Mana Void as well as the Spear. Bounce back the other way, I believe, by a Force Staff that was used by Jakiro. And he ends up dead and does have buyback so far. Aegis expires. Do Phoenix stay? Do they have the confidence to stay?
Dragon has no buyback. Like, if they don't force it now, then I don't know when they will.
Trying. Will Wisp. Sleep. No.
What did they do without the DK? He bought out on his items. He doesn't have buyback.
Do they dare fight against Mega Creeps?
I mean, I wouldn't stop here if I'm Phoenix. Like, I'm definitely gonna force it more, right?
At this point, Ice Path lands, Macropyre down. Now they're looking. Chidori needs a little bit of help. He's gonna blink away. He is very scared about how this is going down, but Shining looking for the opportunity.
He's going in, Chidori.
Doesn't have the arena at the moment. They will have the save on the Viper. Now they look over at Storm once again. There's the Bashes coming through as well as the Mana Void once again. Storm taking a lot of damage when the Ice Path is out. The Spear lands with the BKB. They should be able to take out the Necro and probably win this game. Finally finishing him off and now getting the kill onto the Viper, who's going to buy back, but GG has been called. And Phoenix will end up taking game number 1.
They do. Not the most convincing win I've ever seen, but you know, they get the job done ultimately. But like, if you wanna get back to that Div 1, you gotta step it up a couple, not just 1 or 2, but a couple. You know, like, that was really sloppy. They were supposed to win this game, I dare say, almost 30 minutes ago.
Maybe even 40 minutes ago, if you really want to start asking questions like that. It felt like their time was when the first, like, they had an 8K lead pretty quickly into that like 30-minute mark, right? And then just took them a long time to put it together and figure it out and hope that they can get something. When it just, again, that's something we talked about. Closing abilities for these teams. Is it there? It didn't feel like it. There was a lot of struggle. Eventually, though, they made it.
As a smart guy once said, next time.
Who was the first guy to say that?
I don't know. Probably, I don't know. Well, how would I know?
I might even go Columbus. He wasn't trying to get to America. He was like, next time. Whatever. Next time. That's fine. Or maybe, like, I don't know. It's fine. Somebody said next time first, and they were the first to ever do it. We'll see what happens next time. Game 2 coming up next. YBB, Phoenix Gaming. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a moment. See you soon.
还剩10秒，还剩5秒，请天辉方禁用英雄。请天辉方挑选英雄。
All right, and welcome back. We're here at game number 2. We never thought it was going to happen, but we made it. When we took a 60-minute game in between us getting here in the beginning of the series, and we're going to jump right into it. We've got YBB now down 1-0 to Phoenix. I'm now this time joined by 2 great minds. Myself and Lizard. We're the 2 great minds here, ready to go, bring you this draft analysis. And, you know, it's 2 great minds, but there's also one amazing mind. So I would say a beautiful mind, if you will. It's Black. I couldn't commit to it. I have so much anxiety. I couldn't.
What happened? Like I was.
I just can't. I can't.
Dude, he knew. I was staring into his soul, dude. His soul was like.
I'm so disappointed by you, B-Cop. Like I was. I was like, oh my god, he all grew up. He's actually going to burn Black. Nice.
You're
and then he's like,
right?
but there's one amazing mind.
Like I didn't talk, and that probably freaked him out, dude.
It did so much. You guys
I'm
know me
just
too
staring.
well.
I'm just staring into the camera. He's like,
As the anxiety
he's
just
not
takes
talking.
over. He's actually
not
mad.
talking.
Oh man, very, very disappointed.
I'm sorry I let you down again. Oh gosh.
Eventually it will change. It's been a long, or eventually I'll just stop hoping for it, you know, because it's been a while now. Yeah.
Either or, the outcome.
I can get. I'm used to getting Nomad. I gotta get used to getting. I can't be looking at Black when I burn him because he just gives me that stare of like parental disappointment where he's just like, okay, all right, I see you. You're not gonna get in trouble now, but later.
I don't forget.
I don't forget. You're in trouble. I guess it's just what's gonna happen. To get
10
back
years
on
later, do you remember
track.
B-Cup on stream?
You remember that one time? Is just balled up face? Yeah, I do remember. I will always remember. My brain remembers every interaction where I get anxiety. It's a blessing and a curse. But yeah, to get back on track to the draft, you know, Phoenix, Weaver, Mars, YBV, Nyx, Assassin, Viper. It will change on the bans because it was a Weaver Chen ban in the first phase on the last one, and they banned the Coddle. Even though they beat it, they ban it. It felt like they just had a little bit too much trouble with it.
Weaver into Nyx. Thoughts?
Bad.
I don't really care that much if I'm Weaver, I guess. Yeah, you have the Carapace versus Kuchi as well, but I don't know. I think people make it sound way too worse than it is. You think it's that bad that you question it, or?
I think it's really bad if you're core Weaver. As a support, I don't care at all.
Yeah, I do play support for like 90% of the time. Or
Yeah,
5,
of course,
so,
of course. Yeah. So I'm assuming it's just gonna be a 5 or 4 Weaver, because like a core Weaver is really scared of that Nyx.
Yeah, it's an early pickup. By the way, guys, this is my literal first game casting and analyzing in the patch. I played a lot, but when it comes to these bans, is this normal stuff or is this just for these 2 teams?
The Coddle's a little bit newer. We weren't seeing that really in OGA. Everything else is still pretty typical from the last patch. Like it doesn't feel like there's much of a change in the. I think what the patch did was just make more heroes viable. And so like the pool's kind of expanded a little bit more rather than shrink down because heroes got nerfed into the ground, because nobody really got nerfed into the ground. It didn't feel like a patch that was too harsh on anybody, so it just made more options possible. At least that's my point of view. I don't know if Black agrees.
Sure. I mean, I don't agree with all the buffs they made, you know, but you know my standpoint on already really strong heroes getting buffed. I'm always against that, like Pangolier, like even Tiny, you know, but he's not really getting picked up in this series. I think it was banned second phase last game. But yeah, the priorities of different teams, like you can see what kind of playstyle they like. It's much more clear now.
Anyone hates the new Ogre Magi camp in the Ogre camp in the jungle?
You mean the Bruiser?
Yeah, when they bash you for like 5 days.
It's just terrible because usually when you farm a creep camp, you just look around the map, right? But now you can't do that. If you have
Can't do
that
that because they're gonna kill you, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like one guy stuns it and the other guy hits you too, and deals a ton of damage too.
Yeah, it's I'm not sure what happened there, why they buffed it up so hard, but I guess that's also one of the reasons why Chen is banned out in the first in the first few bans, right? This hero looks pretty busted with all the buffs in the jungle. Not even only the bruisers, everything. Like, the trolls are strong. The little cobbled camp can actually disarm the tower. It's
which should not be a thing. Probably gonna get fixed at some point.
A year from now, next patch, guys. We got some time. We gotta get used to it, enjoy it. It'll come around, and eventually that'll be fixed. I'm a little surprised we don't see Lycan. I feel like Lycan off lane might have like evolved into something because we're seeing like Tiny in the safe lane. Lycan also kind of doing his thing. Maybe he gets like an Ags or has Helm of the Overlord or something like that. Like it's not. I thought maybe Zoo meta would come back a little bit more with a push, but it feels like it's been very tame.
I feel like Lycan is honestly just dead. Like, why did his wolves receive like minus 40% damage pretty much? It's like, what? I went from 52 to like 35.
Necro again.
I think that's
he didn't get any buff
really
or anything for it. They just took it away.
Yeah, it's a really good point, but at the same time, I like it. I'm done with Lycans just sending wolves and one creep at me and I die. It's I'm just so done with that. I'm ready to not see that hero for a couple of months extra at least.
Yeah, I can't blame you. It's, I mean, even as a carry player, super obnoxious. He just stands there with like 10 HP region.
Yeah, you can't really you can't even win a lane versus a guy that literally does nothing but last hits. Like, okay, sure. Can't zone you out, I guess.
20% more damage to me? Oh, okay, no problem.
Yep.
Fun concept.
Necro got changed a bit, right, as well?
Yeah, the old giving those passive buffs depending on the level.
They ran it last game, but it wasn't very successful at all.
Like,
yeah, I was watching, by the way, and that last game, I just loved the predictions from you two, because at first I was watching in-game, and there's a delay, and you guys are saying that one team is completely owning winning, and I'm on the screen looking, no, they're not, it's the other one. 5 minutes passed, okay, that happens. But then you start saying the different thing, right? Like, the other team now is winning. Sure, I'm like, okay, Black B Cop, I'm not gonna take your Kyle predictions, I'm just gonna watch the game.
We were live tweeting who we thought was such a great team in the moment, just to really get the jinx into fruition.
Hey, you have no time. 2 seconds. Whoa. Okay.
Ooh.
Again,
same.
Fourth pick anti-mage. This time they don't have that aspect. But...
After the last dance performance, he has a lot to prove to me.
Like, maybe that's why they picked it.
Him. Yeah, maybe. I got my tweet ready, man. My judgmental tweet.
I got my likes ready. And then I'll make a tweet, but only you will see it black because Lizard unfollowed me.
Please pick PA this time.
If you bait Twitter follows, Bcop, I'm gonna unfollow you again. I followed you back though.
Trying to get him. I'm trying to reel him in.
You know.
It's fine. It's fine. Follow at Bcop. Whatever the hell.
82, I think, was it?
It's 92. I'm not that old. I'm not 92? Turning 40.
Bcop Blink 82.
Blink, yeah.
Is it 82?
182.
182, yeah.
Singing instead of Adam's song, I sing Bcop's song. It's my biggest hit.
So you guys didn't really. I mean, I can completely agree as well. I was watching that anti-mage from the last game. He had a decent time, got his farm, but then struggled to really make impact. But then again, YBB Gaming's draft was so cookie cutting. I expected them to win in like 15 minutes. You have this hero with the Mac Dragon. Yeah.
It just
and
it felt
one
like they
team
were
for the top
lacking
lane.
on Phoenix in terms of chemistry, at least. It felt like
Yeah,
Phoenix's
yeah.
chemistry was off.
It's like I'm going in. All right, I don't want to go in, but now I'm going
Viper
in.
Core this time.
Or
instead
Nick's
of Viper
core.
5. Well, yeah, I guess it could be Nick's core.
No, it can't be.
I mean, anything is possible. Still,
Actually, they look at the Nick's talents. They're so bad. 300 mana burn radius? The hell is that talent? AoE mana burn?
the best talent in the game.
It's actually pretty sick. How broken is that lizard?
It's interesting. I'll tell you that. It's kind of interesting.
Mana burn radius. It's just you click on a hero and then 300 around that. Like it's still targeted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Dragon Tail, I guess.
Wait. I guess you wouldn't be. Wouldn't it just give you a radius?
It's the same thing with Dragon Tail, though. Like it says it has a radius, but you still click on the hero.
I see. So you couldn't just mana burn the ground, right? Like.
Yeah, that would be so high ground.
Yeah, just mana burn everything in a radius. EMP.
That would be so funny. Oh. They actually banned a PA this time. They're like, well, yeah, it's a pretty good hero. Maybe they're expecting the DK again. Come on, YBB, pick the DK again. Show them you can do it.
Well, they banned out the Razor, right?
Again,
they're gonna get the DK, right?
I hope not.
That way.
Rubik.
It's a pretty good Rubik game.
Yeah,
so
you can steal that grip. It's pretty
wait,
nice.
Is that mid Rubik?
I hope it's a mid Hoodwink.
Oh, mid Rubik's way cooler.
Yeah, but it loses
No,
games.
I'd rather see the Rubik mid, honestly.
I'm surprised. I thought you were gonna say Hoodwink, honestly.
I've been burned by way too many Hoodwinks.
Yeah, I've been burned by too many Rubiks.
Yeah.
It's a mid Rubik.
Oh my god.
We got what we wanted. MS
can we go to
also on
game
the
3?
void. What? Yeah, you know, with the way game 1 went, you really think we could just guarantee a game 3 like that?
No. I mean, it's a pretty good Rubik game, right?
Nah, yeah. I
like,
mean,
you can get Axe, you steal the Fiend Script, you Fiend Script the Void while stealing his Chrono, then you Chrono the other 4 heroes.
Well, yeah. Ags upgrades on a lot of these abilities feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Get Shard. Why not? Have 2 spells?
Can you still borrow from Nyx?
Maybe.
What happens if you borrow under and then you steal another spell? Are you still borrowed? You can never unborrow again?
I don't think I have ever seen the burrow being stolen. Like, ever.
Yeah, you might not be able to.
Right? Because you'd see it. Usually this is how I go. If I'm thinking, can something be done? I'm trying to remember if I ever saw it be done. But why wouldn't you be able to steal burrow? Like, he just burrows and you steal it.
It's the same thing with the old Odie. You know, when he had the 3rd spell active, you couldn't steal that one for some reason.
Yeah.
But why? It's a literal active spell. Why can't you steal it?
Why not?
Exactly, why not?
So, are you telling me you're going with YBB game 2 black?
No.
Even with the no?
No. I was not impressed game 1. Like, I don't know. It's a rough call. I'll have Lizard make the call and I'll follow him.
No, I'll go with you. I'll go with Phoenix Gaming. I think.
Wait.
Thank you.
You'll go with Black, who's waiting for your call.
Yeah.
You know he's gonna go. Okay. Sure.
No, he was kind of dancing around it. You know, like.
I'm
gonna go with Phoenix, but I'm not. I'm actually gonna let Lizard say it first. So there you go.
Yeah, you hang up.
No, you hang up.
Oh, you hang up.
Okay.
Right, I'm hanging up. I'm out of here. See you guys.
Now what? How dare you hang up on me?
Let's get into this second game. See where we're at. You know, let's see what the lanes end up being. Where are we gonna see a switch? Do we see any tri-lane? Because we saw some tri-laning in OGA a little bit. Didn't like it super popular during that time, but it was there. Just a touch.
Tiny touch.
I was just discussing like how tri-laning made the game way more complicated than it is right now. Like 2-1-2 cookie cutter and you just go for it, right? Tri-lanes were it took some brains as well back then.
Yeah, tri-lanes are definitely... You have a lot more work to do, let's put it that way. And thinking and swapping. I was also a big fan of tri-lane meta. Because there was also the meta where the offlane was alone. I just free farm every game.
You know, like when you were a support in a tri-lane meta, there are just so many things to think about, especially if you're a 4 or even as a 5. When do I rotate? If my rotate fails, the offlaner is gonna get a lot. Like, how do I rotate? Where do I go? Do I just continue pressuring this lane? It was just, yeah. I think it made the game way more complex early on, at least.
Yeah,
and,
I agree.
Yeah, right? And if you're that offlaner as well, it didn't make it easier for you too, because you're always dying, fighting into 3 heroes.
Yeah, I think it was the worst offlane meta, probably. Because you always had 3 heroes against you, and you were alone most of the time. But then you have this like one game where you just safe lane, you know, in a counter matchup, and you're like, yes! Take that.
And then, what happened was, like, as always, the pendulum swings too far one way, and then it goes the other. Iron Talon, right? Like, was it Iron Talon? It was, right?
Yeah.
Iron Talon.
Yeah,
good times, good times. Even Kyle could play offlane back then.
Yeah, but Shrines too.
And Shrines, yeah, and Shrines.
Go to the jungle, heal up. Also use Iron Talon. Shrines on the high ground. Bring them back.
5 Shrines on the high ground.
I'm so down for 5 Shrines back on the high ground.
Why was it 5? Like,
for each hero.
Yeah.
I hated when my supports used it, dude. I was so mad every time.
Or you accidentally walk by it and click it.
Accidentally?
Yeah, for sure, accidentally.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know it was here, sorry.
Yeah.
What is a stubby?
Yeah, I actually don't know. What's a stubby, B-Cop? It's your native language.
What are you talking?
What's a stubby?
Like, is Hoodwink Scottish? What are you talking? No, wait, that's Starkwill. I don't know. Stubbies caught you in your stubbies. I don't know.
Yeah, but
like
in your tracks.
Something like that, right? That's what I thought
your underwear.
Too. Underwear.
Yeah, it sounds like some underwear, right? To me as well. Let me Google it. Stubbies.
I'm taking some guesses here.
Stubby, a squat bottle of beer typically holding 375. That's
very close.
A pair of men's brief shorts. It's also Australian. So she's an Aussie, actually. She's
right,
Parker's.
Right. And Weaver is dead.
Yep.
We were dying bottom lane. LWW getting caught out.
I told you guys about it. Well, you all knew about it already. But he carapaced the Tsukushi. Wow.
Yeah, but why do you go into him like that? I feel like that's the Weaver's problem.
Yeah, it's so low health too.
CDR did not have a fun lane in the first game either. They just needed to open up some space for him, which they did in the form of letting YBB go to the high ground.
Good space, guys. Good space.
Do you go for it? Sorry, do you go for Atos here on the Viper? Guess you do, right? You get some extra catch or no?
It's just the problem with Atos against AM is it's like so slow. Like if you get caught by an Atos' AM, you're banned from playing that hero, I think.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
But
I
against
guess
the rest, it
overall
would
they
still be
don't
very good. Yeah, against Mars and stuff, yeah, I would still like it.
And if you want to get that Gleipnir, I guess it's possible too, but maybe too greedy.
Yeah, that's the problem often in Viper, right? It's not traditional. Like, what do you really do in the mid game? Like, you're a right clicker still.
I know he was the 5 position, but I like the shard pick up on Viper. It's not like super popular with him when he's in a core position, but I'm always a big fan of it. Maybe if you go for that after, say, early Maelstrom or something.
Ooh, this Beyond Bane.
Yeah, Bane looking like he is in some trouble, but he gets the Nightmare on a YP and a bash from MS. So getting the save. Getting the save.
What does MS stand for?
Help. Movement speed.
I thought miss.
Yeah?
Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah?
Carried away by the Moonlight Shadow. No? Nothing? Never mind.
Yeah, no, I know it, I know it. No. Carried away
real quick.
by Moonlight Shadow.
Nice, he knows.
Of course. It was a great song.
Yeah.
If you don't know it, check it out right now. Oh, Hoodwink to ping bottom. They're looking for a Viper kill. He doesn't have much mana though. Well, he just ate a mango. No, man.
Especially with the next assassin bailing.
Yeah.
Hey, Hoodwink, you gotta wait for... Okay, they don't know. Goodbye, Viper. It's Am gonna last the kill?
No, Hoodwink!
YP is.
YP's like, hey bro, I TP here, I get the kill, man.
I spent the gold to get here.
Yeah, it's the gank tax. If I gank, I take the kill.
Yeah,
But
and if you complain, I don't gank anymore.
Yeah.
Zone is getting slapped. They have a Reaper.
And then
Maybe. Oh gosh, Zone already getting killed. Talked about how this Rubik might have a rough lane.
it doesn't increase the death timer anymore, right? So
No.
that's nice.
You just get the region.
Yeah.
Which is pretty significant early on.
So a couple of perhaps mistakes from both sides here, leaving the Viper unprotected. It always leads to a kill, right? This hero can't really lane alone. And then Rubik going under a ward without seeing... under the rune without seeing where Bane is.
What's that Hoodwink taunt? It's like... magic.
Yeah, it confused me as well. He has 2 wards.
Odd.
Hey, he... Oh, never mind.
Death Pulse stolen, okay.
What happens if Rubik steals Reaper and you get it, like... Ah, no, it's bound to the Reaper, so...
So it's only there as long as he's got Reaper safe?
Yeah. I think it's kind of like the line finger. The stacks also disappear. They shouldn't, but they do.
I think you should continue to hold on to stacks, right? Like, it would make sense. If the point is stealing the spell, then Rubik should be the exception.
Did you notice that there's a lot of heroes that are now getting these? If you kill someone with this spell, you're gonna get permanent whatever.
Yeah.
Like Axe as well, and
more and more.
Yeah. Do you like it, or you don't care?
It's a bit weird. I mean, I don't mind it. It's just a little
Different,
weird,
right?
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it can lead to some really crazy stuff. Like I've seen an axe with like 80 armor.
You had a really good game then. Was he on your team? Or was it just a game you watched?
No, he was in my team. But the thing is, when you get the talent at level 20, I think, it's retroactive. So every kill that you made, you already get +1 again.
Weaver has to be very careful. He might just die to the Reaper scythe.
Oh!
He does survive because I believe Zone did have Death Pulse for a second. Now he's got himself the Reaper Scythe stolen.
Yeah. Raindrop also. That's why you buy it, guys. Great item.
Had Raindrop, he had a lot of charges on Magic Wand, plus, like you said, the heal. Pretty good stuff.
Oh, he stole the Reaper on Rubik.
Yeah. So now we might get that interaction.
But by the way, I asked about the item build on Viper before. He's going for an Orchid, and it feels good though, right? Like this new Orchid on him.
It does,
the build-up's not bad, right? With the build,
you're so squishy though. Like, you have like 1100 health.
Yeah, I agree completely. I feel the same way. It's great if you're the one hunting, but the problem with an offlane Viper is, like most of the time, you just get killed off as you're trying to do offlane things, like push in alone or something like that.
Yeah, I'm a little worried that if they go for kills, like one spear on him, and he's just dead. Or one Rubik lift even.
Definitely an item that can make him very fickle, right? Like, if he gets the Orchid, they get a kill afterwards, he builds into the second item, it feels good. If he gets stopped once he gets the Orchid, you're going to fall behind pretty quickly.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but like
you want, right?
Level 9 Hoodwink can almost solo kill the Viper, right? With that health pool?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the reasoning at least is you have this Necro that can kind of frontline. Or something like that, maybe?
I guess,
but,
yeah.
Looking for the
that might be Reaper kill. Oh, yeah, I didn't get it.
Scythe? No. We don't get the interaction, unfortunately, because he didn't get the Reaper Scythe right, but now he steals the Impale.
Thank you, Zone, for messing that one up.
Felt like it was almost guaranteed with where they had the positioning on that. The whole
Maybe
time,
he knows it
Mars
doesn't work.
Just farming.
Yeah, he's going brown with Blink, actually. So they're the ones who want to start hunting soon. Viper sitting top, Chrono.
Okay.
Chrono with Viper coming over, but Viper doesn't have a Viper strike. Now they've got the Reaper, and that should be enough. So Storm's got 2 already. 6 HP regen, 2 mana regen. Early on, that feels great.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. He's going straight Blink tag out Necro?
Okay, so they're... Yeah, interesting. I expected perhaps something that will just beef him up a little bit, like we talked earlier, right? You want this...
They're all going super squish mode. Like
Yeah.
Mask of Madness, Void, Orchid, Viper, Necro bots Blink. What?
Yeah, it's... Yeah, it's interesting.
Feels like my matchmaking games.
Yeah, right? Like, it doesn't feel like anything normal that you would usually get. At least one of you needs to be able to take some damage.
928 right under the nose of LWW, ready to go. Level 6 has the Vendetta hiding behind a Weaver that's just kind of standing in vision.
Such a cocky build on all 3 heroes. Like, yeah, we're gonna outplay you and we're gonna kill you all the time.
How do you kill him?
Ooh. And a Void used there on the Void and very close to getting that kill.
Huh. But then he time walked and he's full HP again. Why does time walk have Weaver ult in it?
It's balanced.
Yeah, I guess that is technically Weaver ult, right?
He should also go Invis for the duration of time walk, and it should linger for a couple of seconds after.
I don't disagree. Looking for arena potentially. On the support Bane, they're gonna use it.
Need this spear.
Won't even need it.
Yeah. And the Impale from a distance has Zone getting the kill.
Yeah, nice range.
And it's Spirit Vessel first for Rubik. And he's got 3 charges, so...
It's really good against Necro.
Can do that.
But yeah, why is this Necro going for Blink? Like, I don't quite understand.
There's nothing to understand. It's let's see. Maybe he has something hidden in his repertoire. I don't know, but I don't see it.
He has the gold, but he's not buying it, so maybe he won't buy it.
I think he's just thinking about it, right?
Like, Radiance instead.
Ooh, LWW. Yeah.
Okay. The moment this Weaver escapes, he buys the blink.
Oh.
Blink does kill him.
Now I can tip him back.
There. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's well deserved.
Even his own teammates too.
Oh god, that's the second time 928's been able to pull that off.
Didn't Nyx just come there and clap them?
Yeah, why not?
But Orchid is almost up and Viper at least, and Aim is still very far from his Manta, obviously.
Going
but he did commit for the blink.
Yeah, they smoke up. They have this vessel as well now on Rubik, so
they also squish.
What does he have stolen right now? Just Nether Toxin. It's interesting to see YP go straight eggs on this Hoodwink, the Hunter's Boomerang. If they can catch MS, that'll feel great, but already missing the Bushwhack. They have the arena.
He's so squishy, man.
Nightmare.
Is he fine? Vessel's ticking. He's dead.
He ends up dying, so at least they get one. But Shining looking like he's just going to get run down, and Reaper Scythe.
That's a level 2 Reaper.
Attack. Yeah. So now at 12 and 4.
There you go. That's why you get the Blink Dagger, to be there on time to get all the blast hits with Reaper Sight.
True, yeah.
By the way, Rubik killed the Viper with the Vessel plus Nether Toxin, right? Like he had that.
Yeah.
So Viper can't really play when he's Nether Toxin.
You're playing against the Nyx, so you need some sentries down, guys.
Again, it's turning into space though for the Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage about to have the Battle Fury.
Oh, he stole Vendetta.
He did steal the Vendetta, and he actually has already used it. Trying to kill LWW, but he goes into the time lapse.
We had the Chrono, but MS was just not close enough. Top lane. Mana Void.
All right. Chidori. Take that.
Asserting dominance
like,
in the top lane.
Okay, I'll farm a creep camp then. I'm full HP again.
Yeah, I've
By the
already
way,
got 3 stacks on my Reaper side.
Yes, sir.
I just have like some more item discussions here. It's about Hoodwink, but he slept right now.
Oh, he gets a
making
grip!
die.
Oh,
grip! What?
Neutral Creep got the kill though.
What? Okay, he's gonna jump over.
Oh, it's a good arena.
And the spear landing on the Nyx assassin. 2-man bushwhack. On the Bane. And Necro surviving for now. And maybe
There's a Chrono.
throw down the Chrono. Yeah,
He got
Mars on the edge, but they still got the kill onto the Storm Necro. And
you got
get on a zone, but they lose the Nyx assassin.
Oh man, what the?
Like, if AM didn't, I'm just gonna call it a mess up there. It would have been so good for them.
Anti-Mage planned it all along, man. He baited it to get killed off by a creep. It was next level.
To be fair, Weaver got orchided. He is dead.
He's dead.
Yeah, wow.
So much damage.
Yeah, tip him again. Nice. Cause the mental damage.
Yeah, emotional damn.
Oh, Shining slept up. Maybe. Oh, dude, Shining really likes these super short blinks.
It's all about the nanometer blink.
It's like the Bane, like he acts like the Bane can't adjust his mouse fast enough. He's like, ah.
He's using a really low DPI.
Yeah, but he's a CSGO player. He's like, I got him. Battle Fury.
Rubik right now, 5-2-2.
I mean, it's always Rubik, right? It feels really good.
Okay net worth.
Yeah, but it feels good until it doesn't.
Anti-Mage? Nah, there's no damage.
Well, you all got solo killed by the Nyx.
Nyx turned into a pig.
Telekinesis.
What's he gonna steal?
And still Spike.
Okay. Spike, yeah.
Well,
use it.
He still
he
had
baited
time
him.
walk, right?
He baited it out. And now he's used his own Spike Carapace. Meanwhile, YP's dead to Storm.
And it was a Reaper kill.
Yeah.
No.
He didn't get the stack.
He didn't get the kill. He didn't get the stack, yeah.
I would never use Reaper unless I got a stack. Just saying.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Same. Definitely same.
100%, man.
I'm always on it.
Like you asked about Rubik. I think it's a maybe not necessary to play it on mid lane, but he has high value this game. Nether Toxin, right, versus Viper is amazing, and well, that's about it, I guess. He has a Vessel as well to use versus Necro.
Not going to the
Dory.
instead going to the Aether ones.
Ooh, he sniffed it out this time. Wouldn't it be funny if you like could connect your like senses to Dota and suddenly it starts smelling really bad and you know like a Nyx is around?
Wait. Nyx is 100% not the smelliest hero in this game.
Of course not, but like
It's definitely Viper.
No, I think it should be Undying at least. Pudge or Undying, come on.
yeah, of course. But like I mean, something still smells off, right?
Weaver went down to a Chrono.
Yeah. What about it? Don't
Chrono
touch
for the
cement,
Weaver?
man. Yeah, of course.
Why not?
Let's do it.
Just get some kills.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the greatest usage, but he was like, that's what I always do when I play carry. I just use it so I have an excuse to farm.
And it's not even that bad, right? Like, you just got a kill inside of your own triangle, and then you continue farming as the creep camps have respawned, so why not?
Yeah. Like, this excuse, every coach will buy. You know, you don't need to explain yourself.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Like whether it's Xiao Ba or anyone else, if you tell them, they'll be like, ah, okay. Nyx might finally go down here. Yep, bye-bye.
And there he goes. IP getting the kill there.
But that positioning from Nyx was so good. Like, those kind of kills, you see Zone now does not find Viper. And he doesn't find him because Nyx Assassin was in the right place to prevent the gank from happening. Like, Viper dies before this BKB. Even with it, he dies very fast.
Ain't in trouble, dead.
Shiny getting another kill. They're helping to then get another kill. This time he got credit for. He's won 2 and 5 this game. 4 kills. Right? And Mars just gonna get run down, but they got a kill on the Necro. And the spear landed. And they do keep Shining alive, and now they're gonna go. They've got the Spirit Vessel onto the Viper. Viper throwing out a lot of right clicks, bushwhack onto 2 heroes. Zone getting low. Eventually falls, but now that's Necro, Nyx, and Viper going down, plus the Bane they lost earlier.
And that's when you wish you didn't chrono that Weaver.
And the entire time, Anti-Mage is just farming.
But so is Void.
So is Void,
not
yeah.
Terrible.
No, Void is happy now. Like, you see, guys, I told you not to fight. I have no chrono. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I used it.
Fight when I say so.
Oh, he's looking for the grip. He's looking for the grip.
Gonna be
Zahandu!
Counterspell? Counterspell?
Yeah.
It was pretty slow. I think you could have gripped him actually.
Also,
yeah.
Bane had an obs, right? So if he used it, on the lane, he definitely gets the grip. But maybe he decided not to waste any more vision on the top lane. They already have
a little
one.
bit scared, probably like, what if he brings the waste straight away? I waste the ops ward.
Yeah.
LWW going Ags as well. So they're gonna have Ags on Weaver, Hoodwink, presumably at some point here on the Rubik, because he's got that and a Blink Dagger. It will be Blink before the Ags. And Anti-Mage maybe again if the game goes late enough. Should have just picked Alk in that off lane apparently.
They look for LWW. Oh, he scouted them.
They're gonna break the smoke.
Oh.
A Blink Dagger on this Nyx Assassin.
He's big.
Yeah, he is.
Big bug.
That was another stack, right?
18-6, yeah. He's going Radiance first item. Interesting.
I don't hate that.
What do you think about
the Yules for, you think?
On who? Who has Yules?
Necro.
Storm. Well, Necro. Yeah, his name is Storm, sorry.
It's just for the vessel? Then Lotus Orb is way better, no?
I think so as well. But he got it. He has something to deal with the vessel, so yeah.
Even game.
They're very greedy on supports on the side of Phoenix Gaming. Both supports rushing Aghanim's. Like, we were going for it, Hoodwink going for it. It's like no utility whatsoever from your 4 and 5.
No, they're taking a lot of farm away too.
Shining's got a blink, but
now the grip.
BKB immediately the Beans Grab.
Lifter the Bane! No?
Okay. No, no damage.
Oh, he gets the grip on the Viper!
Yeah, had the grip. Now the Spear, MS, looking to maybe turn this around, but they already got the kill on the Viper. So Shining, he's been able to tank so many spells already.
They have a chrono,
And they've got a chrono with the BKB. They're going to try and get away from this one, but they land the Impale out onto the Hoodwink. YP still running with the Scurry.
There you go. The Yules actually stopped the grip from Rubik. So it worked out.
Actually, the Bane sleep did. Like, he just brings them randomly and
they had the Bane sleep as well before.
I was like, huh? A good try, it was cute.
I thought that he's gonna save the grip for like a Void kill or something, but...
Yeah, me too. I just went straight for the Viper.
Yeah, immediately threw it out.
I'm so surprised he didn't lift the Bane though. Like, he just let him mask it full gripped. He's like, I could help you, but...
He was smoked up as well. Aether Lance as well. Like, there is so many ways to cancel the grip, but yeah, okay.
Yeah. He's like, hear me out, Mars. I could help you, but I could also just walk away.
But we're gonna see how tanky you are. Go.
Oh, you're dead.
Look at that LWW, by the way. This is some puppy style Weaver.
He can cleave the carapace. Oh, I got this entry. Indecisiveness. If he goes straight away, you know. Just saying. Gotta be decisive.
Trying to cut these creep waves.
Like, the Bane spooked him. He ran away.
Why
Who
is
is
it
the
called cutting a
smelliest
creep
Dota 2
wave?
hero, guys? Come on. For you.
It
could be Necro as well, I guess.
And it depends. Like, it's hard to know how they smell.
You can kind of assume, I guess.
Like, what's worse, the smell of like just being dead, or like a stinky, putrid smell, like Pudge? What's worse?
Pudge isn't in this game though. The smelliest one in this game, I still think, is Viper.
Oh, in this
It's
game,
probably Necro.
Probably Necro.
Necro's
yeah.
more ethereal. I don't know if there's smell to etherealness.
Wait, he popped BKB
Telekinesis
or
and Spear.
Okay.
For a kill, he got it. All right.
Isn't one of Necro's voice lines literally about smell?
He says, "Breathe it in."
Breathe it in. Yeah, like.
Whenever I hear that line when I play that hero, I'm like, "What am I breathing in, bro?" Oh, we got the Radiance done on Necro already. Pretty survivable now.
Hoodwink.
Oh, the Hunter's Boomerang.
Yeah. And 800, 750 gold off of getting that Ags on the Weaver, so there is survivability there.
Oh, the rune bait, the rune bait.
I feel like Weaver is just doing this thing of his in which he's buying enough time for Anti-Mage and he's creep skipping and he's gonna get that tag on him. The only problem is, like, Ags Weaver isn't nearly as strong as it used to be, and you can't even Ags out of a chrono if the chrono is well positioned. I mean, you can't save a hero that's in the chrono.
Yeah, you need that Etherlens or Blink for that.
I guess versus Necro it can work, versus the site.
Oh, Vendetta. Goes through the sentry though. Sleep.
Ooh.
Gone.
Weaver.
And
Impale,
Reaper.
Reaper Sight.
That's level 3 one.
This is like the first time I've seen a Necro kind of have a stable game of Reaper sides.
Oh!
The Spear landed,
fucking
and now
busted it.
Dory's in here.
Void.
BKB, Void, and now he's got the time lock, but it's well too late. Hunter's Boomerang onto the Necro, doing a decent amount of damage. They look over now at the Viper, but the Bushwhack misses.
I'm surprised they didn't lose anyone else after missing the kill on Void. But, okay. They managed to get out.
It's like a miscommunication again. They didn't focus him straight away. It was like a good 1 second downtime or so. We saw the same thing last game as well. There's like a good spear, but like no follow-up right away.
I think this spear confused them a little bit because of the pit. He went through the wall, right? Like they usually do.
I mean, I understand, but it's like 2022 and it's been happening for years, so people should be...
You should kind of know what's happening, what's up.
Yeah, it does not count as a wall, guys. Even though it is a literal wall.
Like, is there a reason why it doesn't? Because you can still bounce off of it if you're Pango, right? So it should.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
As many things don't in Dota.
I've been hoping for the change that Roche becomes a pit, and it's on the low ground compared to the river.
You mean high ground?
No. I want it to be a pit, so the river is the high ground around it.
Ah, I see.
Mars getting the kill there onto the Bane.
I think I would like it being a high ground a bit better, to be honest. It can set up like a lot of bait plays.
I feel like it makes it tougher to take if it's on the low ground.
Exactly. It takes.
And I think Roche is so easy at this point.
Yeah, but Division isn't the reason why. It's just so weak. Like, if he had like 20k health now, that would be good. Why does he have 9k? It's so weak. Like, a Roche lineup can kill us in, what, 10 seconds?
Less.
Yeah, which is just sad. Like,
Do
double
you
his
remember
health.
the times? Do you remember the times when Roshan was actually a beast?
Yeah,
a beefy, big beast that
they
you're
were Dota
afraid
one.
of? Yeah.
The purple golem.
The big purple golem.
Or was it a granite golem?
Yep.
Granite! Ugh.
Those were like the strongest creeps in Warcraft as well.
Yeah.
Blink Impale again, catching up to the Weaver. LWW has not been able to survive, but he finally does have that Axe. MKB picked up for the Faceless Void.
Interesting, because there's no evasion on anyone. I guess there's
Time
evasion
to-
on the Hoodwink, but...
Time for some Rosh.
Oh yeah, just as we spoke about how strong Roshan is.
Can they def it though? They're fighting into a Chronosphere. If
Yeah.
they do
You could try to arena.
Got some vision. They're definitely trying.
You could go for the arena, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. But the Blink Impale, Reaper Scythe, Shining goes down, Telekinesis is out, Fatebolt's used, and now they've got the time dilation. Zone just dies, and Aegis in the hands of Amos.
Yeah, Mars also didn't BKB when he blinked in. And now they have this Aegis with Void. AM can't fight him. Yeah, it's looking a little rough. Just a tiny bit.
My question as well, where was the BKB? You just jump in without it. Nyx Assassin caught Rubik way too easily on the side as well.
Yeah.
Just finished him off with a little
But
bit
this
of
is
help
the main
afterwards.
reason why I hate it. Like, just look at the difference of impact of Necro and Rubik. Like, Rubik is so flashy and stuff, looks cool, but it just doesn't win games.
Anti-Mage going Axe, by the way.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Axe, okay, yeah, not bad.
Are you buying it right now? I feel that almost every anti-mage game I see.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it just does so much, right? Like if you cast all three of them at once, it's like a 225% damage increase. You can use them to scout, you can use them to pop Lincolns. Like they activate your counter spell as well. So if there's like a random lion impale, you can just reflect it. Super good.
And confuses people. I feel like that's also a big deal.
Because it looks like there's a blink animation actually, that's why.
It's like when you have these heroes that naturally buy Manta, and then you get some extra ways of you know, like getting those illusions like his Axe, it just confuses everyone. One of my favorite builds when Meepo was a thing was Manta, because like you would bait just everything on it. They just can't. Your brain just short circuits. You're thinking, okay, it's just clones.
Throw everything.
No,
like
it's
kitchen
true.
sink.
It's true. I mean, that's the same reason why when you send like your real hero and an illusion on a lane, everyone will assume it's just two Manta illusions, right?
Yeah, it's two illusions.
And then suddenly
exactly.
you just die because it's the real one.
Definitely doesn't
It's
feel
just
like
all
we
muscle
see
memory
people
and habits.
willing to take that risk.
I mean, of course, you have to like read the map really well, because if you do it and there's 5 heroes, you just die. Of course.
Yeah. There's an
But
attempt
even-
here on the Bane. Did that Bushwhack connect? I don't think it did. Did it? Maybe.
It did. No, it didn't.
The no, it's the Acorn shot that's on the Bane. no?
Wait, it didn't drop yet though, right? The Bushwhack is
Yeah,
still in
it's
the air?
right. It's right above the tree, right? You see it. You
I
can
think
see
I
it
think
here.
it's flying out a bit more, right? Like a little bit further.
For me, it's on the tree, like on top of it. Yeah, a
Is that
little
like
bit further.
where it's gonna drop though? It's gonna be like maybe 10 more range up.
No, for sure. I'm just saying where it is at the moment, but it,
Oh, yeah,
it
no.
should go more up. Yeah, it
Yeah,
can
I hope it
catch
goes
him.
more up, because otherwise it won't catch him.
Yeah.
And it caught him.
Yeah,
of course,
well,
it always does.
It's
It always
a
does.
big AoE.
Yeah.
Why do you have a minus 4-second Bushwhack cooldown talent at level 10? That just tells me no sense. Will you get a Bushwhack radius talent too? 400 AoE at 25.
Pretty strong.
It's like a Pugna Blast.
But then you just buy a Quelling Blade and cut the tree, and that's it.
Yeah, who has Quelling Blade money? Or space and late
Yeah,
game?
it's
Honestly, it should be
expensive.
like an individual slot, like TP. Just have a Quelling Blade.
Yeah, buy Nature's Prophet. Nice having you in the game.
Bye. Never liked you anyway. So Necro went for the Lincolns. He's just going for the pure run-in, deal a lot of DOT damage. build.
This Rubik almost has X.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure how impactful that's gonna be.
Oh, Viper didn't pop BKB. There's a lot of damage from Hood. He cut his own tree with the Hunter's boomerang. I didn't even know to cut trees. That's so anti-synergy for a hero. What? Yeah, he cut his own tree with a boomerang and flew through and...
I didn't even know that cut trees.
Yeah, me neither, but like... what destroyed the tree? Because there's no crawling blade on Mars. Or does a spear destroy a tree after it's...
Script on mid. Telekinesis comes out. MS, though, gets the kill on LWW. They're still working on the Sages for another minute 50.
Yeah, we have
does
more
the spear
to talk about. That's what I'm wondering. Because then it wasn't the boomerang, but the spear.
Because like boomerang destroying trees on Hoodwink would be kind of...
Yeah, also more trees would have been destroyed, so it must have been a spear. I didn't even know spears destroy trees after you latch to them.
Isn't it broken after the duration of the latch?
Yeah. I think so.
Reno,
nice kill on Bane.
Kill BKB. Maybe just to get out, because on the top end of this, they're going to go get Hoodwink.
Yeah. He almost solo killed the Nyx. The 250 health talent literally saved him there. He had like 249. Should health talents be removed from Dota, guys? I say yes.
Health talents are as annoying as the good old respawn talents. Not
we gotta bring them back.
Yeah, not as annoying, but they're up there.
Yeah.
He blinked into this. But he's got his mind pretty much set that he wants to go for the Rubik.
Reaper,
Vendetta, Reaper with the blink, and they get the kill easily.
This is also the problem with this Aghanims build-up on Rubik. Yeah, it's great, you're gonna have 2 spells, but the problem isn't about stealing spells, it's about actually being able to use them in fights. Because your only survivability is a Blink Dagger, and so far it hasn't been enough, right? They catch you. If someone gets on top of you and disables that Blink, you're gone. Maybe he can justify the Aghanims by, okay, now I'm gonna steal Time Walk and have an extra spell to actually contribute to fights.
Yeah, I feel like he might just die in one stun anyways. So squishy.
Yeah.
Back over to the Necro... What? The spear just flat out missed on a stationary target.
Happens.
It's another short blink, he keeps doing this!
And now he's dead for it. Yeah,
like,
even with the BKB,
I see it every time. What's up with Shining's mouse?
Weaver as well.
Yeah, goodbye, Weaver.
He's gonna die too. Storm getting the kill, and that's after they missed the spear on what should have been a potential kill for them.
I feel like they tried to play this split push, cute kind of a game style, but they fed way too many kills for it to be justified. Like,
I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Nyx ban next game. They can't handle it at all. Like, the sentries are never in the right spot. He gets so many free pickups all the time. He's level 20 on Nyx. Ridiculous.
No,
like
you have this Weaver that's supposed to be unkillable or very rarely killable while he's doing his shenanigans, right? With creep skipping with the bugs and whatnot. He has 10 deaths. Like, he's 50% of Phoenix Gaming's deaths. It's a rough one.
However, it could be worse. Or he could die even more.
There's always the opportunity to die more.
Yeah. Aim is almost into his BKB. I just don't see how they ever fight now. Like, the Void is just... Whoever he Chronos is just, dead. Etherland's almost up on Weaver, though, so there is a chance to save, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh, he has Hex on the Necro. Blink Hex Weaver, maybe? Oh, he's scared.
I mean, that's what they've been doing. They've just been catching him with, like, the Blink, Vendetta, and everything.
Do you think they noticed the Radiance burn on the bot lane? Oh.
Well, now they do, yeah.
It feels like the tools are there for Phoenix. They just have not executed it well enough. Even now, it feels like the tools are there. You've got level 25 in the anti-mage. He's got a decent chunk of farm.
The problem is you're playing into a void. You want to have a fight against the Chronosphere, perhaps even it out, perhaps lose it a little bit, and then fight instantly afterwards, right? But they're just passive. They're never fighting. So every Chrono, that's a good kill.
Shining?
Shining! It didn't pop BKB again.
Yeah, he is going to get Reaper Scythe. It's not going to kill him. Now he gets BKB out, but
Grip
immediately stopped.
That wasn't really necessary there.
Yeah, I think he also noticed it's not necessary. Try to stop it before it comes out.
Yeah.
It's a very fast animation now, like almost instant. I mean, of course you like that buff, Lizard, but do you think it was justified for Bane to get that animation
no, I don't
buff?
think so. No.
It's so good now.
Yeah. I feel it's way too good.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Not that great. Catch.
Another slow bleeding death for the opposing team.
Yeah, I mean, that's if they hold it. But it's looking pretty clear that YBB seem like the stronger team at the moment.
Maybe if they manage to... Yeah, maybe if they manage to use this time lapse versus the Chrono. There's Aetherlance on it.
Oh, they're gonna look to try and get zones.
Oh,
That's what the time lapse this time, but they've got the Chrono and not looking like it's gonna matter. Yeah, AM is very
pretty strong.
Mana Void, Nightmare, right clicks for the BKB.
No detection.
Anything.
They just don't have the detection.
Oh, what?
Oh gosh, that's
he's killing his own anti-mage.
Chrono on his own anti-mage. That didn't even net them anything.
Zone is not in the zone, man.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, man, that? It's like, I got you, bro.
Yeah, the worst thing was no detection. Like, they couldn't even kill off the Faceless Void.
That's why Chrono? He's like, yeah, I'll give you detection, man.
Yeah, I'll give you vision and I'll catch you in it as well.
At least you see him as you're stuck. But yeah, as you said, Chrono cooldown, now they smoke up instantly. See what they can get. Maybe they want to commit for the Roche even?
Ooh. MS?
Hey, Void jumped in. No BKB, no BKB. Hey, go, 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 go.
Yeah, Lincoln's pop.
There's silence.
They go, and they have at least the Nyx Assassin. But he buys back. They go after this Viper. Viper getting low, but still surviving. And they've got their Reaper Scythe.
Oh, nice ult.
Time lapse, so that'll save him, but the damage is so quick from this Void.
On zone.
And they are on a zone.
Goodbye, zone. And Roshan up the boot. And it's gonna be a shot for the Void, probably. I mean, they're trying to spam, maybe.
I can't really do a lot here. Mars did buy back.
Maybe it's gonna deter them.
On MS.
It's still very difficult fight to take. And like Chronosphere will be up in 25 seconds, so you'll be fighting against that as well.
Yeah, and you have the massive mana, so you won't lose health either.
Doesn't have an arena. Doesn't have a BKB.
Shining. Shining.
Oh.
And it's popped,
stuck on the high ground.
Now they're gonna find YP.
Nine to 8 is playing really well in both games so far already.
Phoenix have like the tools, they just don't have the chemistry to put it together at the moment.
Yeah, yeah. That's like also what I noticed. The team play is very lacking.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It looks like a very matchmaking-esque game. Did they grip him? No, not even.
No, they cornered him.
Oh, okay. Necro's going in.
Oh, blink in.
Oh.
Yeah, blink Hex. Wind Waker.
And the ult.
And dead. There's just nothing he can do. This
game is over.
Done nothing, it feels like. And Anti-Mage is going to try and take top.
Oh, they're going
They
straight
can
for
just go
Tron.
force.
Yeah, why
They
not?
have glyph. Both sides actually have glyphs, so they're both going to use it.
Yeah,
the shards there.
Viper lost all mana.
Oh, Mana Boy, Fiend's Grab.
Oh, he didn't pop his BKB also.
And Reaper Scythe.
Oh, the Weaver got... What? Wait, how did he get stunned? What happened to him? I think there was... Ah, the Carapace. The Carapace was on the bugs or something. Does that even
stun you
stun?
though? No.
Trying
Right,
to
it
stop
doesn't.
it. Bushwhack Impale comes out. Sharpshooter goes off and trying to just go for the throne. Oh, Void. He survives Nightmare and then they get the throne.
So,
he had Aegis anywhere in the void, so.
Yeah.
So the only reason AM dies there is because Weaver got Carapaced. But I'm not sure what Carapaced him. Like, he was stunned there for a couple of seconds. He had ulti, he had the range.
Maybe it wasn't Carapace, maybe it was...
Yeah, maybe it was something else.
Did the Impale even? Because when he was right behind the AM, and...
Yeah.
What
I
else
mean, the game was lost anyway. It's just a interesting moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Knicks banned. Like they couldn't deal with him at all. Like he just, as soon as he was 6, free pickoff after free pickoff.
Yeah, it never felt like it clicked for Phoenix at all. They just were struggling the entire time. They got their items. They had their net worth on the heroes that they wanted it on. Anti-Mage had net worth. He just didn't do anything with it. There's nothing he could do to get it done. And YBB, compared to last game, because it wasn't that YBB last game didn't have the chemistry to do it themselves. They just didn't have the lineup to make it happen. So when they do have a more late game established lineup, it looks like the team chemistry is there for them more than it is for Phoenix. So I wouldn't be surprised coming into the draft if they play another later mid-game draft that YBB could take the series. But even at 1, we'll have to see. We'll go to game 3. We'll be back in a moment. So stay tuned and we'll see you in a little bit.
还剩10秒，请天辉方禁用英雄，请天辉方挑选英雄。还剩10秒，还剩5秒，请夜眼方挑选英雄。
All right, and welcome back. Game number 3 between Phoenix Gaming and YBBB Gaming. And a lot of B's getting added. We'll see who's going to take the series. Game number 3. Do we see the Nyx Assassin ban? The answer, yes. It's banned.
Not surprised.
It's gone. It's done.
Honor.
I really think, correct me if I'm wrong, Lizard, but if you're not a super well-established team and like, you're at the top of the food chain, playing against Invis like Nyx is an absolute nightmare. Like, so hard to handle.
Yeah.
Like you don't know where to put the sentries, right? You don't put ops and sentries together. You're like, I'm out of sentries because you like waste them randomly. And you're like, oh, my Rubik died again. Also, don't pick Rubik middle.
Yeah, Rubik middle is probably a bigger problem.
They're back to Coddle.
Yeah, and that Nyx.
Don't all-in push just because you have a Coddle, please. Oh yeah, I like that. All right, yeah, this game is over.
Yep.
Broken Pango.
I think Coddle overall is really strong, and then you get Pango with him as well on that lane. So,
Ember is a good answer, though.
I guess the question is it going to end up being the safe lane Ember we were seeing during Dota Pit?
It's not about the lane versus Coddle. Like, it's about later on. Versus Pango, obviously, the chains, but it's like you get a hero that can get on top of him easily, can eliminate him from the fights, right? So it's a nice thing. And if he's laning against him, he has that sleight of fist. You can actually dodge Illuminate with it. It's not that hard.
The Bristol's been a pretty common ban.
But only for Phoenix.
Well, for them now, but OGA we saw Bristle banned a couple times and even picked a couple times.
Yeah, I think we had like 2 or 3 picks or whatever. And it looked pretty strong. Yeah, like you get like this additional stack now per level on the warpath. How much damage is the level? Max level?
You get like 500-ish or something.
350, and then the talent makes it 600.
Oh, there you go.
Double rapier. Yep, double rapier and 50% movement speed.
Yeah.
All you need is some attack speed after that, some moon shard, something like that, and yeah, game's good.
Game's easy. Wondering if we're gonna see another anti-mage.
No.
3 for 3.
Both games look super rough, even though they won one. Not convinced. I would ban him from playing AIM right now. I condemn him.
Yeah, I feel like if you're this sort of a team as well, like you asked me about the sentries and Nyx, don't you think that it's easier to play any carry that's actually active than an anti-mage?
It is. Honestly, the hardest carries to play are the ones that actually need to dodge fights.
Yeah.
Because that makes it super hard for your team and yourself, right? Like, where do I need to be? What time do I need to be where?
It's an extra stress, right? Your team is basically 4v5ing for most of the game.
So it's pick like a gyro or something. That fights.
Who do you feel is the strongest carry of the patch?
Honestly, I feel like Huska is a sleeper.
With the Aghanims?
Yeah. And also he has the magic resistance back on his passive.
Looks
a long time on this band.
Looks solid, yeah. I've seen a couple of pubs. Most of the time I see that Axe build up as well.
Like
just catches a hero and eliminates him.
I feel like Omni plus Husker together is really hard to beat. Especially this new Omni with the new Heavenly Grace.
Yeah. Do you like the hammer?
It's really nice in lane.
Yeah.
Like the slow is so good with like carry just right clicks.
You had the slow before. It was even an aura. Come on, man.
Yeah, but now it's like a range. What's the range on it? 600?
On the hammer, it's
pretty
low.
far, right?
No, it's not that far actually. I played him once. I don't think it's 600. Maybe
350.
maybe.
No, 350.
Yeah, 300-ish was my guess. So
yeah, and then 40% slow. But if you have an AWP of Venom, it applies that as well. So it's 26% slow. It's pretty good.
Does it apply? Does it actually apply? What
all the modifiers,
like,
yeah.
Modifiers. Nice. I didn't know that.
Who was the partner we saw with that Omni Knight? Do you remember, Black? The one game we saw at an OGA? Was it OGA we saw it, or was it?
Yeah, it was OGA. And they won with it.
I want to say it might have even been the Gamer Galaxy.
We've seen it twice, I think. One was 5, and one was as a 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looked pretty good.
Queen of Pain.
All right. So does that put and the Nerd Spirit? Very active, like very easy to reach those backlines. A lot of silences, a lot of control from Phoenix Gaming. I'm just wondering how they will lane even, because they're flexible too. This could be Earth Spirit Quap off lane even, right? Like, or Quap mid, Ember safe lane.
If it's Quap Earth Spirit off lane, this Tiny's gonna be very sad.
Yeah.
You could see the Quap maybe even go safe lane, right? Like we've seen that a couple times coming out from teams like LBZS.
Yeah, that's actually very flexible. Carry, I mean, those two heroes, they scale really well into the mid-late game. But do they outscale a Tiny? Probably not.
Tiny's been very strong, especially with the Shard being able to be picked up earlier.
They have last pick anyway, so we'll see what they pick.
They're just banning some Quap Ember counters, I guess. Maybe.
Honestly,
do you think Puck is still okay?
Puck looks really good, which I assumed it was just ban. And I thought the next best thing might be just to put Pango middle and just pick Omni Knight. Like Omni Knight for the Tiny against all these like super annoying spells they have, like Shadow Strike and Earth Spirit and stuff. I think it's really good. And we've seen mid Pangos do a lot of work.
Gal 8 special. At least when he stood in for LGD.
Yeah, he also played Spirit Big middle.
Run. With the Bat Rider ban, are they leaning towards TA? So
maybe.
If they did that.
We said they can play the offlane Quap, no problem.
Feels super greedy though. Pop Ember. And,
it does, but it depends on the itemization. Like Quap can still go for Mech and Vessel and stuff, right?
Two the ban ends up being the off lane. Mars Timber already banned.
Ban Ursa. So they are still expecting a carry pick. Well, they don't really know actually. They ban an offlane and a carry.
Both of which would have been really good, right? The Timber and the Ursa.
Yeah.
Let's see what Phoenix game.
What about?
Razor. Not that greedy.
Razor.
It's really need like BKB to start moving forward.
You'll need that BKB very fast.
And they're super flexible. They can do anything. I think I like Invoker here actually. Quas Vex Invoker, buff the Tiny up. Your lane is super good.
That's the true carry speaking. Pick your mid so he can Alex see me. Hell yeah, let's go.
Of course. No, it's just because of Quap. Like, it's such a good Quap matchup. And Ember too.
The Puck is still an option as well, right?
Puck is still an option too, yeah. I'm just a little bit scared for the Tiny if he gets linked without any buffs. That might be a little bit of... he can't fight back properly.
Well, so far they did play their carry like he's in his own game. In the first two games of the series at least. So.
And here this guy's Invoker.
Lina.
It's also not bad. Yeah.
Hero in the anime. So you were close. If I give you that category.
Mid Ember.
Safe lane Razor. Mid Ember.
They had it very flexible, right? Like their 3 cores can literally lane anyway. So.
Do you like Lina against Quap Ember Earth? Don't they just jump on you?
Now that you they have a lot of backline catch. That's what we said even earlier in the game, right? And now they pick Lina into it. I guess it does give you something against Razor. They expected maybe to lane versus a Quap. And maybe they're thinking, okay, we get another semi-carry with this Tiny. But yeah, I share the sentiment. They will be able to jump her easily, or should be able to jump her easily.
Yeah, Kotl also looks very sad.
No. Kotl, Bane, Lina, all 3 of them. Like,
yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm dead the moment YP goes in.
That's kind of why I thought they would go for the pocket. Prevents that long range initiation, right? If you can get a Dream Coil down, keeps your support safe. Not
yeah, I gotta say though, Phoenix just didn't look very cohesive together. So I don't know if they have what it actually takes to really formulate a play in the backline together, you know? Because the last couple of games they couldn't.
They need to formulate a plan or end up something. Right, B-Cop?
Formulate a plan or something. Yeah.
I can go with that.
That's exactly the words I would use.
Same. Like, you took it out of my mouth, basically. Oh, wait, where are the words? There.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Waiting for an pause.
Why do you have a yellow duck in your background? Or like a Bob the Builder head? Become
there?
No, the other side.
Yeah. Oh, wait. There?
Yeah, it's a Bob the Builder head. Yeah, in the corner there.
It's just a baseball cap.
No, it looks like Bob the Builder.
You have a lot of caps, B-Cop.
Yeah, I got a lot of hats. I'm a hat guy.
Can I just ask you guys? Like, dude, this makes me look like a villain, right? This little hair here.
That little foot? Yeah, I mean, you are the villain. Yeah, I got my little pillow from Japan. I thought you'd appreciate it.
Do you see the clock picture behind me, or are we off cams?
I see it.
I have an Aghanims, I have a Sentry Ward, I have a Ricky to get seen by the Sentry Ward.
See it? He has a pineapple.
This isn't a pineapple. What are you talking about?
The game has started, by the way. There's a fight going on already.
Yeah, there is a fight over mid, so we could fight. Do right.
Stop hugging your damn pillow. Your pillow cannot save you when I'm there, B-Cop. Great fight. Wow, okay. MS running in with the tree toss.
Tree throw?
Chooses not to. He was on the verge, though.
He was thinking about it. Gave it some thoughts. Steps forward.
I would just run in, hit the Quap once, and throw the tree in her face. Do it now. No. Big Giga chat.
The battle begins.
Hey, YP. Well, who actually? 9-8.
He started.
YP.
9-8 started with the headdress.
Wait, he outclicked both of them. Man, you gotta go back to the finger curls. This is not allowed to happen.
Wait, there's 3 bounty runes for YBB? That's it?
Yeah,
it's over.
How does a Kotl just walk in and outclick 2 heroes without dying?
It's the 560 HP. It's a lot.
Oh. Yeah, and the head was HP region too.
Yeah.
But his Kotl Pangolin is super strong, right? Just keep spamming the W.
I feel that, yeah, versus a Razor, you just push the lane in, and then you try and deward the hard camp.
Is this a perfect counter to Razor?
Yeah, you just don't fight him, you just spam him.
Yeah, and they picked Razor into that.
Bad faith.
You still have to play it properly, right? Like, you still have to maneuver around it well.
Yeah, I was gonna say picking the Razor is maybe they weren't thinking immediately to put it into that lane, but it was last pick, right?
It was, yes. So they hopefully thought about putting it in that lane.
Not realizing how difficult it could be. Especially with how strong Shield Crash is as an ability.
Yeah. I mean, Pango's only problem in lane is mana. Now that he has endless mana and cooldowns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I hate Pangolier. If you guys couldn't figure it out by now.
At least Snap is doing the right thing so far in the lane. He's preventing any stacking of the hard camp. Any pulling, so it's a really big deal. You have to do that versus Kotl.
Agreed.
Going to block. Gets it done. Easily done to get that block.
Do you like the new Fiery Soul Lizard?
I don't even know what it does. Wait, let me read.
It gets like 1 charge every time you damage anything. And now there's 7 max stacks instead of, what was it, 3 before.
It was
so if you Q
anytime a spell damages an enemy.
Yeah, so if you Q like the creep wave plus a hero, that's 5 stacks instantly.
That sounds like an unnecessary buff. Is it overall buffed though? It is, right?
It's really bad for when you try to solo pick off in the jungle. But like in team fights and stuff, it's much better.
It's much better later, right? Because changes in percentages and whatnot are a lot lower. Like it's not 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 1.5 to 2.53.
Yeah, what's the math on it actually? It's still the same movement speed, right? 21 still. Attack speed.
3 charges.
Attack speed is 10 more than before.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was just to prevent solo killing from happening so easily.
Sapphire taking a lot of damage. Might even just drop here for first blood.
You buckle.
Keep up. Ooh.
Oh, the sticks.
And
one
the more
fairy.
boink.
Shield Crash, Illuminate, first blood for 928.
Very balanced hero.
The best thing about Kotl when you're playing a position 4, like 90% of the time you're actually the offlane. Like, you're getting all the farm. You're stealing all the kills, you're getting all the CS.
Yeah.
No, bro, I'm pushing.
Now.
Yeah, I'm securing it. I'm securing it.
Full HP range creep, securing now. Wait, got it.
By the way, what's up with the bottle now when you TP in with support? You don't really... You can't use it like multiple times, right? Like there's
only once.
There's only once, right?
Yeah. As soon as you use it one time, the refill stops.
And that's it. It could have even been changed even more, honestly.
Yeah, I hate bottle refilling.
I think you shouldn't be able to bottle refill like that at all.
The Razor's getting pretty low down here.
Oh no.
Not this again.
An hour in the green room of just you guys yelling his Razor.
What do you mean you guys? You joined too.
Yeah, you were doing it as well.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you guys. I'm the mature one. Whoa, I'm so cool.
I didn't even do it once.
Okay. You're probably doing it the most, to be honest.
What?
Yeah.
As a caster, don't you think that you should be practicing your throat skills, B-Cop?
Yeah, you also gotta get into character with those heroes, man.
Yeah.
How can you ever
So?
cast a rage if you don't know what he does?
I mean, my vocal range is up there. My throat skills are up there.
Okay.
Okay, man.
Thanks for that info, bro.
I've got the diaphragm, you know? Everything's there. Vocal control, everything. Well, maybe not vocal control. I've blown my voice out a handful of times.
Is it when you stop? Like, how are you supposed to do it? You're supposed to, like, whenever it gets loud.
Nice steal.
And the scatter blast.
Oh, this Lina is gone.
Storm is getting stormed.
Storm getting chased down and killed off.
And Shining is shining a light on the Bane.
So with the light on the Bane, they can follow it and get the kill. On the light like moths.
Discover what lies beyond.
Easy. Anyway, let's go back to the important stuff. When you scream, the proper way to do it is through the stomach, right? Not through your throat.
Yeah.
Because like when I did my Goku scream, dude, I did my Goku scream and my abs were like I got super ripped the next day.
Okay.
Instantly. You should try it, Lizard.
I will. So
yeah,
new
instead
exercise
of working out, just do Goku
for abs. Yeah. I didn't try it.
3 repetitions.
What's the proper set range? Do I go to failure?
I think you go 3 steps to failure. Yeah.
Okay.
1 rep. 1 rep max.
one powerlifting rep.
No, but seriously, like my entire stomach just cramped up. It actually hurts so much.
You're sure that was from the screaming and not from something you ate or something?
Yeah. All right, YP.
Okay, that was a lot of damage on YP, but not enough to get the kill. As he rolled in to try and kill the Lina.
They have Pango roll available. It's pump faking it. Ooh. The engine is starting.
What's more fun? Pump faking the Rolling Thunder or pump faking the Epicenter?
Zeus ulti.
Zeus ulti, yeah. The clap.
Double damage.
Manowar is also nice. Zone is getting zoned.
He's fine.
Well, I didn't say he was in trouble. I was saying he got zoned. YP ping bottom, but there's a ward. Spotted him. Perfect ward placement. How can you outplay this YBB team today? They are unstoppable, B-Cop.
Except for that first game.
They looked unstoppable in that game too. Unlucky. Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, there's the Rolling Thunder coming through, and they should be able to get the kill on LWW.
And the support takes it with the brain sap.
Yeah.
Well played,
man.
One
thing that I noticed from all 3 games here is supports from both teams are always underleveled, like for the time of the game. They're just playing together, running across the map, trying to make things happen. Like, before this fight, they were all level 3. Minute 9 in the game, that's...
Yeah. No, you're right.
Looking for the Bane. And Geomagnetic Grip. Early level in the Geomagnetic Grip, too. Sometimes you just don't see these Earth Spirits go to it.
Yeah, I think 1 value level is always super good.
That's what I think, too, but we've seen so many wait till, like, way late to pick it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, because 2 seconds duration is very long for a level 1 spell.
And for an early silence, that feels really strong. Yeah, so going back to that point about the supports being low level so late, like that's, I want to say, a big difference between these Division 2 and Division 1 teams. Not all of the Division 2 teams. There obviously are some standouts, but at the same time, it's like, I think you're going to see Sin-Q and Y at least level 6 at this point.
You know what it is? It's basically like, I know this, I've been in the same situation. You're trying to do a little bit too much as supports. Like, you're over-rotating, right? Like, you're trying to make more plays than you have to, instead of just, like, relaxing and, you know, chilling on that safe lane, stacking up a little bit.
What causes that mentality, though?
you just want to prove yourself. You just want to do something more. You just want to. Basically, there's a little bit of inexperience there as well, and you're overreacting to everything in the game.
Yeah, I'd agree. Like I've had so many times where I actually had to tell my supports actively to, you know, it's fine to not move. The get to level 6 is really important, because he always wanted to move around, and I just had to like call him back.
Yeah, just stay on.
But it also takes like an experienced carry player, right? But like the entire team is pretty inexperienced, so.
Will he get 6 with this? He's gonna use the tome. Yeah.
Nope.
It's so important on heroes such as Bane as well to get that level 6 as soon as possible. You get that grip, suddenly there is a smoke move happening, and they should smoke up now from mid with Alina, right? That okay, not. Never mind.
You'd expect it, and maybe they do after seeing the Pango die, but you probably want that Rolling Thunder. They're gonna smoke up on Phoenix. 3-man smoke.
2K behind already on Phoenix. They're just getting out efficiency around the map. Bane's gonna break the smoke. Or perfect position.
This was a nice one.
Ooh, really for the roll actually doesn't even land.
Oh, he grips anyway, okay.
He grips Sonic Wave. And they've got the
Storm is double too.
Mortimer's coming out, and Storm, Laguna Blade, not able to get the kill, and now he's just dead. 2 heroes gone.
Like, I can use this now to push my own agenda, but if he was 6 a minute earlier, they're the ones smoking up and going bottom instead, right? They're the ones gripping and initiating, picking a target off with Laguna and the grip. It's like every second in this game matters.
Now they're both on cooldown. And it seems like YBB had a hold on the map, but giving it back like that,
nice one.
Very lacking.
Nice little blinding light.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. And now it's time to farm the stack. Mr. Rockman is coming in.
There you go. You get some levels.
So how balanced is this, Lizard?
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong with this.
Yeah. Should you be able to do this with a 10-second cooldown spell?
Probably not.
Because at least Sven has to use like a 2-minute cooldown for it.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's all intended.
It's not even 10 seconds when you get when you get Chakra Magic, right?
That's okay. 4 seconds. Oh, nice sidestep. Unintentional, but... Nah. Is he gonna roll or not? He's just pump faking it again. And now it's shackled.
Thinking about going for it. Now they've got the static link on 928. They've already killed 2. This roll just
on Pango.
feels very disjointed with the rest of the team.
Just got to blink.
Okay, yeah. Was sent to the backpack and I didn't want to chase anymore. I feel like I could have chased potentially.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in that first game. I mean, I do. I kind of watched it, but second and third are all... I don't know. All Phoenix, I guess, in this last one. Where was I going with
it
that?
is in terms of kills. I think you were maybe swapping up the 2 games, but like,
yeah, I
Phoenix
just swapped the
getting
games.
kills, but YBB they have the lead still around the map. Like these kills are
they're gonna
4,
grip here.
they're 5. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. They do have Fiend's grip available, and they'll go to it.
Should be an easy kill, right? Oh, the damage.
Swashbuckle, shield crash, and the tree toss to get that kill. But Shining's getting a kill on Lina while Lina ends up trading.
Yeah, this 2K advantage that you're talking about, VCOP, is also because of the stacks, right? They had a huge stack of hard camp and ancients as well.
Question is this sort of Lina build gonna do anything in the mid game? He's going Yule's Aetherlands. What the hell is that?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you as well. Isn't it? I mean, so
Against...
are the Travels dead? As the
no,
first
it's still the best build, especially in a game where there's 3 backline jumpers. What are you gonna do with your Aetherlands?
Yeah, I thought
I think it was just
BKB,
feed, no?
you just fight, right? But,
yeah, you just like you build like an earlier Satanic, and you just fight with the BKB. That's what I thought they picked Lina for, but I mean, it can work, spellcaster Lina, of course, but it puts a lot of pressure on the Tiny.
And meanwhile, if you look at Phoenix, they're completely ready to fight. They have this BKB on Razor as well. The only question is, like, will they scale better than the Tiny Lina if the game does manage to go late, right?
I'm actually not afraid of that. Oh, Razor, here's BKB. But
he does have the BKB, but immediately slept.
There's no grip. Yeah.
No Handu, no kill. I honestly don't know how well Lina like the scales into the late game. Like back then it was really good because you had like a lot of cast range talents and whatnot. But now I'm actually not sure.
Is it going to scale well just because they have a decent lead though? Because they're up just about 4,000 gold. Like the rest of Phoenix just aren't competing in terms of net worth. Where you can
they're moving together. They're moving as 5. Like they just took the tier 1 on top lane. Now they're all 5 heroes on the mid. Okay, Ember kind of broke off the happy party, but
and Phoenix is moving around way too much together. Completely getting all farmed around the map.
Roll in and Storm looking like he's gonna die here. Kisses her out. They've got the silence. They'll get the kill. And this is all with YBB moving off the lane with the smoke.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
that smoke also was peculiar one, moving towards top lane. You know where they are. You know they're mid. Snapfire.
Yeah, a little bit surprising that
they
they
see
wanted
Tiny
to go
under the
that way.
ward. Looking for Tiny, but he is a Tiny.
Snapfire also got away.
Wait, he might be able to turn around and kill the Earth. No, he's not brave enough.
Probably
but yeah,
for the best. Their sentry.
Lina can, like, if you build this like an axe refresher, you can blow up a Razor, right? Through a BKB even. So that could potentially be a build.
Feels like that's a lot of time to get to that point, though, right?
Right. I mean, even one axe alone, though, deals like 1100 pure damage against the Razor. It's more than half his health gone. I think it could be a pretty good idea.
It's just that I'd rather see a position 4 Lina with that kind of a build.
Agreed.
Than your mid laner that's supposed to be doing stuff on the map, but yeah.
Yeah, then I'd rather have a puck. They're looking for a fight. Tiny shut up letting in. There's no sentry down right now. I might be able to catch a spirit.
Maybe even blinding light
dead.
the avalanche toss.
Oh, he got blinded lighted uphill.
And now he's blinding lighted onto the cliff, as well as CDR going down.
Yeah, I got grip. All right, this is
had BKB, never got it off.
Yeah, this is really, really bad news now for Phoenix. Really, 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 really bad news.
You've been wasting. Yeah, continue.
No, go ahead.
No, they were just wasting so much of their time taking control of the map, not farming, moving as 5, and the second smoke from YBB just connects and destroys them. So,
what do you think is causing this like super much 5-man movement around the map right now? Cause they didn't do it in any other game.
Is it really? Does it really come down to the heroes they've picked and they're thinking, okay, we're on a timer or something? Because Ember, Quap, Razor, it does feel very early game oriented, even though it doesn't have to be. It feels that way maybe for them.
Yeah, potentially, but if that's what happens when you pick this kind of draft, you cannot pick this kind of draft, because you're sabotaging yourself. Might get the Bane here, nice Yules.
Not being able to do it just feels counterintuitive.
Oh my god, this is enough damage!
Yeah, the Laguna getting the kill. Solar bind on a Shining gonna walk away. They got the wrong thunder and the damage with the static link. Swashbuckle onto the high ground into the screen. Avalanche, LSA, Dragon Slave. They're trying to get the damage under the MS, but they land the stun that hits onto the Earth Spirit. Plasma field over. Bane into the trees and surviving, as well as salved.
Yeah. I mean, it was a 2-1 trade. Still not the best for them. But at this point, like, you're pretty far behind, and trades is probably all you can hope for. But once this Tiny gets BKB, I'm really scared for them. Like, right now, the Vessel deals a lot of damage to him. But it won't be an issue once the Vessel's out. Sorry, the BKB.
Yep. And every time fight closes out and Tiny doesn't die, he increases the distance, right? Like, he just separates himself from you as he's cleaving up, farming faster. And that BKB should come earlier for him than any significant item for Phoenix Gaming at this point. There's what, an Orchid on Lina coming shortly, a BKB on Ember, but that's kind of far. Well, not really far, but 700 gold away.
Yeah, it's looking to be a pretty tough game from here on out.
What's their road to comeback? Just a good fight on their terms?
They're gonna take a bunch of really good team fights, yeah. It's just the way they drafted. They drafted a early game fight oriented, but they lost all the early fights pretty much.
Now Tiny's at that point where he feels really strong.
They just weren't efficient around the map, right? We spoke about it. There were just 4 or 5 men everywhere. Like, they didn't farm 2 lanes most of the game.
I think that's really it. I mean, if you click on this Lina and you check her score, she's 343, and yet she's second on the net worth, right? Why? Because she's been actually farming. She's been taking that time. Meanwhile, on the side of Phoenix Gaming, they've been just moving across the map together. You just lose so much efficiency that way.
This Lina item is so strange. Yules, Aetherlands, Blink, BKB now suddenly.
Seems like a bunch of BKBs are going to come out at the same time.
Yeah, it's so strange though. Like, he doesn't even do right click damage now. He's going like a hybrid build. And I hate hybrid builds.
Theirs. And then Tiny has his, and Storm's looking for one of his own.
Oh, Bane.
Bane's getting caught out, but I feel like he's happy to just be the gank tanker there.
But they already knew they were there. That's literally just a feed. And now they get +1.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen. That's definitely the bad part.
Like, this is kind of the thing though, like, you already know they are going to be playing around that area. As a Bane, you don't need to break anything, cause it's like, you know, where else are they going to be? Oh, Cuddle 2 maybe? And he's going to TP out. He's trying.
He's a fast boy.
Yeah. Was able to escape, and Tiny's nearby. Like, if they don't play this right, they might be able to get blown up by this Tiny. He hits super hard.
Yeah, I think Tiny shouldn't be afraid anymore. Like, he can just walk in, blow up a support, and in worst case he has BKB.
There's no lockdown, right? There's no lockdown on Phoenix Gaming. Nothing that can actually like bring down this 3.5k HP beast in one stun. It's not
he only dies if Razor sticks on him for like 10 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Looking for Earth Spirit. Shadow Blade won't last long enough though.
What a conservative from YBB at the moment.
Yeah, very.
And we've seen teams start to find struggles when they're a bit too timid.
Well, Lina has a BKB now. So now they have double BKB and Blink on the Pango. I think it's go time.
Definitely feeling like the territory in which you can take a fight, go to Roche, push in, and make something happen.
No, they're just happy farming.
On both sides, everyone is. I'm trying. Like, usually you have an idea about what the team is supposed to be doing, but
well, now they've caught the Snapfire up in the top lane.
Well, it's just that both of these teams have been, doing some peculiar stuff. Razor might get jumped on here. There's a blink on Tiny.
Pango coming a long way to get that Rolling Thunder, but eventually finally gets there. And with the Yules, they're able to stay on him.
Why is that allowed, man? I hate this. Whenever I see Pangoliers do this, I'm just so mad.
With the Yules and the toss, allowing him to stay in one spot for so long?
Yeah, I mean, the roll up. Yules roll up, you get like 4 bounces in. How long is that stun then? Like 5 seconds. It's a Fiend's grip.
It's a Finn's grip, and you kind of can't cancel it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate Pango. They're just such a good hero. And that's a free Roche now. Is it free? Well, they're not really doing anything, so.
Earth Spirit might try.
He might.
Oh.
They've got the Orchid out on the Bane, so the control's kind of lacking. Sonic Wave comes in,
I
pushing
think
away
they
from the Aegis, but won't matter. YP. Ooh.
Or the Quap also.
Almost had the
Oh, it's a lot of
ability to
damage.
get out. LSA with the Laguna, now they get a second.
And they're really just falling apart at this point.
Tiny is so strong at this point. Like, you really need like a full link on him. But even at this point, he might just be able to hit you back through it. 500 damage.
I feel we reached that point. It's like when you're playing versus a Sven as Razor. Oh, hold that thought. They got Kotal as well.
That's the thing, though. YBB are kind of giving up kills that they shouldn't need to.
Yeah, it's nothing big, really, right?
It's not like terrible, luckily. But yeah, they're definitely not playing perfectly. But if the Pango dies, it could be a problem, though.
He has ulti and he can TP, right? If he wants to TP.
He's got
Blink. Try to cut the wave. Oh yeah. Yeah, Phoenix looks pretty lost around the map right now. Like these kind of scenarios I saw, like they feel so bad. Like they're pushing in every lane while you're just super scared and they're all together on one lane. Looking for YP.
Bottom lane, Tiny's kind of showing.
Look at the tower damage bottom now.
He has assistance.
2, 3,
yeah.
4, 5, and 6.
And misses it.
Yep. All that damage just to miss out on the tower. But
okay.
he can keep going bottom. Like, I really don't think he needs to step off the gas. He's got an Aegis. And not for like 50 seconds. He's got it for a full 3 minutes.
Yeah, which is where I can take it a bit slower.
Avalanche. Toss with the damage. Should have the kill.
Rip on the Quap.
Now they've got the Fiend's Grip, LSA, Laguna Blade, and Dragon Slave. They've got another. They don't have buyback. MS dies, but they have
Razor strong here, though. It did pop Piggy on Tiny.
Fire Snap Cookie. Now the Rolling Thunder staying on Snapfire. That's going to be a kill there, and eventually CDR is going to be in trouble without the
They're going to burst the Razor.
They've got the LSA. They'll have the toss up into the air, and with the help of this Pango, they've got the kill, and he is dead for 70 seconds.
Yeah, there's no Tiny knocking on your high ground.
Yeah, there's no buybacks, and Tiny should be able to.
Tower.
Yeah. The only thing is they're kind of low, I guess.
Yeah, respawn times are pretty low for them as well. Dude, Tiny's level 24 already.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're going in. There's no BKBs. Ember Spirit will go in. Oh!
Earth Spirit was thinking about it too, and they're going to blink and go for this. Silence, roll, everything lands it. With the Magnetize and the Geomagnetic Grip, the damage should be there. Yeah, Sonic Wave hits. Now they kill the Coddle. All of a sudden, like, that was a great combination. A great job from YP, and they are looking to get a third. Eventually, it'll happen.
So, the idea to go back from bottom lane was correct. Everyone was on like 50% HP, you used all your resources. But then you see this juicy mid lane tier 2 tower that's almost dead, and you decide, okay, let's just finish this and then go back. And you get punished for it. It's just...
Look at that tower.
Yeah, not enough of discipline, perhaps. It's classic, really.
Yeah. But yeah, it only happens to really, like, you know, teams that aren't too disciplined. Because like, if there's like one shot caller, he's just like, let's go back, then everybody will just go back. I think they just lost like 4 or 5k advantage because of that. And they have to be careful, like if this Razor gets like 2 items or so more, the Tiny is pretty hard countered. Because the Lina went for this weird build. Like, if the Lina went for this right click, I would 100% say YBB wins this game. But now I'm not sure.
Yep. I felt the same.
They've given
like,
up just about 6,000 back into the favor.
What is he building on the Lina now?
He's holding 3k. I don't even think
I'm not sure he didn't decide. Like 3k gold on Alina,
No Daedalus.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I wouldn't mind Daedalus. Can always transition back into right click. Looking for the quap. Can you get the blink on? No.
Well, sure. They finally have the Tiny back. He was about to hit 25.
Which he now does.
Experience is pretty nuts. Just really leveling up quite quickly. A 5-man smoke from Phoenix, but dare to say, if this goes horribly wrong for them, the push power is there.
If it goes right, though, then they might be completely back in. Oh, snap.
Yeah, Snapfire very far forward. LSA comes out with the BKB, but the static link is in.
Hey,
so
Lina!
Razor is just going to run down the Lina. They have no save. Sonic Wave already comes in. Zone going to go towards the Bane. That's 2 kills. They lost
Buyback on the Bane.
And Coddle also going to get run down. Zone just going for this. These heroes are escaping with a little bit of help for Order damage. 3-man avalanche. Tossed again. Kill the quap. Triple kill for MS.
Grip.
They've got the Fiend's grip. That should be an ultra.
Oh, he didn't throw it free on the Earth. Would have been a rampage.
Now, I love how Earth Spirit had a decision to make. Do I roll on the Bane and cancel the grip, or do I just get the hell out? And he's like, I'm sorry, man. That's
Next time.
Maybe next time, yeah. It started off well, killing off the Lina, getting a couple of kills on supports, and then Tiny just shows up.
Yeah, Bane bought
Cleans
back.
up.
I do think though you can't link the Lina like ever. You need the link for the Tiny exclusively.
It's not like the Lina is even doing any right click damage at this point, so
Yeah, like you need to link the Tiny and get a lot of Eye of the Storm stacks on him. Otherwise you're not killing him.
they're gonna have to buy back here.
Yeah, they're gonna let us set go.
Well, it's two gone.
It's 2 if they don't.
Double damage Tiny. Oh yeah, he's a DD. Nice.
Buybacks?
Dispels it.
Are they just refusing to fight into the double damage Tiny? They're about to lose their Earth Spirit now for that.
Okay, that's 2 sides then.
They're gonna have to buy back one. Hey, you're losing all heroes, guys.
Yeah, they're losing everything. Now they've lost the snap again. And
the Meteorx bottom too.
Yeah.
Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, blink back onto the Queen of Pain with the BKB being used by Zone. He's trying to make something happen. Remnant forward, finds the Lina, magnetized out. They'll get the kill there on the Storm. Now they'll find the Bane. Bane bought back. No buyback on the Lina. It's 2, but it's just not enough for what they lost.
Yeah, it's not even close to being enough. Like, you have to decide, either you fight or you back out, and you let them take the sides. And if you want to fight, you need to buy back pretty much everyone there. So, okay. They decided to kind of fight but not buy back. They just suffered even more losses than they had to. Not great, really.
Yeah, which is reflected in the lead now too. 14k. There's still a chance though. Like, Razor's getting closer to his refresher.
That move right there kind of feels like almost the lack of a shot caller.
For sure. Like, indecisiveness, really.
Yeah, like maybe there is a shot caller, but they were afraid to make that call.
I guess it's not an easy one because of the DD on Tiny. You see it and you're thinking, okay, guys, we're screwed no matter what, so let's not fight.
It, right? And then they let him dive in for two extra kills almost.
Yeah.
To be fair, that the spell happened super late, as if he forgot about that he had the Yules. But yeah, now we're looking at a very scary Tiny. He went Wind Waker on Lina. The hell?
Wait, what?
Ooh, they're going to the pause middle and the pause. Ooh, they're saying they're lagging. GG. GG. They both have buybacks, right? No, Bane doesn't.
No, they don't. only Kotl. And they do have 2 Force Staffs, Lotus Orb, there's Spider Legs on Kotl.
Bane is super important. I think if they can turn around on the Ember with the Tiny there, like if he grips him straight away maybe, like 4-step grip.
Or just Nightmare, right?
No, this is like strategizing now.
There's Snapfire Kisses flying in through the air if you can see them, yeah.
Yeah, that's why 4-step grip go. But he just runs away, they let him live.
Okay.
And he still popped BKB anyway.
Wants to go Divine Rapier next.
Yeah. I have a feeling the game might end before that happens.
4-man smoke from maybe trying to catch him come back the other way. They haven't found anybody yet.
Radiant's middle barracks.
No razors showing, but that's about it.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
And now they've come back because Tiny's just taking your mid tier 4s. He's taking the building in between the tier 3 and the tier 4s. Those little non-existent shrines, but like dormant shrines.
I love how YBB is doing it. Like they're really just poking, you know, making them TP around. Like they're never really sure what YBB is up to. Now they just poke again in the top lane. Like okay.
They're coming over like they want to fight. And
the Hex on the top
Lotus
actually.
and the Hex gets bounced over.
Hey, double link on the Tiny. There's no vision on him though.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He got into the Silver Edge and he was able to escape that one. They get the kill there on a YP, already taking out the Earth Spirit.
You got script on the plane. No.
Oh, the blinding
comes
light.
out and they've got the LSA to come on through. They're looking to get the right clicks in with the BKB being popped by Storm. Shining, thinking about going into the ulti. Now the Wind Waker almost completely
Tiny's so
across the
scared.
river.
Tiny, where are you?
Tiny's coming in now.
He's gonna clean up,
there's
as
the toss,
always.
There's the kill on the Shining LWW. He's gonna be next.
Was he waiting for the link to wear off or what?
No, it was not on him.
Yeah. The blinding light saved Razor, by the way. It pushed him on the high ground and Lina pretty much missed every single attack. While he was gripped, even.
Well, it shouldn't matter super much.
Yeah.
They still get the Roshan for free pretty much. Who gets a shot though? Lina's shot is so bad.
10 more damage for each Fiery Soul. I mean, that's 70 damage.
I guess they give it to her, yeah, right? Yeah. Because Kotl has his.
Everyone has this, except Bane. So if I was Tiny now, I would actually just buy a Moonshot instead of my Power Treads. Because you are about to end the game. I think it's the best DPS item you can get.
I think they could just force high ground at the moment. Like, you can get the buyback at least out of Shining if you're going to start to play aggressive on the tier 3 top.
Yeah, I think if you bought that Moonshot, you just walk up high ground. That's exactly the play.
Can you check Lina's quick buy?
Maelstrom.
Maelstrom, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that?
But for what?
Do you think that Fairy Trinket on her right now is the best item she could have?
Let's see.
There's Paladin Sword.
There's Paladin Sword. There's. I mean, even Vambrace already gives more HP and damage than Fairy Trinket.
Even the Mindbreaker.
Oh, Bell Prism. There we go. You ask, you shall receive. And level up for the Tiny. Need some more additional bonus damage against buildings, of course.
What? They're really buying their time. 3.5 minutes with the Sages still. Like, they're waiting for Phoenix to come up to them, but truly, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think Phoenix are just stuck in their base.
They are right now, yep, for sure. I mean, you're 2 Rex down.
If MS wants to make a move with the rest of his team, it's got to be to them. Won't be a counterplay, I don't think.
I guess one good thing about being able to split the map like this and get pick-offs on the other side is the fact that Kotl has a shard. So he just TPs you back in while you're doing your stuff.
Yeah.
You can always kind of be together. but not really.
Cottle looks a little bit underrated, perhaps even. I quite like what he did this game.
No, I feel the hero is in a really good spot this patch.
He bought 2 tomes on the Razor. Almost 25 now. 2 static link charges. He could potentially get 4 static links off on one target.
4 and tiny.
I mean, that's gonna drain him super fast.
Yeah.
How much is it per second? 64? No. 88. Oh, cannot be cast on a target that's already linked. 731 change. Nice. Never mind.
Okay, we just realized that. Nice. Good stuff.
I mean, it used to be the hardest counter to carry, so you just double link them, but like, nope, no more of that.
I wonder if he knows it. I'm gonna try and see if he actually. Oh, you actually can't use it, I guess.
Not gonna matter.
Yeah, I think you just can't use it. No buyback. Buyback in 4 minutes. Yeah, that's gonna be 4v5.
Right.
Yeah, they're going with this next wave. They have 1 more minute and 20 seconds on that Aegis, so you want to use it.
Bam, 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 and bam, ba bam, bam.
Yeah, easy tower to take. Hex, Nightmare looking for the save. Here they come, looking for the Bane. They'll get the kill.
Tiny's dying fast.
He'll lose his first life. The rest of the team, not exactly there just yet, but the damage getting from the Laguna Blade, they get the kill on the Ember. He's gonna buy back.
Oh, the static link didn't connect. The Lotus Orb reflected it, so.
Yeah, reflects it, and now Lina needs to try and survive, but won't be able to do so. Zone gets the damage for the kill. If they kill the Tiny again, this could work out in their favor. And that's exactly what they do. Brain Sap ends up finishing off the Razor, but you've lost your Lina, you've lost your Tiny. They're not going to buy back. All of a sudden, YBB.
They're thrown, though.
That tower should be gone, right? No, the catapults will kill it.
Yeah, the Carties. The Carties got this. They got.
Bullied.
Yeah, they bought back what? Only Ember? Yeah. I think Ember, right? Is there
Ember
anyone
bought
else?
back, and then Bane and Kato bought back.
No.
It's a really good fight then for Phoenix, actually. And now you're probably regretting this weird item build on Lina. Like, what is this? Wind Waker?
He's got
like,
Aghanims.
Last item? Yeah, but 6th item. What?
Yeah. It's an interesting build, I'll give you that.
And he still has a Maelstrom queued up. Like, what is he looking for?
At this point, I feel like this Maelstrom is a bug of some sort. I really don't get it.
Know, the sad part is it's still better than half his items right now.
Their biggest issue seemed to be how much they just sat back and let that really play out.
I mean, if they were to lose, and I'm YBB's coach, I'm definitely gonna give Delina the stinky eye. But not just the normal stinky eye, like the really bad one.
Where does the stinky eye phrase come from? B-Cop, tell me.
Yeah,
I don't know where the stink eye comes from, but I know the stink face is Rikishi. Stink eye is just kind of like, no, I'm giving you the stink eye.
Yeah, but why?
Well, when pirates would wear eye patches over their eye, they would let their eyes build up a crust that became stink.
Are you maybe making some stuff up right now, B-Cop? Is that what you're doing?
No, this is totally true. And you know, when they would give you the stink eye, they'd lift up their eye patch, look you in the eye with that eye patch, and tell you about the 1999 Hell in the Cell, where Undertaker threw Mankind off the top.
Wouldn't they maybe just give you the fake eye that they have under the patch, which would stink? So they're giving you the stink eye.
Fun fact, eye patches didn't actually cover a non-eye socket. It was just for better aiming.
Amazing team fight.
Magnetized, blink in, still doesn't land it. Finally gets it out on the Razor. LSA.
You refresh a BKB, bro.
Now they're gonna try and get him. Fiend Script's there, and
no buyback.
Damage is in. They kill CDR. He doesn't have buyback.
Where was your refresher BKB? Gotta pop it. Now Tiny goes bam, bam, ba bam.
Taking out that Snapfire, gonna be forced to buyback for sure.
Yeah, but without Razor, there's no hope of fighting this at all. Well, they have an Ember Rapier, so I guess maybe.
He's had the crits. He's had the damage.
But does he have the guts?
Do you have the guts? Can he climb the Mega Aggro Crag?
Alright, what is Dire waiting for now? At least force the buyback, right? No?
There is absolutely no reason to chill, but they're even checking Roshan. Yeah, yeah. It's a nice game. It's a weird one a little bit when it comes to objective taking and seizing an opportunity. Are they actually going to wait 40 seconds for Razor to respawn? This is...
No, now they're going.
How do you feel about this, Black?
Well, they're going now, dude.
Okay.
They're going right now.
Lina is not there. She's on top lane. But
okay, it's getting a bit sweaty. They're smoking through bot lane. 20 seconds now. Up,
they're
sentry.
baiting on this creep wave. Yeah.
The way YBB play their smokes, it feels like they're always waiting for someone to come to them rather than them going to somebody.
That's very
because Razor is up now. Like 5 seconds more and Razor will be there. They wasted this opportunity.
When the throne's exposed too, feels like they could just get 1 kill or 2 kills and just take the throne.
And they could have ended the game really at that point. 4v5. Grip on the Ember and that's it. Okay, Lina now has phase boots. She had phase boots for a while. And now it's an ultimate booster.
Yeah.
Cool. I guess Octarine. Right? So.
Whole item is so random. Huh, what else could I buy? Silver Edge. Or the Coddle is speeding.
And he's all by himself. Like he's just dead. YBB giving up another one they didn't need to, and 105 seconds without him now. So
Rosh will be up maybe by that
up
time.
In 15 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, he's actually up in 10. Yeah, you're right. So
Dire are scanning.
they're not going in though. They're just defending. Can't blame them. Tiny could go and force the throne, force the glyph at least, which is on. Is it on cooldown? It is. It is.
She's Ag's blessing.
Yeah.
It just feels like a lack of confidence going in.
Yeah, for both teams really.
It's DPC games as well, right? There's a ton at stake here, so you don't want to make any mistakes, and because of that, you are making some.
Oh, it's a free axe for the Bane. Let's go.
Best feeling in the world.
I think Axe Bane is one of the best upgrades in the entire game.
Hard agree.
Cooldown reduction, the triple like Iru thing.
Tiny.
Gobble up, spit out, silence there, onto the Tiny side.
Razor.
That comes through, and now Lina forced the Wind Waker away. Tiny, meanwhile, trying to fight. Storm gets killed. He's got buyback. MS on the run. Geomagnetic Grip gets the silence. Mortimer's Kiss is coming in. They get the Aegis out of the hands of the Tiny. Rolling Thunder comes through, but the Side of Fist is there. They get the kill out onto the Pangolier. He's got buyback too. And it's just a BKB TP out all the way back to base.
Yeah, some of them needed to go back to Radiant's base as well to defend the Ancient.
They never got Fiend's Grip.
Lina bought back, by the way, in that fight. So, the game that was completely in YBB's favor, in my opinion, and they could have ended it easily, is now anyone's, really. Maybe even slightly Phoenix favored. If they get this Lina, she doesn't have a buyback.
Not sure why Lina is up there alone like this, knowing that you don't have buyback.
What is happening?
LSA, Laguna Blade finds the snap, at least gets that, goes into the BKB to TP out.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Ballsy.
At least he's finding some confidence.
Radiant are scanning.
Tiny in mid. Can they catch
too.
him? They have a gem on Queen of Pain.
Are they chasing?
Yeah, they are, and they found him.
He has the tank and BKB though. He's tanky.
Wind Waker.
Silences, Sonic Wave, LSA, Fiends group coming through, looking over at the Earth Spirit. They get the kill there. He's got buyback. BKB popped by CDR, but MS trying to jump back in. Question is for who, and it ends up being Shining. Toss used, one on the Lina, one on the Queen of Pain. They still get the kill there out onto the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, okay, well done. Tiny instantly using ninja gear. Smoke himself up. They have no glyph on Radiant. Can't you just go for like a GG push?
You put that leveler in.
It's just gone, no? Like he like 10 hits it.
They're looking,
Doesn't
Razor.
Yeah.
It's spotted, and now they've got the buyback coming up
Oh,
for Shining, but the Rolling
doesn't have
Thunder
grip,
bouncing
though.
him up. As did in 5 seconds.
Also, I guess Tiny doesn't have BKB, so they're a bit reluctant to go for that throne push without
At
it.
least they forced the buyback of the Quap. Pretty big.
Yeah. Why doesn't he upgrade the blink on Tiny? He should have enough
He doesn't
gold.
have a moonshot either.
Yeah.
This attack speed for Tiny's cheating.
True.
I feel like with 9k gold, you could at least buy the shard. Eat it. Like... No, it's the upgraded blink.
Overwhelming? Not Swift? What? You have no boots. Man, there's so many interesting things happening in this game. And by interesting, I mean very weird.
we know what you mean. Interesting is a code word most of the time.
Yes.
Surely they're not going to wait 4 minutes plus whatever it is for Roche.
Overwhelming blink Tiny. I mean, you're carry Tiny, you're supposed to right click. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. 5-man smoke. Who has buybacks? Razor bought out again, so he doesn't have buyback again. Quap no buyback.
Wait, what did he get on Razor?
I don't even know the shot. No.
Lincoln's.
No,
He
he
had
had
that already.
that. Did
Or
he have the
AC.
blink? Did he have the blink?
No, I think he bought that.
Probably AC or blink. One of those two is new. Everything else he had before for sure.
Still 3 minutes till Roche. Level 30 now. He's got 4,800 gold.
It's been so long, the Radiant has glyph again.
Another rapier queued up on the Ember Spirit.
December's going to win them the game. And then YBB are just going to be kicking themselves that they sat here for 25 minutes not knowing how to finish the game.
You remember the longest game ever with OD Pixel and it was Carry Faces or something.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
Yeah.
Like, was that with shrines and everything? It was, wasn't it?
No.
No? Was it? It was before the shrines then, right?
I think so.
I'm just thinking, are we gonna get there? Are we gonna go there at this point?
I really don't know why they're so scared. Like, waiting out a Roshan does nothing for you at this point.
How's the buyback status?
Well, they still have the advantage on that
Ember,
too, but they
Pango,
don't want to go.
Razor, Tiny.
So two buybacks on both sides.
Yeah.
3 now on Dire. Yeah. It's interesting. Different approach to the game.
I'm actually just like... Now Lina's going for overwhelming blink as well. Like...
Yeah, you need to tank up, don't you know that? If you aren't tanky,
got
you
caught.
die. Oh.
Heels up into the air, BKB.
He insta BKBs on Embrace. He lands and instantly pops it. Wasn't even here around him.
I wish in this game Razor had the BKB pressing capabilities of Ember, and Ember had the BKB pressing capabilities of Razor, because one is too fast on the trigger and the other one is too slow. Like Razor had so many opportunities to win the fight if he presses it a bit earlier, but he gets stun locked.
So 27 seconds till we can see the next Roche.
I really don't know what YBB's waiting for.
I mean, this is going to be the second Roche where they could have taken high ground. Third Roche, right?
Oh, look at Bane. Level 25. 11 seconds Fiend Grip.
There we go.
With Ags.
With the BKB as well.
You literally just stand there for
Roll in, found the Pango. And just pop, refresher, and just again.
He's got the overwhelming blink. Don't worry, he's tanky
why didn't he
enough.
rolling thunder before refreshing? Like, it just feels like they're very overwhelmed situation. No?
Wait, couldn't he just roll up?
He could have done many things, but he just used the refresher for no reason. That's what I mean. I feel they're very overwhelmed by the overwhelming blinks.
Dire are scanning.
X.
I get caught again.
Yeah. And they're going to have the connection. They should be able to get this kill. Zone's just looking for those slides. He's not even trying to commit into this.
Oh, no buyback on Earth.
No, it's actually Earth that dies. But there's a grip.
On
forever. Now chase. Yeah, don't let them run. I feel like I'm in the game.
No time for standing still.
There's one of the buybacks. And there's no grip for like 30 more seconds, so I guess they'll just wait Roche for another 5 minutes before going high ground.
Another minute and 5 seconds. And by the time it's a minute and 5 seconds, there's also going to be tier 5s available. In like another 30 seconds after that.
Bane? Yes, cheese.
Hey, Corvus on buyback!
Get it off. And he still hasn't used the cheese just yet. They get the kill on the Queen of Pain, who doesn't have buyback. 2 minutes dead. And they're still looking to get the kill here out onto the Razor. Ember, he's thinking about helping, but he's already bailed on the fight. Means they'll find the Snapfire again. Did for 100.
That's 0 buybacks on them. Yeah.
I mean, you gotta go now. Like, there's no way you wait.
Let's see Ember.
Wow, he dealt 300 damage.
There's the second rapier, man. If he had it, maybe.
Just take it all the way to Mega Creeps. They'll look for the Razor. They've got the Fiends group again. They get the kill. He's got buyback. So CDR going to try and make something happen.
Throne. Yeah, MS. Nice. Let's go.
Now the Glyph. They're hitting the throne. They're trying to close the game before the 60-minute mark.
Razor no BKB.
And maybe going to make it happen. Razor going to die once more. Now it's just the 2 spirits alive for the side of Phoenix. Right clicks come in on the Earth Spirit. They get the kill. And now the Divine Rapier is on the deck. As YBB will finish the game off and take the series 2-1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they get the job done ultimately, but it wasn't pretty. You know, they had, I don't even know. I don't think I can count on 2 hands how many opportunities I thought they had to actually finish the game. And I feel like it's the same story for both teams, right? Whoever won, they won in a very, like, scared way.
Yeah.
No,
There's no
which
confidence.
is it's not a good sign for what's to come. Like you definitely gotta look back at these replays and be like, we had 40k gold lead, we were 4v5, and we're so scared. Like, for what reason, right?
Yeah.
Because this kind of thing is super hard to fix.
Yeah, it felt very lacking in the wins that each team got, and eventually, you know, you did have the win come out for YBB, so they take the series 2-1 over Phoenix, and IG also took their series. But the lineup for tomorrow is a triple slate of games. IGV up against SAG, Aster against LBZS, and LGD against Ichi. So it should be some fun games as we get underway with the Division 1. That's it for Division 2 today, and we'll be back tomorrow. So it was a good slate of games today. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Come on back, and we'll have you some more Chinese Dota. Hopefully we see you soon. Have a good one.
大家好，我是来自 YBB 的密斯。那比较放松吧，打了太久了。对面就跟我们第一把一样呀，发现赢不了就缩起来了呀，只能等我们失误，我们犯失误就赢了呀，这种局。一手选，打乐，是是。打小小的话，只能用 NEC 跟 DP 啊，他们把 NEC 办了就知道这把小小无敌啊。如果我们犯失误的话，第一把我们训练用了一直赢啊，打比赛就输了，很尬啊，兄弟。对面那个电魂吧，啊，20分钟刷新 BKB 头晕，直接看到。DP 一般是我点吧，会沟通吧，大家，讲这么一句话。是的。磨合还可以吧，就打的时间太少了，再多打久一点吧。也最不喜欢感觉野怪太强了呀，线上被打出事，专业打不过野怪就很难受，好吧？是的。谢谢，拜拜。
到中心，天辉下路一名已被击
你是哪冒出来的？